What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, May 22nd, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, your Buck-ons and Buck-offs. We will talk Texas baseball with Mark Pena of Occupy Left Field at 7:15. Of course, the Longhorns will open up SEC tournament play in Hoover this afternoon against the fake UT. We will preview the Horns' path to another conference championship with Mark. We've got Texas softball to talk about. The Longhorns begin super regional play at McCombs Field tonight. Can the Horns get back to the Women's College World Series? We'll preview that. We will recap a wild night in the NBA and NHL postseason. Some incredible comebacks for the Pacers and the Dallas Stars. We've got the tush-push vote. The result is in. The tush-push stays. We've got some randomness going on, a pretty hilarious message board post, a San Antonio City Council trying to rename the San Antonio Airport after Greg Popovich. We've got all sorts of sports. We got all sorts of fun. We've got a lot going on between now and 9 o'clock. Buck, on to you, my man. How are you today?
I'm doing great, man. What a beautiful morning. A little humid, but no rain. But next week we will have rain, folks. You will get your rain. It's another warm day today. It was nice yesterday. An afternoon with a little breeze, but still hot, brother. Still 93, 94 degrees. But next week we will have some rain, and possibly on the holiday on Monday and Tuesday. So it's like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I'll just give you the four. It's going to rain on Monday.
Calling it.
Yeah, it's going to rain. You're going to have rain on your holiday, but that's all right. It'd be a great one to sleep. You get ready for this long summer. The kids will be, the kids will be home.
Oh.
I think they'll be home.
Who knows? I heard the school bus going around this morning.
I saw it this morning go right by me.
What are we doing?
Who's trying to get a snow day in now?
Maybe that's it, right? Do we have any snow days this year?
I think we may have had one cold day, maybe one. That's about it.
So they're doing a makeup for that, and that's why the kids are still in school.
Poor kids getting homework now.
Well, our guy CB says, I love how CB knows this. This is how locked in this dude is, even though he lives in Washington State. He hits us up and says, last day of school in Pflugerville. So at least some districts, or at least one district is finishing up today. But
and congratulations to that district for keeping those kids in school, giving mom and dad just one more day.
I'm the parents. I'm begging for
the rest of the week. Yeah, I'm going
Friday at least. Why are we giving them a long weekend? We already have Memorial Day. They're going to be off on Monday. They don't need to be off on Friday too. Keep them in there.
They need to be educated.
What are you
learning? At least have a place to go for a couple hours.
You don't really learn anything the final week, right? Everyone's so checked out. The teachers are probably more ready for summer than the kids are. The kids are already thinking about camp and what they're going to do when school's out. And
I think by 7th grade, I learned the word skip day, that at the end. I think it started for me I think it was 7th or 8th grade. Skip day came in. That was that one before, that week before school ended. You'd all meet up somewhere. Go to the swimming hole. We'd go to the old swimming hole.
There you go. We had senior skip day, but it was just for the seniors. Did you have that in 7th grade?
I had 7th grade, 8th grade skip day.
Oh, man. I guess that was 4 years of college for me. But in high school and growing up, I didn't do a whole lot of skipping. My parents were going to find out. I couldn't risk that.
Yeah, when I skipped, my dad was a public school teacher, so I always had to be careful. I went to Catholic school. I always had to watch the days that, you couldn't, like when he would have off and I'd have school and vice versa, man. I did one of those deals where I had a party at my house in 9th grade, and he had off, and I thought he had school. And the party came to my house, but the dude had left early in the morning. I don't know what he went to do, but he came back in the middle of the party.
Who?
My dad.
Oh, you thought your dad was busy, so you threw a party, and then your dad ended up crashing early.
Yeah, he ended up not having school that day either. I got the day mixed up. He was
Oh,
supposed to be teaching that day.
how pissed was he?
He was pissed. This was ninth grade, so there were guys in the dad bedroom. There were guys everywhere in the house and gals. It was awful.
How bad of a beating did you take after that one?
I took a good one. I took a good one because that was
Oh,
about it. About ninth grade was about the time where I didn't get knocked around anymore. It was like it was always threatening stuff where I like, yeah, you're not following through with this deal. There's nothing more you're gonna threaten me not giving me a car. I didn't have a car anyway. You know what I
right.
mean?
I don't know if I've
Yeah.
ever heard that story. I feel like I had heard most of your
No, that was
getting
a
in trouble stories, but that one,
that
I
was
don't
a
know if
s
I had.
that was a deal at my house
Mm,
where, yeah, oh, yeah, my dad, "Oh, no, public school is off too? What? What are you telling me?" And you
mm,
could hear the old station wagon creep up, and I was like, "Oh, I can't get you out of here quick enough. Go, dive,
yeah. You
go."
can't hide enough people in closets.
No, man, it just was no.
Oh, man, that never happened to me. There, I had 3 siblings. I don't know how you were able to throw a party with that many people at your house. I guess your younger siblings just didn't care or they weren't there.
No, yeah, they
Um,
were
There was just I could never be the house growing up where there was a party. Like, my parents were gracious, like, people could come over all the time, but in terms of, like, a drinking party or, like, "Oh, parents are out of town, let's throw a huge rager at the house." That was never my house because there was always somebody at my house, a parent or one of my 3 sisters. There was never an unoccupied moment at that place, but, man, the houses that did throw the ragers, when the cops got called
oh, and
and
yeah, I got caught underneath the bed once, or, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna shut this door." I heard a cop say, "I'm gonna shut this door, and I need about 3 or 4 of you to come out of here," so that he didn't have to go look, and I got one of those once too. That was my underage drinking deal, and I had to come out there, and I went downtown. I only went downtown one time, and one time the cop actually brought me to my house.
mm,
And I had a nice enough detective that brought me to the house and slapped me across the head right in front of my mom. And I looked at my mom and said, "Hey, this is police brutality." She just looked at me and she just had raised her hands up in the air, came into the house. What do you? But I did go down once for being at a party at a friend's house where the
mm.
cops, and one of the girls let the cops in the house.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she came to the door and panicked. They're in there.
Yeah,
She,
come on in. We
yeah.
got we got beer, we got liquor, whatever you want. Help yourself.
No,
God,
I
that's the worst thing you could do. Oh, no, you're supposed to say there's
no,
nobody here.
we used to have keggers in the cornfields in Pennsylvania where
Mm,
the state cops would come, but they could never catch you. I knew I could fly through those cornfields. I was very
yeah,
athletic in the corn.
interesting.
Yeah, we used to have them. You'd have those parties at night with a little bonfire near at parts of the cornfield, and all of a sudden you'd see the flashing lights, and everybody would disappear, and all you
Mm,
see is the corn stalks moving. I knew how to
that
get out of those deals. It was okay. That was the deal. And I also I took a now you heard when I took the Catholic girl from from Central Catholic in Allentown. I took her on a date to a party at my high school, and my friend who ended up flying helicopters drove his car over one of those parking things, boom, 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 and hit the convent where the nuns stayed. He ran into that on the way to they lived right there, obviously where the high school was, and he
yeah.
ran over the sidewalk part of it and ran into their building. And I had to drag her out of the car and run through the cornfields. She was all dressed up for the dance at my school. Dude, that was it. That one date. That was it. I couldn't understand why.
He wrecked the car?
Yeah, he ran the car into the convent. We got out of the car and ran through the cornfield. She was all dressed up. We were
So
running through the
y'all never got caught. You just left the car there?
Oh, no, he got caught.
Oh, okay.
He had to
Okay.
stay with the car. I
Yeah, I was
was
gonna say,
gone.
like, at some point you got to go back to the car.
Oh,
But
no,
I
no,
guess,
he
yeah, not
stayed.
your
He
car.
had
So
to
you
stay.
were
That
on.
was his car. I was
Yeah.
gone. I couldn't
That,
afford to miss any basketball games. I was gone. I was up and out of that with this date. I'm like, "Come on. Here, hold my hand. We're going through the fields." Oh, man.
she didn't go on another date with you?
No.
That should have been the start of a love story right there.
That was way too much fun for her.
Oh, that is great.
And her parents, when I brought her back with her dress, I don't know, they thought I must have assaulted her or something. I said, "Oh, no, she kinda slipped and fell."
Yeah, it's all dirtied and ripped up. Yeah, it was a
Oh,
slip
that
and
was
fall.
awful, yeah. I've gone through a bunch of little things like that but I never got any major, I never stole stuff or anything like that. I had a gang of guys on the west side of Bethlehem who would go and do mischievous things. Like this guy had this big, huge bell in his backyard, and we took a ladder and about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, started ringing the crap out of the bell and took off. And BK, there was shrubs there we thought were just shrubs that you could go. There was a fence in between them. I hit that thing going like 90. I thought you could run right through the shrubs, but there was a fence in there. You should have seen how many rejections that night. Boom, 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 boom. You could hear the guys moaning as the guy came out in his backyard. It was awful.
Just full speed sprint into the fence.
Yeah, I thought I was going right through the bushes like it was nothing. Boy, I hit that fence. I got rejected so far.
Oh, that's your tip for kids. You got to run too. If the cops come to the house party, don't just think you're going to get away with it staying around. You got to take off and go.
You got to find that open window and get out. You got to get going.
Yeah, hop a fence if you have to. I mean, a lot of these cops are, middle-aged and, you can outrun them. You've got the stamina, you've got the speed. You can make it happen. Don't stick around. And hey, if you just tell us who started this party, nobody's going to get in trouble, okay?
Oh yeah, was such and such there? Is he still here? I know he's here. No, I didn't have any snitches either. So, cops always thought that, yeah, here's a certain person. He was there. Give us names. No, don't give up any names, you little creeps. And they did, and they were good at that. There was not many snitches around. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. To you and your families, thank you again to your families for sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there.
You know what they say, Buck?
Snitches get stitches?
Snitches get stitches.
Oh, yeah.
There's your tip for kids in the car line.
Don't be a snitch, kid.
Don't be a snitch, kid. All right. Big day. I'm rocking the Texas Baseball SEC Champions hat. Oh, yeah. Little Longhorn logo. There it is on the side. Shout out to Jay and the gang at Sue Patrick for hooking us up with these new lids. Fun show at Sue Patrick yesterday. But we're hoping it's a fun week for Texas baseball in Hoover, Alabama. The Longhorns will open up SEC tournament play this afternoon against the fake UT. It's Texas and Tennessee for the first time in 2025. And joining us now to talk all about it and to talk all things Longhorn baseball, one of our favorites, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field. And, of course, our weekly conversations with Mark are brought to you by our great friends at 34 Wine and Spirits. Mark, it's the first time we've caught up since Texas won the SEC championship. Congrats in order to you. I know you and a bunch of Longhorn fans were up on the road in Norman last Thursday and throughout the weekend. Your thoughts on that series and what a cool moment it was to not only win an SEC, but to win it on your rival's field.
Yeah, it was a fantastic weekend, Brad. We had a huge contingent of Texas supporters up there in Norman for the weekend. So it was really great. It was good to kind of handle business game one, get that out of the way so you could kind of enjoy, relax, and kind of catch your breath after winning that SEC title. Just the way they did it, man. Welcoming Max Ballou back, having him hit that mammoth 3-run homer late in the game to secure the victory was just fantastic. So I know it was a big deal for the boys. They were very excited after that game to get that championship. So congratulations to them, the coaching staff, and hopefully bigger things ahead in the coming weeks.
Mark, what did you see from the team that they had been lacking over the last couple of games besides having a couple guys come back, be a little bit healthier? What was that kind of vibe? I mean, is it a team that's back maybe?
Well, they had been struggling, obviously, for a couple of weeks heading into Norman. I think my biggest takeaway, Bucky, was the energy that came back when Max Ballou was inserted into the lineup. Okay. You could feel that Thursday pregame as you're kind of standing around, waiting for first pitch. The team was excited. There was a new energy and vibe in that dugout. So I think just having him at the top of the lineup in the postseason is going to be so big from a confidence perspective. So I think that's one thing. I think the second thing was our ability to beat a really, really good pitcher on Thursday. Right. Witherspoon, their ace, is probably one of the top 3 or 4 pitchers in the country. We were able to win that game on Thursday. I'm not sure if you guys saw what he did last night in the SEC tournament against Georgia.
Yeah.
But he threw about 110 pitches, went into the 8th inning, got them a win against Georgia, and really cooled down the really electric Georgia offense. So that was also a big takeaway, Bucky. I wanted to see Texas be able to face a top arm and hang in there, get some hits, cause some damage, and eventually get the win. So I think that was really big. But if I'm being honest, right, some of the flaws that we've seen the last couple of weeks still kind of popped up over the weekend in Norman. Game 2 Friday wasn't quite as good. We had 17 strikeouts in that game, even though we were able to score a lot of runs. We lost that game late. But that's the one thing that's really concerning me right now, Brad and BK, is just the strikeout rate from the team. I think there's been about 6 occasions in the last month where we've had 14 or more strikeouts, which is a really, really high number. And I think I saw a stat on Twitter saying we're 0-6 in those games. So that's kind of a recipe for disaster for Texas. So all in all, a lot of positives coming out of Norman, but there is still that concern about being able to put the ball in play against high-end pitching. And obviously, as you get into the postseason, you're not going to be facing a lot of scrubs on the pitching mound. So I'm really hoping that we can see the boys start to make some more productive outs. We don't necessarily need to be hitting doubles and homers against these guys, but ground balls, sac flies, flyouts to the outfield, right? That makes so much difference as opposed to 17 strikeouts. So really hoping that we can clean that up starting today.
Yeah, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And, not the ideal pitcher to be going up against when you're struggling in the strikeout department. Liam Doyle, the SEC Pitcher of the Year, will get the ball for Tennessee. Not only was he the SEC Pitcher of the Year, he also led the country in strikeouts this season. So not an ideal mix there. Mark, I guess we'll talk about this game, and then we can look at some of the all-encompassing strengths and weaknesses for Texas going into the postseason. But your thoughts on this matchup against Liam Doyle, and then I haven't seen anything official from Jim Schlossnagle about who's starting for Texas. What do you think Texas does on the mound in their SEC Tourney opener?
If I'm being honest, here's how I think it's going to go, right? And I'm not a guy who likes making excuses ahead of a game. I do not think that Schloss is going all in on the SEC tournament.
Okay,
right?
I was going to ask that.
I heard a quote yesterday where it's saying, hey, we're showing up with the intent of winning the tournament, but I want to see the lineup. I want to see his approach to pitching before I hitch my wagon to that, right? I think if you look at Schloss historically, last year he came into the SEC tournament with a pretty conservative approach with Texas A&M. He started a weekend starter in their first game, only pitched him for 2 innings, took him out, got a lot of guys different work from a pitching perspective. They ended up going 0-2, left the tournament without a win, and obviously they did just fine in the postseason, right? So I think what you're probably going to see from Schlossnagle is an attempt to get specific people work today. And I think you're going to see pitchers on pitch counts, pitchers that are slated to pitch specific innings. And I think he's just going to see what happens from that point forward, right? I also heard him say earlier in the week that some of the banged up guys are likely going to rest. So I think somebody like Jonah Williams is unlikely to play today. Who knows if he'll play later in the weekend if we're able to win tonight. But I think Schlossnagle's primary goal for the tournament is to get the banged up guys rest, get key pitchers rest, because he doesn't want them sitting for 2 weeks before a regional. And then I think after that, it's really just, we'll see what happens.
He sounds like he's worried more about his offense than his defense. I mean, he's not the pitching staff. He's not going to take chances with his pitching staff and get somebody hurt or not be ready to pitch and get hurt that way. He's probably watching the guys bat more so offensively and what they're going to do offensively than what they're going to do on the mound. And that kind of makes sense. You've already won the regular season championship. You are the champs. What happens in the tournament, it'd be nice to have 2 championships. You can go balls to the wall, but it's about Omaha now.
Yeah, I mean,
preparing.
They worked all season to put themselves in this position, right?
Yeah.
To where the tournament doesn't mean anything to them, right? We are going to be a top 8 national seed.
Right.
I think even with a loss tonight, we'll likely still be the number 2 or number 3 overall seed in the tournament. So there's really no risk at this point, right? It's just like if you don't go balls to the wall, like you said, right, and lose tonight, you're still going to be exactly where you wanted to be at the end of the season. Now, the upside to that is if we win tonight, my opinion is that we've locked ourselves into the number 1 overall seed, which in theory should get you a slightly easier draw in the postseason. But then we also know there is a stigma attached to that number 1 overall seed. I think only twice in the last 20-something years has the number 1 seed won the national championship. So a lot of people kind of don't want that number 1, but as long as you're a national seed, you're hosting in Austin throughout the course of the regionals and supers, you're right where you need to be.
Well, A&M softball wants the number 1 overall seed. Oh, oh no, they don't.
Yikes,
they don't want that. Mark, I hate that we have to ask you this question again, but we've got to ask you this question again. Ruger Riojas, like, better last Friday against OU than what we saw against Florida and what we saw against Arkansas. But, I want Texas to win today for a lot of different reasons. Like you said, it doesn't matter all that much. Tennessee's desperate. They need this game to lock up a hosting site in a regional. So I don't feel great about Texas's chances today, but I would love to see Texas win because I assume that means Ruger Riojas would start tomorrow's game on Friday like he's been doing. And I would love to see him have a good start going into the actual tournaments. Maybe we see that, maybe we don't, but what's your confidence level in Ruger Riojas right now? And does Schloss have to consider different options for starters when we get to a regional?
I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't a little bit concerned, BK. I do have a lot of confidence in Ruger, but it has been 3 starts in a row where he has not been on top of his game, right? And to answer what you just finished with, my opinion is that it's too late in the game to panic and take him out of the role that he's in right now, right? As it stands right now, and we talked a little bit about this last week, we don't really have an established number 3 starter, right? So then if you start screwing with the number 1, you go into the postseason with just Luke Harrison as the guy penciled in on the weekend, and I don't think that's going to be a smart move, right? So I think at this point you ride with Ruger. You see if he can bounce back and kind of get back into form. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he started today. If he starts today, if he starts on Saturday, because Texas will not play tomorrow if they won today. They'd get another day off. But I think the top concern from Schlossnagle is I think he wants to get Ruger live action this weekend. The only way you do that is by pitching him today because you're not guaranteed a game 2, right? So I think even if he does get on the mound today, you're only going to see him for an inning or 2. I think it'll be a very calculated move to get him into the game, maybe try and work out some of the kinks, get him some confidence going into the regional. So no Texas pitcher's been announced. We'll see who Wiener and Schlossnagle roll out today, but I think Ruger is a potential candidate for that.
If he stays hot through a couple of innings, you just let him ride. But if he starts walking guys and giving up, 2 or 3 runs in the first couple innings, you got to say goodbye. But if he pitches well enough for first couple innings, you may leave him a little longer, to continue to build his confidence.
I think he would be on a strict pitch count. I would say 3 innings would probably be the max that we're going to see any starting pitcher go today for Texas.
No matter who it is?
Yeah, no matter who it is. I'd be surprised if we saw anybody go longer than that. Because, again, you've heard Schlossnagle say he does want to get key guys action.
Sure.
So you only have 9 innings to work with, right? And I think there's probably 3 to 4 guys minimum that he wants to get in a live game today. So I think you'll see a lot of different arms, guys on pitch counts, guys pitching specific innings, and then being in and out, hopefully leaving the game with some confidence. But it's going to be a challenge, man. Tennessee's got a hell of an offense. So it's going to be a good tune-up for regionals next week. That's for sure.
Yeah, Tennessee scored 15 runs, had 20 hits yesterday in their win over Alabama, so that offense is firing on all cylinders right now. Mark, earlier this week, the postseason SEC awards were announced. Dylan Volantis, your freshman of the year in the conference. he and Rylan Galvan, your two first-team All-SEC players. Just thoughts on those two guys and what they've meant to Texas this year. And do you think maybe another Longhorn or two got snubbed from the all-conference teams?
So I will say this, Brad, one of my least favorite days of the year are when conference teams are announced for football, because I feel like everybody just loses their mind about people that get snubbed or left out. And I don't pay a lot of attention to it. I love it when guys get the recognition, right? So congratulations to Volantis and Galvan. It's very well deserved. Pretty awesome for Texas to get, the freshman of the year in Volantis. That's a very big honor. So was excited for them. I would have liked to see somebody like Max Grubbs get some recognition. He was left off of the list, and he's just had a fantastic year for Texas. But I was glad to see that we were well represented. And obviously Galvan and Volantis have been two of the big cogs in Texas baseball this year. I'm sure they were very excited to win those awards. Congrats to Coach, who got SEC Coach of the Year, which is really cool in his first year at Texas. I'm sure you guys probably saw that Twitter video they put out where those awards were being announced in front of the team. So a special moment, great recognition, and congratulations to all of them.
And a lot of great players in this conference.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's tough to fill up the lineup with, and when you get two or three on your team, I mean, including your coach, I mean, I don't know how many more you're going to get. I don't think you can get four. This conference is just packed with great players.
It's stacked. I mean, you look at all the good teams in the top 15.
Well, even some of the bad teams have some fantastic players on their team.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's pretty insane, the quality of baseball in the SEC. So just getting on one of those first, second team lists, that's an accomplishment in itself. So again, congrats to those guys.
Yeah, it's been an amazing season. Mark, you're being too humble, though. Texas just won the SEC in year one. I'm sure you've heard it from other fan bases around this conference for years that, Texas isn't going to be ready to take the jump to the SEC. And, I mean, just talk about, look, I think Coach of the Year was the most obvious award that this conference gave out. Jim Schlossnagle should probably win National Coach of the Year, considering what he's been able to do at Texas in year one. But just – I mean, in your wildest dreams, did you think this was ever a possibility for the Longhorns here in 2025?
I am the most optimistic Texas baseball fan you'll see. Absolutely not. My goal coming into the season, and I thought I was pushing it, to be honest with you, is I wanted a top 16 postseason bid for Texas, and I wanted to host a regional. I thought that was an outside shot, but that was kind of my ceiling for the team. So again, with the recent struggles, you really just got to keep stuff in perspective, guys. It's been a hell of a season. They've put themselves right in a spot where they have as good a chance as anybody to win a national championship in the next month. That's a very exciting thing to see. And again, Schlossnagle and his staff have just done a fantastic job putting all the pieces together, dealing with injuries, instilling confidence in the team, and getting us to where we're at. And man, the thing that really just excites me, Bucky and BK, is where this is going to set us up for the future, right? Texas is now going to be likely the hottest program in the offseason. I think that's going to make things a lot easier from a transfer portal perspective, a recruiting perspective, obviously. And I think Schlossnagle is really going to get the ball rolling here in the next couple of years.
Oh, yeah, this will make it a lot easier. There's going to be some pitching here that will be unbelievable over the next couple of years. I mean, big name pitchers, and it'll just continue. I mean, I like the confidence part of it. The thing I like is, we knew that eventually they would lose a series. How they bounce back and how can they bring that confidence back? This game today will be really important because of the pitcher that they're going against. Are you really, really back? Are you back to making some confident swings? You're going to have to, in order to score runs, you're going to have to be smart at the plate. That's what I'll be looking for today. How smart are they at the plate? I know you've already won a championship, but do you just go up there just freelancing, swinging at anything that's at you, or are you taking some good pitches? So, I mean, that'll be really interesting to see from this point on, to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to think with their first game in the SEC tournament in Hoover, they're going to be excited and motivated.
Sure.
Right. So even if there's limitations in terms of pitchers and how long they pitch for, things of that nature, I think the guys that are on the field are going to be fired up and ready to go. So I'm excited to see them battle against Tennessee. should be a really, really fun game. I'm expecting a really large crowd there in Hoover. So
Now they didn't play. Did they play during the regular season at all?
they did not. Texas has not played Tennessee yet. So
This
I
is
think that's
great.
going to be even additional motivation, right? Then you talk about playing the defending champions.
Right.
Tennessee, if we're being honest, right, they are a shit-talking baseball team. So I'm assuming they're going to be running their mouths a little bit, which is going to hopefully provide some extra fire on the Texas side. So I think there's going to be some chirping, some fireworks, and hopefully a really fun game later today.
Nice.
Hey, give us back our logo, Tennessee. Maybe
Yeah,
come up with something a little different than our baseball logo, please. It's ridiculous. They got those, Buck, they got all the SEC team logos on the outfield fence or the outfield padded walls in Hoover, and they've got Tennessee and Texas right next to each other because they're next to each other in the alphabet. And the logos, I mean, they're basically the same. Obviously,
Come on, guys.
slightly different shade of orange, as we know. But yeah, Tennessee, and they try to act like it's their logo and we stole it. No, they don't know shit. We had it first. But get ready for a bunch of "we're the real UT" tweets from the winning side this afternoon. Mark, you're not hopping on a plane to Birmingham after this? What's going on?
Saving my bullets, man. That SEC format is just crazy. I don't see how anybody has the motivation to go to Hoover in a single elimination tournament, right? That's a lot of trouble there. And you take into account, you don't even know what day you're going to play until the weekend before, right? So it's a tough trip to plan. I know that a lot of the left field folks and the diehards have decided to stay home because we're expecting to have a long ride into Omaha over the next couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to Monday. Selection Monday. I want to see when those brackets roll out, want to see who Texas gets paired against. And man, that's really when the fun starts. So just counting down the days to next Friday. I want to give everybody the PSA that I made on Twitter last night. It's going to be very likely that Texas plays Friday afternoon next week. The regional host gets to pick if they play the earlier night game. Schlossnagel historically has liked playing earlier on day one so that his team can get some additional rest. They have the ability to scout the 2-3 game that happens later in the day. So heads up for folks. They may want to think about taking a half-day vacation if they want to be present for the opening game in the regional next week.
I like that. Good PSA right there. Come on, it's summertime. You should be taking. Nobody works on Friday in this town, anyways. Mark,
That's
actually, you don't even need to give that there. Oh man. Well, thanks as always for joining us. Always enjoy and appreciate the conversation, and hopefully we have another month and a half's worth of these, or however long we need to get to a College World Series championship. But thanks for joining us, man, and we'll chop it up next week.
Thanks, Mark.
Absolutely. Y'all have a great rest of your week.
Welcome.
You too. There he goes. Mark Pena. Y'all make sure to follow him on Twitter at OccupyLF. And our weekly conversations with Mark brought to you by our great friends at 34 Wine and Spirits.
For all your alcohol needs. So get ready to get that Altstadt beer at 4601 Southwest Parkway for sure, because you're going to need a lot of it over the next couple of weeks. You're going to need it for the holiday coming up, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to need it. Yeah, you're going to need it because the kids are out of school.
Oh, yeah.
You're definitely going to need to go by 34 Wine and Spirits. But, folks, they have Altstadt beer there waiting for you. Wholesale distributor, they can get it to you for your big party, or they can get it to your small gathering. You can get it right there at 34 Wine and Spirits. That's exciting. I'm excited to watch this game today.
Yeah, me too. 3:00 this afternoon. I'm not super confident. I'm not trying to make excuses for Texas here today, but let's call a spade a spade. Tennessee is trying to clinch a top 16 seed, right? Like, they've been on the fence between a 1 and a 2. Beating Alabama yesterday was huge, right? Tennessee and Alabama were two teams competing to be regional host. Tennessee got the better of Bama yesterday, so that obviously helps their chances. If they get a win today over the SEC champion, then they probably lock up a host site when the bracket gets released on Monday. Meanwhile, for Texas, Tennessee starting the SEC pitcher of the year and one of the best pitchers in college baseball, and a guy in Liam Doyle who's going to be an early first-round pick in the MLB draft.
Oh, no, they're ready. They need this one. They want this one bad.
And we don't even know who's starting for Texas. And Mark is talking about we'll just give a bunch of different guys work. Like Texas, if they lose today, at worst, they're a number 3 national seed, but they've already locked up home field advantage through a trip to Omaha. So, yeah, does Texas have the same energy and desperation level that Tennessee will have today? Again, don't want to make excuses, but that's the reality of the situation here is one team has a hell of a lot more to play for than the other team, and Texas is that other team.
Yeah, I'll be looking at them from an offensive standpoint of how they take their at bats against a good pitcher today. I mean, you got to go up there, but you can't be just free swinging because you're in. They
Yeah.
need to.
Yeah,
They've just been
sorry, bro.
striking out a lot.
Yeah, and that's what you'd like to see, right? Against a really good pitcher. Again, a guy who led the
Yes,
nation in strikeouts this year. If you could just take some more quality at bats, see a few more
right.
pitchers, make him work a little bit, right? Get to that
Because I don't know
Tennessee
what to expect
bullpen.
from the Texas pitching today. I just you
I
don't
don't,
know.
I don't know who's pitching.
Yeah,
What are you supposed to expect when you don't know who's going to be taking the ball? So yeah, it's Schloss historically hasn't cared too much about conference tournaments. You got the important championship. Look, you'd love to win another one. You'd love to win 3 games and hoist another trophy at the end of this weekend. But I think the bigger deal right now for Schloss is making sure you've got everything in place for regional
absolutely.
play, because that matters a hell of a lot more. By the way, pretty cool here. Normally, our first video stream ends at 11 o'clock, but
Okay.
at 11 today, after the Lone Star Playbook with Jordan and Turbo, legendary lifetime Longhorn and college baseball Hall of Famer Kirk Dresendorfer will join TSU. He and Rodney are going to chop it up. They're going to do a 20 to 30-minute interview talking all things Texas baseball today.
That's
So
awesome.
you don't want to miss that. One of the best to ever don the burnt orange and whites. He will be joining us a little after 11 o'clock this morning. Again, a one-on-one conversation with Rodney and Kirk Dresendorfer. So if you're a Texas baseball fan looking for a little bit more pregame conversation before the SEC tournament opener this afternoon, make sure you keep it locked in to TSU all morning.
Rodney going to be all right after that great meal that you guys had yesterday?
Yeah, I am looking forward to crosstalk with the boys from Chaos Theory to see how they're holding up, especially Rodney, because he ate more food than Wags or me.
Yeah, that sounds like he was looking forward to that. Looks like he was looking for breakfast.
He enjoyed it.
That's kind of scary.
Like, I thought it was a bit, but it
Yeah.
was no bit. He was loving all of that military
when
MRE
when you
food.
see a guy putting the government cheese on a cracker and like this was a special occasion for him, that's kind of scary.
Oh, yeah.
And he didn't shy away from just jamming that down his pie hole either.
No. And then the shredded beef,
Oh,
the seasoned beans, the pepperoni pizza. I mean,
oh my
everything we tried. It's like Wags and I could manage 1, maybe 2 bites, and he's going back for seconds and third. It was like a Thanksgiving meal for Double R.
Gotta talk to his wife about the meals that they've been serving there.
I was gonna say, is everything okay at home, Ronnie?
Yeah, really.
Oh man, so that was hilarious. If you missed that, check out yesterday's podcast and YouTube stream. It was pretty hilarious content in the 9 o'clock hour.
Man.
We'll make some social media cuts out of those happenings too. But yeah, I was able to eat. I don't think I ate enough of the MRE food to really ruin my day or my week. So I'm feeling okay today. I was able to have normal lunch. I was able to have a normal dinner, and
Wow.
we're here this morning. So we're all right. But Double R, I'm not sure. I haven't gotten any text from him saying he needs the day off, but there's still time.
He wanted to know, did you guys save any for him? Are there any more? No.
Oh, we took some
He ate it
home.
all. Huh?
No, he took some home.
That's kind of scary. That's a scary deal right there.
And we had 3 MRE kits. We only had enough time to crack open 2 of them. Rodney took the 3rd one home, and our friend Corbin at St. Patrick had a bunch of extra government cheese packets.
Oh,
Rodney took all of those home too. He's got like 50 of those things.
nachos and cheese for Rodney this weekend for the holiday.
I feel like
That's
his
nasty.
people, his last name is Rodriguez. He is of Mexican
What is wrong with
descent.
those people?
I feel like his people are going to be upset with him eating government cheese on his nachos.
No. And I don't even know what that was. Was that a little saltine cracker that he was putting that on? It looked like a little Frito chip or something. It was nasty looking. He spread that cheese on there and stuck that in his mouth so quick. I mean, he didn't even smell it to see what the smell was.
I wish it was a saltine. It was what was called a vegetable cracker.
A veggie cracker?
A veggie cracker, just a giant square cracker that served as the vehicle for the government cheese.
Wow.
And yeah, Rodney and we had a bite together, and Ronnie just ended up finishing the entire cracker on his own. Just kept going back for more, kept putting more government cheese on it, and just kept eating. I was like,
yeah,
I'll be honest.
He was putting that cheese on thick. I was like, no, just pinch a little side on there.
He put it on everything. I know you left, so you didn't see the rest of it, but he was putting the cheese on everything. And look, I'll be honest. I'll go a little behind the scenes here. My plan going into that taste test was to act like everything was delicious, right? I was just going to play up the bit like,
oh yeah.
Why does the military complain about this? Is fantastic. This is better than the actual food we have back at home.
Why our military is so strong? Because if you can eat that shit.
Well, that was my strategy, is just act like, this is amazing and I love this stuff. And then Ronnie takes his first bite and he starts raving about it. And then I could tell, oh my God, this is not a bit. Like, he really enjoys this. So now I don't have to be the guy to act. I'm going to be the guy who tells it how it is and says, this is dog shit. And Ronnie took the role of, no, I'm the positive guy. This stuff is incredible.
I could actually serve this to friends that come over to the house.
He was talking about that. Yeah, next time the wife throws a party, I'll just put
out no way.
Government cheese on a charcuterie board, and there we go.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I told him that'll be the last time he hosts a party, and he was like, I know, that's the point. That's the point. He doesn't want to host anymore. His wife can't have any more friends over. Man. Shout out to Sue Patrick. I almost think that serves as a Sue Patrick live read today.
It was awesome yesterday.
Yeah, fun show. The Buck and I are rocking some Sue Patrick hats. He's got the classic Longhorn. I've got the SEC Baseball Champions hat. If you want either of those hats, head over to Sue Patrick on 5222 Burnett Road or go to SuePatrick.com.
There's a lot of nice gear over there right now.
Schedule glass is out.
Oh, yes.
And all the SEC Baseball Championship gear you need is there. They've got the hats. They've got the shirts. So if you're gearing up for the Austin Regional next weekend, do it at Sue Patrick.
Now you get a free glass with $75 purchase on Longhorn items. Is that what it is?
That's it. Not too shabby.
No, because that's a $12 glass. Those are nice. I need to pick up 4 of those. I did last year. I got to get them again. Those are nice commemorative glasses to give out or to have at the house.
Yeah.
With your Altstadt beer, as a matter of fact.
Thank you. Get your Altstadt beer. Come on. Holiday weekend coming up. Ring it in the right way with the greatness that is Altstadt beer. Please drink it responsibly, whatever you have going on over these next few days. But if you're going to be enjoying your Memorial Day weekend, make sure you've got a great beer by your side. Altstadt, the best beer there is, brewed locally in Fredericksburg. Hey, if you're looking for something to do this weekend, you could take a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg. That's a nice Memorial Day weekend activity. If you've got some friends or family in town, they like to drink beer, take them down to Fredericksburg. Scenic drive through the Central Texas Hill Country, and the Altstadt Brewery has so much going on. You get to try all the great beers. They've got live music every weekend. They've got a German-style restaurant with a former Michelin tire chef out there whipping up some great food. They've got the outdoor beer garden. They've got everything. So check out the brewery. More importantly, check out the beer. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Fantastic. And don't forget our friends over at Syntex Tickets for all your ticket needs, folks. All kinds of concerts coming up. You know, we've got baseball. We've got anything you need. We got the Stars up in Dallas. You can call Syntex Tickets and get Stars tickets. They have tickets to every sporting event, non-sporting event, concerts, Broadway plays, anything you got in Vegas. They have tickets for it right there at Syntex. Use the promo code Syntex10 and get 10% off of your purchase for sure.
Boom. Love it. SyntexTickets.com. Buck, once again, you were 1-1 with your Gold Star locks.
Yeah, that Halliburton guy is a pain in the butt.
You know, for a while, it looked like you were going to get your Knicks pick right and you were going to get your Stars pick wrong. And then they flip-flopped. The Stars had a crazy third period comeback to beat Edmonton. We'll get to that game a little bit later. But the New York Knicks had a crazy collapse against the Indiana Pacers, and Indy takes game one at MSG in overtime, 138-135, the final, maybe the game of the playoffs so far in the NBA. We've had some great games, and the Pacers have gifted us with some great comebacks. But
Yes.
last night was sensational. Indiana down 17 with 6 minutes left. They were down 14 with 3 minutes left. They were down 11 with 2 minutes left. They were down 9 with 51 seconds left. They come back, they force overtime, and they end up winning in the extra period, Buck.
Yeah, when that thing was at 7 in less than a minute, I'm like, this thing is over. It should be over if you just handle your business the right way. I mean, throwing the ball all over the place. Even at the end, Brunson got away with one where he got caught in a corner with his little body in a corner. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Don't run to the corner. You know, your guy can move the baseline, but don't you run in a corner because you're so tiny. And then he slammed it, and they got away with that one. But I just timeouts and the proper technique of getting the ball in bounds is crazy. It looks like the more you watch the NBA, guys, they look like they have to have more ways to get the ball in bounds late in games. There's been a lot of games like that, BK, where guys can't get the ball in bounds anymore. They get defended, they don't have, and he is their scat back who's supposed to be able to outrun two guys or at least get the ball. But to go to the corner, that's nuts.
Yeah, it's just kind of crazy to say that the Knicks were lucky that game went to overtime, considering how many leads they had in the fourth quarter. But you're right. I mean, it was that play. There were a couple of plays where the Knicks just couldn't get the ball in, or they couldn't get the ball across the timeline, and they just got a lucky bounce or a lucky break, and somehow they were able to keep it. But, yeah, they were really playing with their food down the stretch. And they were fortunate that the Pacers didn't complete the comeback in regulation. And then I think a lot of people thought the game was over when Halliburton hit that buzzer beater that bounced, hit off the back iron and bounced 50 feet up in the air before falling through. I thought that was a three. Most of the people at MSG thought that was a three. And if it was, it would have been game over. Instead, Halliburton's foot was on the line. So the game went to overtime, and the Knicks were gifted another chance to right their wrongs, but they couldn't do it. And Indiana got it done.
I truly, BK, would have to put two people on him. And if somebody else wants to run down there and take a 3 or 2 to tie, that's fine with me. I can't let that guy. I mean, or I got to make him go through a gauntlet of all kinds of 4 other guys. Forget the rest of them. I'll give them 2 points to go to overtime like they did. But I can't let that guy get the ball and then step back and almost take a 3. There's no way. That guy is good. He's just too good right now.
Yeah, Halliburton had 31 and 11, and he continues to play a lot better without his dad in attendance at these games.
Yeah, how about that?
But yeah, it was kind of a weird play. It was an offensive rebound and sort of a scramble drill, and Halliburton had gotten into the paint, and you're thinking, all right, they only need a 2 to tie, so Halliburton's just going to try a layup, or he's going to try to get fouled or something.
Yes.
And instead, he dribbles it all the way back out to the top of the key. It clearly caught the Knicks off guard. And again, I thought it was a 3. I think most people thought it was a 3. Ends up just being a 2. But yeah, Halliburton, 31 and 11. And Aaron Nesmith is the guy who deserves the most love for the Pacers comeback. That guy scored 20 points in the fourth quarter. He was 8 of 9 from 3. That's the reason Indiana got back in the game, is that guy just couldn't miss.
He was unbelievable, yeah.
And that's the guy where I'm more like, how do you leave him open? He's clearly hot. He made 5 threes in the fourth quarter. Like, you can't let that happen. They were talking about it on the post game on TNT. It's like, okay, you give him 1, that's fine. You give him 2, then it's like, okay, maybe he's heating up. We've got to make sure he doesn't get another clean look. And then it's 3, and then it's 4, and then it's 5. And it's like, how do you keep letting Nesmith get these clean looks?
Absolutely.
Obviously, you give him credit for knocking him down. But, yeah, whenever you see a comeback like that, Buck, obviously one team has to do everything right, and Indy did. But the other team has to do everything wrong, and New York did.
Boy, that changes the whole series, too.
How about the Tyrese Halliburton celebration? This could have been a disaster if the Pacers lost that game in overtime.
Oh, you know how bad I was hoping for that.
Yeah, and Halliburton does the choke signal a la Reggie Miller, which was amazing and incredible. And because the Pacers won, it's even more amazing and incredible. But yeah, that was risky there, because if that backfires and you lose in overtime, then everyone's turning it back on you. But again, the Pacers did what they needed to do, and Halliburton was huge in that overtime. And talk about stealing a win.
Yeah, he's one of the most confident players there is right now left in the playoffs, besides the MVP. Those two dudes are like overconfident.
Hey, well, when you're playing that well,
Oh, yeah.
hard to blame them. And here's some stats to talk about just how insane that comeback was. The Knicks had a 99.7% win
Wow.
probability with 2 minutes and 51 seconds left. It's not like, oh, in the second quarter they were up 30 and they had a huge chance to win. No, with less than 3 minutes to go, they had a 99.7% chance to win.
How do you do that?
Yeah, the Pacers, the only team in the last 20 years to win a road playoff game after being down by 14 or more with less than 3 minutes left in regulation. And this is kind of what the Pacers have done all postseason long.
Yeah, they've been fun to watch.
Go back to round one, their closeout game against the Bucks. They were down by 7 with 40 seconds left in overtime. Came back to win that. Game 2 against Cleveland, they were down a ton late. Came back to win that one on the road. And then last night as well. Here's one last crazy stat here, Buck. Since 1996, teams that have trailed by 7 or more in the final 50 seconds of the fourth quarter and overtime in the playoffs are 4 and 1,702. The Pacers have 3 of those 4 this year.
Wow.
In one playoffs alone, they have 3. It only happened one time from 1996 to 2025. And then here in 2025, one team has done it thrice.
I was thinking now the Knicks were going to win that series. If they get game one, they'd win the series. They're not winning the series now.
Really?
I think that's enough right there that they don't win the series.
Man. Yeah, obviously the Bucks never recovered. I guess it happened to the Bucks in the closeout game, so they didn't have a chance to. But
Yeah.
Cleveland never recovered, right? They went down 2-0 and couldn't come back to win that series.
And I don't think
I'm
the
still
Knicks,
going
and,
with
hey, the Knicks, that group, how hard it'll be for them to recover.
Oh yeah, yeah. The screen share we just showed was the back page of the New York Post. I mean, and everyone's comparing it to that Reggie Miller series, and the ghosts of Knicks past are starting to creep into the minds of that fan base. And you just, if you're a Knicks fan, you hope they're not creeping into the minds of Tom Thibodeau and the players. But there's got to be some serious doubt after that game, right?
Yeah, you just got to defend better than they did last night. You build a lead like they had, and then to have one guy shoot you right back into it, who hadn't been a huge factor all year, and all of a sudden this guy shoots you back into it. You got to defend that. Yeah, after as you said, after the third one of those 3-point shots, somebody's got to cover that guy. He can't get to the 3-point. Make him take a deuce, but don't let him take threes.
Yeah, make him drop a deuce on you. Don't let him take
Don't
threes.
let him 3P on you.
Just insane. And the Pacers, I thought the Pacers played the game at their pace yesterday, even though the Knicks had that big lead. The Knicks are a defensive first team. Tom Thibodeau is a defensive minded coach. They want to play games in the 90s and the 100s. They don't want 138 to 135.
No.
That favors Rick Carlisle in Indiana. And I think the Pacers were able to do a lot of things that they wanted to do. Miles Turner, not a big part of that comeback. I'm curious to see his role. I think he's just a bad matchup, or I should say, I think Karl Anthony Towns is a bad matchup for him. Mm-hmm. So Miles Turner was amazing against Jared Allen in Cleveland in round 2. He's a great player, but Indiana did most of their coming back with Miles Turner on the bench. He didn't play at all down the stretch and in overtime. So I wonder what type of impact he has on this series. But that small ball lineup and that up-tempo style for Indiana, it clearly worked. And the Knicks have to make some adjustments because they don't want to go down 0-2.
Oh, no, not for that group. And you talked about Rick Carlisle and what kind of coach he is. So,
yeah, that's a champion right there. Obviously won it with the Mavs in 2011. He knows what it takes to win these playoff games and these playoff series. The Mavs were a 3 seed when they won it all. Indiana's a 4 seed right now. So they're used to going on the road, especially against really good competition and finding wins in the postseason. And I think I'm rooting for Indiana out of these 4 teams. I don't really have a dog in the fight. I'm not going to lose any sleep if any of these 4 teams wins, but I like what the Pacers have going, man. They feel like a true underdog right now, and they just keep finding ways. So.
Yeah, and they find it late, and they come back. No lead is safe with this group.
Yeah, you're right. Right. So many other teams have just they go down and they just kind of give up.
Yeah.
Right.
We were just talking about that the other day. You talked about how do they give up so easy?
Even in closeout games, right? Like Boston against the Knicks. How do you your season's over if you lose? Denver in game 7, like your season's over if you lose. How do you just kind of give up? And Indiana's not doing that at all. So
and it's game 1.
It's game 1. Yeah, what a win for them. Game 2 tomorrow night. But yeah, you had the New York Knicks minus 4.5 for a long time. I mean, a long time. That was looking like an easy win for you. And unfortunately, it was not.
You know what the easy win was? When I tell you the Stars are going to win. They're going to, and that was a fantastic third period last night.
Yeah, there was nothing easy about that game.
Easy win for the Stars.
Oh, my God. How about 5 unanswered goals for Dallas in the third period? They were down 3-1. Buck, they looked like a middle school team for the first 2 periods.
Hey,
I mean, they
didn't
Buck
out of the zone, will you?
They couldn't. They couldn't. They did not belong on the same sheet of ice as Edmonton in the first 2 periods last night. I mean, they were getting worked. And it was 3-1 after 2. The Stars' only goal came because an Oilers player tripped, which led to an easy breakaway for Tyler Seguin. That was like the only positive moment. Forget just goal. The only positive thing that the Stars did in the first 40. I don't know what was said. I don't know what was done. I don't know what was eaten. I don't know what happened in that second intermission, but it worked, and the Stars unleashed an onslaught.
They came out in the third, and was it ever crazy.
I can't recall the last time I've seen a game like in any sport just tilt on its head as much as that one did, or one team was just absolutely dominating the other team for 2/3 of the game. And then like, it wasn't just, it kind of flipped. It was a total 180.
Oh yeah.
And the Stars just got whatever they wanted. It was an onslaught in the third period.
Like empty netters.
Yeah. They did add an empty netter at the end to make it 6-3. It turned into a laugher. Like, the Stars had 3 power play goals, and that was the Stars' advantage on paper going into this series. Dallas, the best power play team of the 4 remaining teams in the NHL. The Oilers, the worst penalty-killing team of the 4 remaining teams in the NHL. So you felt like if the Stars could just get some extra man opportunities, they could take advantage. Their first power play looked terrible last night, but in the third period, they get 3 in a row. The Oilers just couldn't stay out of the box, and the Stars score on all 3 of them. And the game-winning goal, it was 3-3. The game-winning goal that made it 4-3. I'm going to show this to you, Buck. Stars getting some luck. How about this shot off the ass of Rupe Hintz? It goes right back to Matt Duchene, and he puts it in.
I love the backhander that they got on the power play, too. That was awesome.
Yeah. I mean, it was just everything was going the Stars' way in the last 20 minutes.
I'm the one getting the Stars to where they need to be.
Hey, thank you very much.
Undefeated.
I will tip my cap to you. Undefeated since the start of round 2. You have correctly picked every Dallas Stars playoff game since their series against Losapeg started last round. So please keep picking the Stars to win. I never say that.
You know who I picked to win, too? I picked the Yankees to win. Guess what they did?
Yeah, they won.
Yeah.
Walk-off homer for the Yankees last night. The Rangers.
DeGrom was on the mound. That's awesome.
DeGrom was great.
7 innings?
Yeah, 7 innings. He's been awesome this year, and knock on wood, he's been healthy this year. But leave it to the Rangers bullpen to waste a great DeGrom start. And Luke Jackson.
It's really a great time to get ready to trade him. Get rid of him while you can. Before that noodle arm goes noodles again.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. The Yankees and Rangers have the 2 best starting pitching units in the American League right now. But the reason the Yankees are, so good, they're in first place, they've got one of the best records in baseball, is they actually have a good bullpen and they actually have a good offense. The Rangers don't have either of those things.
No, not now.
The Rangers are, right around 500 right now because their starting pitching has been that good. It's keeping them in these games and giving them chances to win games. But, the offense hasn't been there, and the bullpen It's just a joke. And yeah, last night they coughed it up, a walk-off from Dominguez in the bottom of the ninth. And New York needed something after that Knicks choke job, so you're welcome.
Yeah, that's true. They did.
Playing the Texas Rangers will help you out.
Are they
with
done,
that.
or do they have a game? They have a game, so they get the sweep today.
Yeah, I think they got one more today. Yankees have won the first two. I got to double check that, actually. I shouldn't say that. Yep, 11:35, early game today.
Very nice. Around nap time.
Yeah, 12:35 Eastern, 11:35 Central. So, yeah, check that one out there. But I think most Dallas fans, they'll take the Stars playoff win for the Rangers regular season loss trade. Back-to-back game one wins for Dallas after they lost 8 in a row. And here's the best news for the Stars fans before we shift topics here, Buck. Dallas has won 8 straight home playoff games.
How about that?
They've got home ice advantage in this series, obviously. And if they move on, they will have home ice against either Eastern Conference team. So if Dallas just wins every single game at home the rest of the way, they're going to be hoisting a pretty big cup here in a few weeks.
And that monkey's truly off their back with the starting series now.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't looking like it. It was looking like, all right, hey, you got one against Winnipeg, but here we go again. Game one struggles. Yep. And the third period, just incredible. The fourth comeback win in the third period for the Stars in these playoffs. They had 4 in the entire regular season. They have 4 in the playoffs so far.
Oilers are having a hard time defending them and having to, I mean, they're just penalties all over the place. More could have been called. They hold and, they grab the stick and hold on to the guy's sticks and the whole works. They're getting away with more than they're getting caught with right now, too. It hurt them last night, but I don't know. The league must have something on them. They're not a real physical group, and all they do is grab and hold and clutch. I didn't know hockey called as many penalties as I've seen so far in these playoffs of grabbing the other dude's stick and holding their stick with your glove.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of those called, like, they don't let the stick go. Sometimes you end up grabbing a stick, but you let it go real quick. Oilers grab the stick and they're like, you're not getting the stick. I mean, that's garbage, but they do that a lot. They got caught last night a few times.
They got caught in the third period last night a few times, and thankfully they did, because that allowed the Stars to get back into that game. What a win for Dallas. Game 2 tomorrow night in Big D. All right, 2 more games tonight, Buck. The last 2 nights, you've gone even money on your Gold Star locks. 2 wins, 2 losses. 2 nights ago, you got the basketball right, but the hockey wrong. Last night, you got the hockey right, but the basketball wrong. Got a couple of game 2s this evening. We'll start in the NBA. Minnesota at Oklahoma City. Thunder with an easy game 1 rout. Does Minnesota even it up tonight?
No, they don't. They get routed again. I'll take 15,000 units on OKC. They don't lose until they go to Minnesota.
Okay. The line is 7.5 tonight.
Yeah, you always got to throw that half in there, don't you?
Don't blame me. I'm just looking.
Yeah, I'll still take OKC for 15,000 units.
Okay. Yeah, they had no problem covering in game 1. And then on the ice, the Panthers at Carolina. Does the home team even up the score in the Eastern Conference Final?
No, I'll take the Panthers again for 15,000 units on the road.
Okay. You're not going back to the Raising Cane's chicken finger well, huh?
No. Panthers are showing why they're champs.
They are. I feel like the Stars and Oilers are playing for second place right now.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it?
It's you don't want to overreact to one game in a series, but it feels like the Panthers have found their skating legs once again. And like you said, there's a reason they won it all last year, and they are looking every bit the champion
that we saw. Tonight, they're on their way.
Yeah, they go up 2-0 on the road. Like I had the Panties in 5 going into this series. I think they're too good, and I think they're a horrible matchup for Carolina. I feel great about that pick after what we saw a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
If they get this game tonight, it might be Panties in 4, honestly.
Yeah, it could be. You're right. They get home.
They go 2-0 in Raleigh. So, all right, you're going with Oklahoma City at home, and you're going with Florida on the road, both for 15,000 units. There we go. We will shift gears here in a moment we've got the latest from the NFL. The tush push isn't going anywhere. Jim Irsay died yesterday, and the NFL is making a huge mistake with a rule that's not being changed. We'll get to those in a second, but
What?
first, I'm telling you. But first, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
So to our friends over at Relax the Back, folks, if you have back discomfort, straight up back pain, you've had surgery on your back, thoracic, lumbar area, neck and shoulders, please go to Relax the Back. Go to our friends over there. They've got something. They've got accessories. They have recliners. They have zero gravity recliners. They got Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, all the accessories you're going to need to give you the comfort that you deserve for sure. And they've got 2 great locations right there in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria, right across from Whole Foods. And then North Austin, the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. I'm in my chair right now, and boy, does this chair feel good. I needed this. We did 2 hours yesterday, and then I got out in the humidity and did a couple things. This chair, I'm telling you, folks, it feels like I'm on a cloud sitting in this leather chair that I've had for over 20 years. I love the support it gives my back. We gave away one of those chairs at the Mullet Open from Relax the Back, and the guy that sat in it was like, "Oh my God, I've never sat anything like this before." I'm like, "What the hell are you sitting on the floor?" He goes, "No, I've got an office chair, but I've never had anything that felt like this before." And so that guy was so excited about getting that chair, and he's going to have years of comfort with that chair, and you can too. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations as well.
And that guy was excited about that too.
Oh yeah. Tom McKay was locked into the Dallas Stars win last night. Love Tom McKay, love AV Consultations, and love the 4TV setup that I have in my living room. They gave me the man cave that I always wanted growing up.
There you
I asked
go.
Mom, "Hey, can we get a few more TVs?" A few more TV. We got TV right there. What do you mean? A few more? Yeah, I want like a bunch on one wall, like the sports bar has. Wait, what are you doing going into the sports bar? You're 13.
Yeah. What are you doing in that bar?
And then I just went to my room after that. AV Consultations turned my dreams into reality. I've always wanted the multi-screen sports bar style feel. I've got it at my place. If you want that, they can hook you up at your place. If you want the giant 85-inch screen like the Buck has, they've got the big projection screen, so you can get that badass media room that you and wifey have always thought about. Doesn't matter. They will hook you up with however many screens you want, whatever size you want. And yes, guys, size does matter. They will hook you up at AV Consultations. TVs, surround sound speakers, whole home lighting, surveillance cameras, whatever you need to elevate your home to another level, AV Consultations can do, because they've been doing it in Central Texas since 1988. Check out their website, avconsultations.com. Look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 3.5 decades. Plus, get some ideas for your home and then make the call to AV Consultations, 512-255-8678.
Very nice.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. All of our TSU merch made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo. They can hook you up if you've got a business that needs stuff, if you've got a big event coming up that needs hats, shirts, stickers, posters, whatever. Reach out to Waterloo Printing. You can DM them at Waterloo Printing on Instagram, or you can call or text our buddy Adam directly, 512-300-9641.
All right, I picked my wife up yesterday at the airport last night, coming from visiting her mom. I was going to see her wonderful mother, and she came back, and I'm still sad that on Saturday I had to put my dog down. She wasn't here for that, but I'm not saying very much about that around her, because she will go into just tears, and I'd like to just move along, because I generally do about pets, but she wasn't here for it, so I can tell just by the way she has reacted here. But she had no airplane stories for me.
Come on.
No travel. No travel. Why would you travel if you don't have a story?
That's disappointing. We need material, Joyce.
I don't get that. I don't know why you would travel. Why would you go from here to Idaho and come back with nothing from the Denver airport, nothing from the Austin airport? Just, it was nice. I saw my mom. I'm back. Dog's dead. Let's move on. I'm like, what the hell is this?
No delays, no crazy people, no seeing ghosts, nothing?
Well, just a little bit of a delay, but
no nudity?
No, nothing. Nobody shat in a seat. Nobody shat in a seat. Nothing.
Only happened to us? What's the deal?
Yeah, they attack us. And it's generally Delta Airlines that attack. I didn't even ask I'm going to ask her when I get off. What did you travel? It couldn't have been Delta that you travel with no incidents. That's just not possible.
impossible.
Did you get your money? How about, speaking of Delta, are you close to getting a check?
I think we're all square.
I mean, that's it? Case closed? I mean, have you dropped the case?
I got just about what I wanted from Delta, and the case
How
is
much
dropped.
short are you? How much short did they short you?
Well, one of the flights, the flight back from Nashville that I had to buy because Delta unceremoniously kicked me off a plane for no reason. They just decided my ticket didn't work at the gate, even though it got us through security 30 minutes before. There's a quick rehash if you missed the original stories. I had paid for that ticket with some previous Delta money from a previous trip that I had with them.
Oh,
And half with the credit card. I wanted a full credit card reimbursement for the entire
okay.
cost of the flight. Like, I wanted all of that money back so I could spend that money on another airline in the future. But
Yeah.
instead, Delta's like, we'll give you half of your money back, and then the other half of what you paid will be more Delta credit.
Nothing like
So,
Delta credit.
so in terms of like overall value, yes, they righted their wrongs. They gave me everything that they were supposed to give me.
Okay.
But I didn't quite get what I was asking for from a legit monetary
You
standpoint.
can't always get what you want.
No, I'm thrilled with this. I mean, it took a month and a half to get that. It took emailing the CEO threatening I was going to go Luigi on his ass
Oh my God.
to get that. Like, countless hours spent. I could probably count them, but a lot of emails, a lot of calls, a lot of online messaging. Like, it took way too long.
A lot of red coats.
A lot of red coats, the tyrants at Delta, hilarious. They call their higher-ups red coats. Like, no shit. The British military that we hated
Oh my
couldn't
God.
stand the red coats. Now they're embracing that. What a bad bit that is, Delta.
Wow.
But yeah, it was horrible, but sending an email to the CEO got things going in the right direction. But yeah, I got a few Delta flights on the books coming up here. I'm terrified.
Success story, really, then.
I can't imagine it will be. I feel like I'm gonna go through this same song and dance again here in a few weeks. I mean, it's
course
a
you
lot of
are.
trips. It's trips to the Northeast. Like, Southwest doesn't have a lot of nonstop flights up there, and Delta's significantly cheaper than everything else right now. I wonder
And
why.
it should be.
Yeah, you wonder why. But yeah, disappointed. I guess I should be happy that your wife didn't have any
No,
flying
she didn't have
troubles,
any,
but
nothing.
for the sake
It
of the
was
show, I
good.
am a little disappointed that she did not have anything for us.
I know. I said, you got to have something for us. Something happened at the airport. You got stuck in between somebody. Somebody shot. No, nothing.
Not
Just a
stuck.
smooth sailing.
No fat people around.
Nothing.
Okay. All right. Let's get to the NFL, Buck.
All right.
The tush push isn't going anywhere.
And neither, it should not either.
It should. The league voted on this yesterday. It needed 24 teams to approve the banning of the tush push for the banning to go through. They got close. 22 voted to remove the tush push, but the Eagles had enough support that it sticks around for at least one more season.
Yeah, it's probably going to be gone after this year.
There were 10 teams that voted in favor of keeping it around. The Eagles were obviously one of them. So of the 9 other teams that voted to keep it, 7 of them were AFC teams. One of them was the New Orleans Saints, of course, now head coached by Kellen Moore, who was the offensive coordinator in Philly last year. So you knew he was going to throw his former team a bone after they helped him get a Super Bowl ring.
Oh, yeah, really?
And the other NFC team that voted to keep it, the Detroit Lions, with Hardo Dan Campbell as the head coach.
He says, just find a way to beat it. That's what he's saying.
Even though that play will give the Eagles a playoff win over the Lions later this year.
Sure it will.
He decided to, because he's a hardo. He's a football hardo. Great coach, of course, but come on. He was the other NFC coach.
He's an Aggie. Don't forget that.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. He's just dumb. I think that's the real reason here. But the tush push sticks around, so congrats to the Philadelphia Eagles. And Congrats to all rugby fans out there who want to see your sport infiltrate football. I don't, but the tush push stays for at least one more season, Buck.
Yeah, I think it'll last another year, but it'll be gone after this year. After the Eagles do it again.
I was going to say, do we need to already start planning the parade for another Eagles Super Bowl?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I know it's hard to repeat this. They just got a lot of things going for them right now. Yeah. Nobody can start. They can't stop the run.
The Chiefs just did it. The Chiefs just repeated, so it can be done. We just saw a team do it, and the Eagles are bringing just about everybody back on a team that not only won the Super Bowl, but they beat the crap out of the Chiefs in that game. It's a damn good football team. And look, even if the tush push got removed, there was still a chance the Eagles were going to win it all again. But we know how huge that is for them in short yardage and goal line situations. It's also huge for Jalen Hurts anytime touchdown bettors. That's like the safest bet in the sport right now. So congrats to everybody who gets in on that every Sunday.
And to his part of his contract that those touchdowns count.
Yeah.
Part of his contract.
That's huge. That continues to make Jalen Hurts worthy of being one of the highest paid signal
callers. I wonder
on
his contract, anytime they attempt that play, I wonder if he has anything in there where it says if he's successful that he gets a certain amount. Yeah, I bet his agent has that in there somewhere in his contract that anytime they go into that tush push, if successful, he gets a certain amount for doing that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that specific. Maybe it is. Maybe you're right because it's a unique play, and
obviously touchdowns are in there for him.
Yeah. There's incentives in there, like, hey, you score this many touchdowns, you're going to get this much money. If you win these awards, you'll get this much extra money. So I'm sure those things exist. But yeah, is there anything in there that uses the verbiage tush push?
That's interesting.
I would say I doubt it, but maybe there's a possibility because that's a huge part of his game. And look, other teams could try. Other teams have tried. Yeah, the Eagles are clearly better at it than everybody else. I mean, their O-line is a big part of that success, but obviously Jalen Hurts being able to squat 600 pounds or whatever it is. That guy's got tree trunks for legs. He is a big reason why that nobody can stop it. And, the Eagles have found something there that really works for them and very annoying to go up against.
This, but if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need, BK. You can't always get what you want, but you found it. You found a way. I'm excited. I'm excited. That's success. That is success. That's what getting after it means right there. You just don't give in. And you don't give in, BK, ever. Maybe a tip for you kids in the car line, because you're obviously still going to school.
Yeah. Keep complaining, kids. You'll get what you want eventually.
No.
Keep complaining, especially on social media. That always works.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they can't wait till you get to social media and complain so they can get after you.
Proud of myself for not doing that. I am not a social media complainer. Never have been, never will be. But it's worked for a lot of people. So I think it's weird. And I feel like these companies get complaints for the most random stuff. Like if someone's flight gets delayed 20 minutes, someone will tweet an airline and be like, you suck, you ruined my life, I want my money back. And it makes the people who have legitimate complaints like me and you a few months ago with your Atlanta experience, like they just overlook those complaints because it's like, oh, we get so many of them, we don't care about you because most of these are BS. But it's worked for a lot of people. So, All right.
Love it.
Jim Irsay passed away yesterday.
Yeah, 65 years young, man. That dude had a lot of wear and tear on his body, obviously. And that, alcoholism, drug addiction, a little bit of everything in his life. I mean, that can wear you down. Not everybody gets to go through those things and say, hey, I'm a survivor. Well, you're a survivor for now, but I'm pretty sure Jim Irsay wasn't expected to be dead at 65 in his sleep,
He tweeted yesterday, speaking of social media, he tweeted at 10:58 a.m., go Pacers. Good luck to Herb, the entire Pacers organization, and our city. And they said he passed away in his sleep.
Yeah.
So I don't know, he sent that tweet out and then took a nap and then that was it?
Yeah. Yeah. He woke up dead. Yeah, that's unbelievable.
And shout out to the Pacers.
He loved his Colts. He loves the city. He really loves that city of Indy.
Yeah.
And I don't have any bad things. I've been to Indy a few times. Indy's a nice city.
Never been.
It really is a kind of cool city.
That's
You
where the
get
NFL
around.
Combine is every year. One of these
Yeah,
days, I think I'd like to get to that, but haven't been yet.
yeah, a lot easy ways to get around that city. Lots of big circles, monuments, and things like that. Like architecture,
Oh.
but it's
If the
okay.
first thing you say about a city is they've got good architecture or
Well,
they've
they
got
they
good,
got decent food. They got decent restaurants around.
that's all right. That now you're talking my language there. But if
Yeah,
this is just generally speaking, this is not you, this is not a shot at Indy. But if someone is telling me that a city's good and that I need to go visit, and the first reason they give is they have good museums or good architecture,
that's what I feel about DC.
then DC's got a lot of other good things too
Yeah,
going
but I
for
love
it.
the Smithsonian's and all the
Yeah.
different things. The
That's
Vietnam Memorial, the World War II Memorial. I mean, I love the Smithsonian's. I've lived in that part of the country for so long, and I never went. And then when I came to Texas, that's when I went,
you know
and I
what
didn't have enough time.
there are exceptions to every rule. DC
Yes,
actually has so much history. I mean, it's our nation's capital for Pete's
yes.
sake. Like there's enough stuff there to where yeah, the museums can make them a good city. But these other random city, like you got to have something more going for you than
The architecture.
buildings that I can't walk in
Yeah,
and museums of shit that I just don't care about.
that's true.
And I am a self-admitted vegetable. Like I don't care about certain things. Like you guys care about all this news and politics and history. I don't need it. I don't need to learn all the time. I've learned enough in my life. You guys do all the learning on your own. I'm not spending vacation time in a museum.
You wouldn't want to go to you like to go to the Smithsonian, some of those in DC.
I've been before. Again, like the DC ones, I've been. Holocaust museums, I've been. But like if I'm on a vacation, I'm doing other stuff, man.
You need to be at the beach. That's where you need to be.
Give me to the beach, give me to the mountains, give me to the bar. Hey, what's the best bar in the city? Who's got the best burger in the city? What
Yeah,
are
there
you
you go.
famous
You're
for
right.
food wise? Then send me to that place. That's what I want right there. Didn't you
Yeah,
almost die in Indy at the combine?
oh yeah, I sat on a clicker, a hotel clicker. It hit my anus. I mean,
It went in.
it didn't go in, never went in. It
Yeah.
touched it, and then I got sick. I almost had the flu,
But
but I did not because I'll never have the flu. But I got pretty sick, and I got sick right after that thing touched my butt on the bed. And from that
yeah,
point on, I was having a little plastic baggie for those little clickers at hotels. I don't touch those anymore. Like I don't touch chicken with my fingers.
that's where the term remote condom was invented
That's right.
by you.
That's right. I stick a remote condom on there, no matter what they say they do and how they clean it at a hotel. No.
That's good. Before you put stuff in your ass, kids, put protection on. So like the Buck, people might do other things, but if you're like the Buck, you think about putting a remote control in your backside, make sure you cover up.
No, it just touched it. It slightly went on an angle when my butt hit the bed. It slid down and hit one of my cheeks, and I got sick right after that.
Mm.
I did not insert it. I did not sit on it or try to jump on it and plant it in my ass. It just
You
touched
weren't
my
doing
ass.
some bleaching that day.
No, dude. Oh,
Uh,
God. And I carry that plastic bag with me. It's just really weird that I would put that remote on that no matter what, no matter how they say the room is clean. But I still will sit in my underwear or sit naked on the top spread of
Yeah, that's a
at the
bad bit
hotel.
because they don't always wash the comforter or the
Yeah,
velvet or whatever it's called.
I think about it, but I don't think about it for very long because I'm so tired. When I get in there, I'll just sprawl out on it. But once
Mm.
again, I don't put my clothes in drawers. I try if I get another bed or there's a chair, I'll put my stuff up. I don't want if I've accidentally hit a roach motel or something or hotel, I don't want to bring anything back to the house with me. So I leave my stuff in the bag and work out of the bag off of a chair or a desk.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
don't
A
put
lot of
clo-
people.
I don't put clothes in drawers. You know all the drawers that they have at a hotel. I never take my stuff out. Who does that? Do people actually do that? You got to be staying, what, a week or so if you're doing that?
I guess. I've never stayed at a hotel long enough to put stuff in the dressers. I hang stuff in the closets.
No, I do that. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, I don't. I don't empty the rest of the suitcase. I don't put it in those drawers either. I'm with you on that.
No, I'm not putting it in and bringing something back with me in my suitcase. No thanks.
Much easier advice. Just do what I do. Just bring a couple of Clorox disinfectant wipes with you. Just wipe some stuff down.
Oh, you wipe stuff down at the
Yeah.
hotel.
Wipe down the remote. Wipe down the bathroom counters.
No,
Wipe
that's
down.
not my job. That's not my job. I'm taking away from someone. Now I'm working. If I do that, I'm working. I'm not doing that.
I am working to keep myself clean and healthy. That's worth it for me. Those extra 30 seconds I spend wiping stuff down. It's worth it.
Well, I used to take tubby time, but I can't do that anymore because those damn places, I can't get out of the tub once I get in.
You would take tubby time at a hotel?
I've done that before. Yeah, if they've got deep dish tubs and not those little flat liners, I can get in there get in there and get that water nice and hot and lay back. The only thing is, most of the places now, they don't have any rails to pull. You know what I'm saying? I've got to roll out of it. I go, no. I know, I don't go to the if they've got a hot tub by the pool, I don't go to those. I won't go. I won't get in there. I'm not getting there with Nick Saban. No, thank you.
Mm.
I don't want that guy there.
You'll go in the pool, but you won't go in the hot tub.
Yeah, I mean, I very seldom go to the pools anymore. I always ask, do you have a pool? Is there an indoor pool? But I never go. I don't even know why I always ask. I never go for a deal at the pool. I don't want somebody's kids that been playing with themselves, haven't wiped properly in the pool. No, thanks. But I trust the tub.
The kids are playing with themselves.
They haven't wiped themselves properly, and then they jump in the pool. I don't go there, and I don't go to the hot tubs. Once again, I don't want to see Nick Saban with his arms spread out.
I think that was a verbo, not a hotel that Nick Saban was staying
I
at.
don't want to catch him at any of those places.
Oh my God!
But I'm really strange about. I mean, hotels are. Remember, I used to stay at. I mean, I stayed, as a coach in my early years at Boston College. I stayed at Roach motels where you push the dresser up in New York underneath the George Washington, not the Brooklyn Bridge, because that's for ships only, but underneath the George Washington Bridge, I stayed at a place where you push the dresser up against the door because you weren't safe. I mean, you could lock it, but the lock was like shaking. It was so flimsy, like anybody that wanted to kick it in could kick it in. Well, they'd have to kick over the dresser too, because I'd push that dresser up against that. That was those hourly rate places where the guy was behind the cage and he'd had the metal drawer he'd push out, so you give him the cash or whatever, and everything was cash. That's when you could rent a car with cash.
Back when times were good.
You used to go to a car rental place and rent a car with cash.
How much?
Oh, back in the day for a rental car? Oh, probably around $21-22 back in the day.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah. Oh no, that Cadillac that's left in Florida on UT's tab was probably about $27-28.
Wow.
But you have to have a card. You can't get a rental car without a card now, I don't believe.
You got to place a deposit online
before
you
and
even.
then you got to place like a $300 deposit. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm paying for it. What? Oh, you know what? You know who caused that? Probably me. Leaving the caddy behind.
Oh yeah, you didn't return a car back in the day, and now we're all paying for it. Thanks, guy.
I'm thinking maybe that was me that did that to Enterprise.
It was definitely you who did that to Enterprise. You fessed up to that story multiple times.
Never got it. I never heard about it.
You ruined my life. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that, man.
I bet Jim Irsay probably spent some time in those hotels that you're talking about. Don't you?
I think Jim Irsay's been rich for a long time.
That's true. I mean, he was born rich because his dad owned the team.
Yeah, that guy hadn't spent. No, that guy has numerous homes and everything else. But once again, he loved the city. He loved all the teams there.
His dad owned the team, and his dad was the guy who moved the Colts from Baltimore to Indianapolis.
Oh no, that dude comes from money.
Yeah, Jim was the GM before he became the owner. He was the youngest GM in NFL history. He was in his 20s when they gave him that job, and he had it for like 12 years. And I think when his pops passed away, that's when he, took over ownership of the team. The Colts had their best run under Jim Irsay's ownership. They went to a couple of Super Bowls. They won one with Peyton Manning. And they made the playoffs. It felt like every year for a while Peyton Manning was there. And Andrew Luck had a pretty good run there too.
Yeah.
So Jim Irsay, some demons for sure. You mentioned it, DUIs and substance abuse and a lot of things that maybe caused him to lose his life at the age of 65. But
yeah, not just the wear and tear on the body. Some people can get away with it and go on for years and years and years, like myself. But that dude at 65, that guy was deep into it probably for a long, long time.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, like you, that could have been you if you haven't.
Oh, you're right.
Spent the last 24 years sober, right?
You're right. You're probably exactly right. I would have dehydrated and been just like that dude. Hopefully going in my sleep later on in life, not now, but later on. That's kind of a cool way you just go and you don't wake up,
Yeah, that's it for Jim Irsay. So passing away at the age of 65, big figure in the NFL over the last few decades. There you go. And one more thing. We mentioned the NFL is keeping the tush push.
Yes.
There was another proposal. There's always proposals that these NFL owners vote on every single offseason.
Well, they got to have something to do.
Got to have something to do, right? And the NFL has to be talked about every month of the year. We know that. The Detroit Lions proposed something earlier this offseason that would cause the NFL to reseed in the playoffs. They basically wanted to get rid of the division winners hosting playoff games. They wanted you to just strictly seed the AFC and NFC playoffs by record, right?
Okay.
Like at least one team from every division is going to get in. So you're still going to make divisions matter, but you were going to seed 1 through 7 based on your records. So we're going to stop. Your Vikings got screwed by this last year.
Yeah, they did.
Right? They won what? 13 games in the regular season. They had the second best record in the NFC, and they had to go on the road for their first postseason game, and they lost to the Rams. Like, who knows if that game's in Minnesota instead? Maybe they win, and it's a whole different conversation. Maybe Sam Darnold's still the quarterback there, whatever. But they had that proposal out there that was going to do that, and they pulled it. It didn't even get to a vote. Apparently, the Lions they were talking to other teams, and they weren't getting enough support from around the league that they said, you know what, we're going to pull this thing all together. We're not even going to leave this up to voting, and maybe we'll circle back next year.
There you go.
Why? Like, what are we doing here? It's ridiculous. Seed the teams in order.
Yeah, not send the team on the road.
Oh,
they have a great record.
You got to reward the regular season, don't you?
Yes.
Shouldn't wins in the regular season matter?
Sometimes the old boys like to leave things the way they are. Some of them they don't even want to mess with.
Right. Maybe that's the case here. But I just, the NBA made the change a few years ago. They just, screw the divisions. Like 1 through 8, we are seeding you in order. To me, that's the way it should be. I think every sport should do that. You can guarantee at least one team from every division gets in. That's fine. I'm not saying you get rid of divisions altogether and you say they don't matter. But when it comes to actually, seeding these teams and home field or home court advantage, things like that, your record should matter in that.
I agree.
And yeah, the NFL, they're still going with what they've done. So there will be a 9-8 team. The NFC South or the AFC South winner is going to win like 9 games this year.
And get a home game.
And they're going to get a home game against, it could be Philly. It could be Philadelphia. If they lose the NFC East, they might have to go on the road to Tampa Bay or something like that to play round 1. I don't get it. So there you go. There's your NFL news, notes, and nuggets for the day. All right. We'll shift gears here.
I think that you should be rewarded by what you do in the regular season in all those games, and not get screwed up when it comes to playoff time. That doesn't seem right. You work your ass off. You got a great record, but then somebody's got some crappy record in some division, gets to have the home game, and you got to take your team and go on the road and you worked all season. What is the regular season for?
Right. And it's, it's the NFL. Like I get it. It's a little different in college football, even though a bunch of college football fans are complaining about the playoff format after just 1 year.
Right, of
People think,
course.
Boise State, Arizona State, why are they getting buys? Because they didn't play the same level of competition as everybody else. That's the big difference here. The NFL, there's only 32 teams. I get it. You don't play everybody,
Right.
but you play enough of the same teams as everybody else does to where it's like, you clearly know if your record is better, it's not because you played against a significantly weaker schedule against,
You're right.
crappy teams in a different league. You're still playing NFL teams. So you earn your record in the NFL. And
I mean, when you look at the regular season and the schedule comes out, and when they start saying, "Oh, they've got an easy schedule," I'm looking at the games. I'm like, "Damn, it's the NFL." I don't see a lot of real easy games when they bring them up. When they pull them up and say, "This is an easy schedule," I'm like, "Really? That's easy? Don't look easy to me." It's the NFL. Don't get any better than that.
No, yeah, you don't get to dip like out of conference and play some
No,
Sam
no,
Houston State in the NFL.
no.
Although the Jets do exist, so every once in a while you
That's
kind
true.
of do, I guess.
You do have to count the Jets as one of those.
The Jets and the
Sam Houston
Browns.
State, you're right. Or the
Uh-huh.
Browns. Well, I wouldn't say the Browns. Browns got a pretty good defense. You can get players hurt in those games, in the Browns games, because defensively
Right.
they can put it on you with their defense. Offensively, they're not going to do anything to your defense. You're going to slaughter that group.
That's a day off for your defense going up
Yes, it
against
is.
whoever's playing quarterback for Cleveland this year, because it's different every year. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Dakota text
It
line
is.
512-222-9328. We'll get a little Texas baseball and softball conversation. The Longhorns opening up super regional play at McCombs Field late tonight. We'll talk about that. We've got some funny stories, including a pretty hilarious message board post that we will get to before we wrap things up. But before our next set of conversations, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adult, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Christopher Danny, I talked to Dr. Danny last night. Say hello to him. And Dr. Christopher Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. So when it comes time to get that knee replaced or you got a bad ankle or shoulder, call on them. txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
I'm done with the mac and cheese from Louis Miller Barbecue. I don't think I can go a week with just refrigerated mac and cheese. I don't think you can do that. But yesterday, I dug in there one more time, BK, into the mac and cheese. Chicken's gone. Okay. Chicken's gone. I told you the cats are disappointed. They don't like it. They just like plain rotisserie chicken. So they say no to the chicken, but chicken's done. I've had about 8 chicken meals, but the mac and cheese, I said, let me try it one more shot. And then I ate a pint of butter pecan ice cream behind it. Wow.
That's a lot of dairy there. Oh, I feel bad for your wife having to sleep next to you last night. Hey, welcome home, honey.
Yeah, sometimes you forget. We don't play that game. My wife is not like that. I've never done that in front of her or snuck one in. Well, I may have snuck one in on her while she was asleep, but not a loud one that she could hear. But I was okay. I was kind of jammed up enough that I was good. Plus she was tired. Mm-hmm. So
okay, are you out of mac and cheese? Like you finished the tray, or you just?
I still have some, but I don't have to throw that away.
Give it to a homeless guy,
dude. You can't go out killing the homeless and give them salmonella.
Oh, you think it's bad? You think you ate it yesterday and it wasn't bad yesterday?
No, it was okay, but tomorrow will be a week. I don't know if you can mac and cheese just refrigerate it for more. I can't go past that. And I've got it I hate to throw out the little tub there because that shit is hard to get out of one of those plastic things. When you clean it up, I like to get in there and clean it and all that. I don't know. Maybe I just throw the whole thing away.
It's not your tray, right?
It seems like a waste of food, but it's been refrigerated. And I don't know. Could I have, do you freeze mac and cheese? Are you allowed to do that? And then, because we do a lot of things when we freeze it,
I think you're allowed to do whatever you want. I don't think that's against the law or anything.
I just don't want to be sick. I don't want to get because that seems like the mac and cheese sickness seems like that can hurt a lot.
We'll give it to the homeless then. If you don't want to be sick, let somebody else get sick.
Jeez, you're bad. Just go there with with my socks? Here's a pair of socks and mac and cheese.
And that mac and cheese will be gone.
And nobody will get, because they eat worse stuff than that mac and cheese, I guess.
Yeah. They go dumpster diving.
No, I'm chucking it.
Come on. I don't think it's bad. If you give it away today, I think it's okay. It's been in the fridge. It's been, 5-6 days?
6. Tomorrow will be 7.
I think it's all right. I would still eat it if I were you.
Well, I know you would. It could be in there for 2 weeks. You wouldn't have any problems with that.
Rodney would eat it 3 months from now.
Yeah,
that's definitely true. Give it to a homeless guy.
He's not going to give it up to the homeless. That's for damn sure. No, I just didn't know if you could freeze that, because I would need to know that kind of stuff. Because there's probably people that would bring McDonald's burger back to their house. They didn't eat one, and they'd put it in the freezer and eat it 2 days later, which, yeah.
I've definitely put fast food in the fridge before and eaten it the next day.
Yeah, I mean, fast food is good, but I'm talking about to freeze it and then let it thaw out and eat it again.
I've never freezed a McDonald's burger. But now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I am too now.
Now I'm wondering if that's possible.
I wonder if I could my fillet of fish, freeze it, and eat it again.
Yeah, I like that bit.
No, that sounds like a death sentence. No.
I wouldn't give a homeless guy a fresh fillet of fish, let alone a frozen one that's been sitting for a few
But you'd
days.
give him the mac and cheese?
Yeah, I'd give him the mac and cheese. There's a better chance he's going to be fine from the mac and cheese than the McDonald's fish.
Oh, boy.
All right. We talked a lot of Texas baseball in hour 1. Go back and check out the podcast or scroll back on YouTube. But a quick reminder, Texas baseball opens up their SEC tournament play this afternoon against Tennessee. Tennessee won a crazy game against Alabama yesterday, 15-10 the final score. The Vols were down 6-5 at one point, and then their offense just exploded. Again, the 15 runs, they had a season-high 20 hits. So, a great performance by them in their first game of the conference tournament. Obviously, Texas and Tennessee did not play in the regular season. It's a revenge game for Jim Schlossnagle. We touched on it earlier. Tennessee's more desperate because they're playing for the right to host a regional. Texas has that locked up. The Longhorns, at worst, are going to be a number 2 or number 3 seed on Selection Monday. Obviously, you'd love to win another championship. I think Texas is going to go out there and try, but Tennessee has a lot more to play for. They're throwing their best pitcher and the SEC's best pitcher with Liam Doyle today. But it is a revenge game for Schloss. The last time he played Tennessee was in the championship as the A&M head coach. And they lost that game 3 of that series. So,
and Mark says they do a lot of chirping. Is it that kind of team? Is that what their MO is?
Dude, Tennessee's coach, I don't care about it as much as other people. Because, I think when you're a college coach, a big part of your job is relating to kids.
Yes.
Like getting kids to like you. That's how you recruit them. And then that's how you keep them on your campus, is do stuff that resonates with them. Tony Vitello is like a man-child. I mean, he's a douchebag, for lack of a better term.
Certain kids like douchebag coaches.
Right. He talks a lot of trash. He will get involved with other teams' players and other coaches, and he doesn't care. He knows it too. He embraces it too. And it works. I mean, he won a national championship last year.
Right.
Tennessee's one of the best college baseball programs there is right now. But yeah, no, he is just a rash personality that wears his heart on his sleeve, and he is a trash talker and a chirper and all of those things, and it trickles down to his players. There's no doubt. So best way to shut another team up is to beat them. What are they going to say if Texas wins this game today? Then they're not going to have a lot of trash to talk, but
Well,
Tennessee,
not when they're throwing their best dude on the mound.
yeah, if Tennessee, if they jump out to an early lead and they're kind of in control of this game today, then there's going to be a lot of back and forth, and a lot more coming from the fake UT than the real UT, I think.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Like I said, I'd like to see what Texas will do at bat. I don't know what they expect on the mound, and it doesn't seem like Slosh is really that worried about that part of it. He's going to pitch who he can or who he can come up with, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking at guys at bat and how they handle this kid on the mound because he's a good one.
Yeah, that's the cool thing for Texas. Like, they've done enough to where they don't have to care about this week. Again, they're going to try. I'm not saying they're tanking or anything like that, but
Right.
An SEC tournament title's cool. Well, they won the real SEC title, and again, they already have locked up home field advantage through the regional and the super regional. So, like, Tennessee hasn't. They've got to throw their best pitcher. They feel like they have to win this game today and maybe another game in this tournament to get to host. Texas, they can lose in this game, and you shouldn't care a whole hell of a lot. So that's why you care about the regular season. That's why taking care of your business matters.
Absolutely.
Early on. Texas softball, 2 wins away from another trip to the Women's College World Series. The Austin Super Regional begins tonight. The good news, it's at a different time than the Texas baseball game. The bad news, it's an 8 o'clock first pitch.
Wow.
So it's a late one. Texas will host Clemson. It is best 2 out of 3 in the Super Regional. The Longhorns, the 6 seed, Clemson, the 11 national seed. It's on ESPN2. Don't remember if I mentioned that already. Clemson's good. They're red hot. They won the ACC regular season title. They've won 10 games in a row, including a sweep of the Clemson Regional last week.
They don't understand it just means more.
Just means more in the SEC, huh?
Yes.
Huh, you beat them in one postseason. You got them in football. Let's do the same thing in softball,
Absolutely.
shall we? Clemson's never been to the Women's College World Series. This is their 3rd ever trip to the Super Regional. They've actually never won a Super Regional game. They played Oklahoma State a few years ago. They played Oklahoma, I think, 2 years ago. So all of Clemson's trips to the Supers have been this decade, and they've gone 2 in barbecue in both.
Wow.
So Texas, again, the Longhorns have made it all the way to the finals of the Women's College World Series in 2 of the last 3 seasons. Clemson has never been to the Women's College World Series. So the experience side favors Texas. Clemson's really good. They do this thing. I heard Chip talking about this yesterday on Chip and Zay from 2 to 4. They do this weird thing with their pitchers where they basically play the same 2 pitchers in every game. And it's like, regardless of how good the first one's doing, they're going to take her out and put the other one in. So if the first one's doing great, like she could have a no-hitter through the first 3 or 4 innings, they're going to take her out and put the other one in. Or if the first one's doing bad, they'll take her out and put the second one in. It's Reese Bassinger and Brooke McCubbin are their 2 names. They've been really good this season, and they've been really good down the stretch for Clemson in this 10-game winning streak. We'll see if the Texas offense can stay hot. The Longhorns scored 35 runs in the 3 games last weekend in the regional, hit 9 homers too. I would like to see. Go ahead.
Since you talked to him, probably about a month ago, started talking about the cheers in the dugouts with the softball. I've been paying too much attention to that. God, I hate that. I don't know why you brought that up, but I'm like, come on, we're past this, aren't we? They still do it, BK.
Come on, they're cheering. They're trying to win. They're trying to support their teammates. You mad at them for cheering?
They have these organized cheers, though. It's not just like, after the pitch. They have these organized cheers. I'm like, BK, why did he start me watching this now? And now I look for the organized cheers that they do.
There is so much emotion in college softball.
Wow.
Like,
it's nonstop. People talking about nonstop chatter.
Right. Oh, it's nonstop. Both dugouts. A team could be down 10-1, and they're still going to be singing songs and chanting, and it's all synchronized, like you said. Like what Jonah Williams did. Remember against Florida, Texas was down by 7 runs in that first game, and Jonah Williams draws a walk, and he starts chirping to everybody. And that was like a huge national story.
Yeah.
Like, what is this guy doing? His team's getting killed. Why is he talking smack? What's going on here? In softball, that happens every game. Every game. And look, it's the postseason now. You're playing for a spot in the World Series. So I'd like show your emotion, whatever. But it is like Texas could be up 8-1 tonight in the 6th inning, and Clemson could hit a single, and you were going to see that person standing on first base looking to her dugout. Let's go.
Choreography, and then the choreographed deal in his dugout goes on.
And then they'll all be dancing and cheering in there.
That's
like it's
no, don't do it.
Hey, I got no problem with it, man. Like it's the sport. Like if you've never watched,
I see it. But now I'm really looking for it now.
Yeah. If you've never watched a college softball game and tonight's your first one, just get ready for it. Like both sides.
I'll be ready with the cheers tomorrow. I'm going to watch these. I'm going to be ready for some cheers tomorrow. Oh, they've got it all, man. They turn the hat sideways. They do stuff to the sweatbands. They do stuff with the helmets and the bats. I mean, it's like, come on, girls.
They got the whole thing. I'm telling you. It almost feels like half of their practices are like
cheers.
Yeah.
I mean, does that start? I mean, obviously I was going to my first T-balls. They don't do that in T-ball. I didn't see that in coach pitch. I didn't see that. When does that start? It start in high school. It must start in high school.
I've never played high school softball or college softball, so I don't know. Where it begins. But they're spirited.
They just start in college.
May start in college. Who knows? Spend a lot of time together. They travel.
You're absolutely right. You're right.
They got time to come up with these cheers and chants.
And they have to come up with some stuff. So I got you. I never saw it in high school. I've seen some high school. Well, I've never seen any in the state of Texas, but I've seen other places have. I don't remember the cheers. I remember, just the regular individuals will shout out stuff. But these are like choreography deals where they choreograph all these different things. I'm like, they've been practicing this. This is what they've been practicing doing.
Hey, they're having
That's
fun.
because of you. I never would have noticed that until you mentioned all that crap.
I'm the reason they cheer and dance?
You're the reason it's got me watching to see what the new routine is.
Got you. I'm the reason you're paying attention to it. Well, hopefully Texas is cheering and dancing more than Clemson over these next few days. Again, best 2 out of 3. Game 1 tonight, game 2 tomorrow. If necessary, game 3 would be on Saturday. All here in Austin at Red and Charlene McCombs Field. Horns trying to get back to the Women's College World Series once again. And, Mike White on an incredible run. Hopefully the Texas bats can stay hot. Hopefully Tegan Cavan and Mac Morgan and the Texas pitching staff can get the job done as well. A nice bounce back for the Horns in the regional after a tough showing in the SEC tournament. Hopefully they can ride that momentum. Here we go. How about this from Steven? The dripping softball team is in the state semis right now. They do cheers the whole game.
All right, and they've been going to this. They've been good for a number of years. They should have some choreographed stuff going on. Definitely starts in high school. Okay.
Doza says my niece plays for Buda Johnson. They might be down 8-0, but all that energy can turn into late inning rallies.
Yeah.
Come on, you get in the pitcher's head a little bit with all that singing and chanting.
Oh my God. Yeah. So it does start. It starts in high school. That's cool.
Come on, man. Support your teammates. Those are your best friends.
I need to see the Longhorn men do that. I need to see the guys get that going.
Baseball is more just shit talk.
It is.
It's less, and you see, notice this, right? You will see whenever they pan over to the dugout, there will be players chirping from the dugout at the opposing pitcher all game long. It's not everybody, but there are a select few trash talkers on every team that.
Yeah, they make sure those microphones are kind of down low. You don't get to hear some of the stuff that's said to the other opposing players out on the field.
Yeah, every time though, when they do pan to the dugout, they don't do it a ton because of that reason. There's going to be someone dropping an F-bomb, chirping the other pitcher.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. Getting in their head. That's a big part of the mental game, baby.
I didn't realize that. I thought baseball was the all-and-out good guy sport. They don't do that. We don't mess with the other players like that.
Yeah, baseball. You're a good one.
Well, that's why the Yankees do it the right way. You know what I mean?
The Yankees do it the right way.
We don't cheat. We shave. The whole works,
You don't shave anymore?
Yeah, now we got that guy who sucks.
Oh, Devin Williams. Yeah, the reason you changed the facial hair policy is the worst pitcher in baseball right now.
God.
The Rangers could use him in their bullpen. He fits right in.
That's true.
Oh, my God. So there you go. All right. 5 minutes left before we hand things off to Chaos here. Good luck to Texas baseball and softball today. Should be a fun day of Longhorn sports. Hopefully it's a fun day of Longhorn sports. Texas men's golf, by the way, they are a 4 seed. I can't remember if it starts today or tomorrow, but the national championships get going this weekend.
Yeah, that'll be on TV.
That'll be on the Golf Channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should know. One of y'all comment or text in, please, and let us know when it is. But good luck to the Texas men's golf team looking for another championship. John Fields, great dude, friend of the program.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully we see him at the Coaches versus Cancer golf tournament we're at a few weeks from now at UT Golf Club. We got to chop it up with him at that event last year. Hopefully Texas wins another national championship. And, he's on cloud 9 with what Scotty Scheffler just did at the PGA as well.
Of course he is. Oh, yeah.
That'll be fun. All right. Quick shout out. Couple more sponsor shout outs here. Woods Comfort Systems, Buck.
Absolutely. Hey, you're gonna need it. It's gonna start getting warm. Not next week. Next week we're gonna get pretty lucky. Saw a 79-degree temperature next week, but after that, it's gonna warm up. It is going to once we hit the month of June. And you want your air conditioning working properly, or you really haven't paid much attention to it because, well, you just haven't paid much attention to it. If you want to call the Woods Comfort Systems, they'll come over and check it out for you. They'll send their technicians over to make sure the maintenance is done well on it. I get it done twice a year. I'm ready to go. I can feel the air right now, BK. It feels fantastic. By the way, rain next week. You're going to get some rain next Monday or Tuesday. I'm calling for that. I'm calling for the rain. We need the rain when the kiddos are off. But Woods Comfort Systems, they are absolutely, folks, the very, very best.
Yes, woodscomfortsystems.com, the website, 512-842-5066, their phone number. Ask about that $69 off special.
Almost 70 years of service in Central Texas.
Very nice. And some love to McCall Custom Homes as well. If it's time to remodel your kitchen, renovate your bathroom, maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, McCall Custom Homes can make all of those things happen for you. And look, I usually don't take this angle when talking about McCall Custom Homes, but it's an angle worth taking. Probably not thinking about selling your home right now, but at some point, odds are you're going to want to sell your home. The value of your home increases when you invest into your home. So don't put it off and say, I don't care about it. I'll sell it for less. We'll make the next people. No, you are going to get so much return on investment if you upgrade your kitchen, upgrade a bathroom, upgrade a couple of bathrooms, add an outdoor patio, add an outdoor kitchen, something like that. You're going to increase the overall value of your home. So again, when it is time to move, you're going to be able to sell for a lot more. McCall Custom Homes, whatever your reason, they will upgrade your home. Just go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 40 years here in Central Texas. Get some ideas for your home and then reach out to them. They're doing free estimates to TSU listeners. Just find out more information online at their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can reach out to Mike himself, 512-633-9580. Great dude, big Texas fan, new dad. Don't call him too late, but he'll hook you up. McCall Custom Homes.
Very nice. Well done.
Toza says, I'll change my home once BK changes his own air filter.
Or his light bulb, but he's going to clean up his hotel room, though. He'll make sure those counters are clean at the hotel.
You're not going to be changing your home anytime soon, Doza. Get comfortable, brother. You're going to be staying. All right, I'm going to give you the choice of our final story today. We'll save the other one for tomorrow.
Okay.
We've got a message board post from a Texas Tech fan asking if he is an a-hole for something he did to his neighbor recently.
Okay, that's it right there. We want that. Forget what the next one is.
Okay. All right, we'll do a little screen share so you know I'm telling the truth. I'll obviously read this for those of you tuned in on the app, and it's kind of smallish font, so a little difficult to see. But this is from Red Raider Sports, one of their insider sites, and this is from a message board poster named Fearless Matador. The title of this post is, Am I an A-hole? And the post itself reads, quote, my Ring camera caught a Chinese neighbor, thank you, Coach, letting her dog take a shit in my front yard. I put it in a paper sack and used Google Translate to print out pick up your shit in Mandarin, and I placed it on her porch. My wife thinks I should have just thrown it away, but I've seen her dog shit all over the neighborhood. So the question to you, Buck, is Fearless Matador an asshole for putting the Chinese neighbor's dog's crap in a paper sack, putting it on their front porch with a sign that reads, "Pick up your shit," in Mandarin Chinese?
Oh, I mean, is that their official language, Mandarin, or is he just guessing by doing that? You got to be official if you're going to do stuff like that. You don't want to, you don't want to mess up the language. You can screw. I mean, they'll probably understand it, but you don't want to screw that up because then you're being an a-hole if you don't get that right. If you think, and if you find out that the dude isn't Chinese but Japanese or something like that, you are an a-hole then. If you're going to do things like that, you have to be official. Got to absolutely know what you're doing in that one.
Right. That's a great point you bring up because Texas Tech doesn't have the smartest fans ever.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if Texas Tech is
the guy could be from Korea or something, and you've screwed that up, then you are an a-hole.
Yeah, I don't know if Texas Tech is the most racist fan base out there, but they're not the least racist fan base out there, I would think. Just ask Marcus Smart when he was back at Oklahoma State. So yeah, you better be sure, because you're right. Then you're a total a-hole. If it's a Japanese neighbor,
yes,
speaks Japanese and not Chinese, and you're putting something in Mandarin on their front porch, then you are definitely the a-hole here.
Yeah,
but
you never did. Yeah.
Let's say it is a Chinese person.
Yes.
Who does speak Mandarin. A little different approach to the dog poop in a bag prank, but quit leaving your dog's crap in my yard.
Yeah, I got, me, I fence my stuff up. I put walls up. I don't play those games. I've always had a fence on my property. I've always had a wall up at my other property. You go over that wall or you shit on the other side of that, that's a problem for me anyway. Period. By the way, that's still my property just on the other side of the fence too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I wanted to take the dog shit from the one side of my fence and drop it on the other side, that's my prerogative because that's still my property.
Well, let me ask you this, Buck. We'll put yourself into Fearless Matador's shoes.
Okay.
Let's say, there's a guy in your neighborhood walks his dog every day, and you see that dog taking craps in other people's yards, and it doesn't get cleaned up. Guy just leaves it there. And then one day, same dog takes a crap, let's say on your driveway. I know you don't have a ton of grass outside of your gate, but let's say like on your property, in your driveway, just takes a crap there and leaves it. And you see it all happen. So it's him, it's this guy's dog, whatever. What are you doing?
I take the shovel it away, but I go over to the neighbor and say, listen, you can't let your dog come and shit on I don't either have your dog on a leash or pick up your dog shit. I mean, I think there's always a warning shot before a real shot. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm not going to go crazy over a dog that shits on the pay. I mean, that's for me, being in Boston and places growing up, stepping in dog shit was a part of life. You just got to know, you got to be able to dodge that on the sidewalk. That's a part of growing up, dog shit on your shoe. I mean, come on.
Sure.
It's not a part of adult. It's not a part of, at my age, for me to step in your dog shit on my property or on my driveway now. But I would go and have a conversation. I'm not picking it up and throwing it or putting it up and putting a note with it. That's a waste of my time. A shovel and shoveling it up and getting rid of it is easier than going through bagging it and walking it over to the house. I'd rather talk to the person and say, hey, can you do me a favor? Could you have your dog not shit in my driveway or on my property?
Next time you see the person, you're not going to go track them down that day. You're just going to okay.
No, it's my neighbor.
Right. Yeah. Well,
I mean, I try to do everything to be neighborly, and I'll go out of my way to be neighborly. And one time how crazy can you be at one time? I'm not going to be nuts about anything one time.
Again, this guy says, I've seen her dog crap all over the neighborhood. So maybe it's the first time it's happened to them, but he's trying to, or she is trying. Let's bring Wags on here and get his thoughts on this. He or she is trying to, maybe do one for the neighborhood, right? Take one for the team. I will do this. I think we're all tired of this Asian woman we assume. Who knows? In Texas Tech could be like a Mexican woman or something. But they're tired of seeing the dog take craps around the neighborhood and have it not get cleaned up. So they're just saying,
everybody in the neighborhood, you know that
together.
person. You just go to them and tell them, hey, listen, if your dog wants to shit in somebody else's yard, that's fine, but can't shit in my yard anymore because next time that I'm going to slap it up against one of your windows.
Oh,
well, yeah. I mean, eventually you get sick of doing that. I mean, you give the person an opportunity. I don't know if I go through all that, putting a bag and putting it signed, sealed, delivered. You know what I mean?
Wags, your thoughts on this?
A couple of things. I would have said please.
Yeah.
Right. I also would have done. Souls has a great point. Soul Screams has a great point here. I would have done it in English too, but I also would have done it in Cantonese because that's the secondary language for Chinese.
There's Wags coming through. Now you go.
There's Mandarin and Cantonese for Chinese language. Both are utilized. But also it's a chance of opportunity, right? Why don't you make yourself a dog walker? Hey, lady, I see that you're too lazy to let your dog out and properly take them around to let them defecate on someone else's grass and not the sidewalk. How about I walk your dog for you and you pay me a little bit of coin? Now, you're probably not going to get that coin. She's going to respectfully decline, right? But that should entice her to get her ass up off the couch while she's smoking her Pall Malls or Marlboro Winston's 100.
Or whatever those people smoke.
Those people.
What's the game that they're usually
Don't.
I'm just going off of trends and
what are you saying? Chinese checkers or something? Is that the game they're playing?
Or Moha? I can't think of the name. But
Mahjong?
stuff that was influenced and came from
Let me ask you this:
China.
What would be worse? Let's say this neighbor didn't know what nation this neighbor was from, right? Didn't know if it was China, Japan, North Korea, South Korea, Vietnam, whatever. Would it be worse if they just put like 5 different languages? Like, here, let me make sure I get one right.
No,
the Asian languages here.
Don't put it in a bag and put it
covering all your grounds. I mean, how? I think you're covering your grounds, right? That's mass communication.
That's mass assholism. That's what that is.
Oh, I don't know. I'm in favor of this. By the way, that's the beauty of West Texas. You only get this type of cultural outreach in West Texas. This is nice.
Yeah, I'm with Rodney. When if somebody's dumping, I'm more pissed that a dog. I'm less pissed that the dog shit in my yard because I have dogs, and once again, dogs have to shit somewhere. They don't come in the house and jump in the toilet. But I'm more pissed that people like where Rodney, when they put it in a bag and put it in his trash can. Now that would do it for me. I mean, I don't know if I could. I would have to go if I knew the neighbor who was doing that. I don't care if they're from Russia. I don't care if they're from Prussia. I'm going over there and saying, don't put your dog shit in that's my trash can.
Especially after the trash guys came, right, Buck?
Huh?
And they usually do it the day after the trash guys come and collect.
I don't care. That's my trash can. That's my property. Don't put it on my can at any time. You put it in your can or in your refrigerator. We were talking about freezing it. Freeze that shit and then throw it out the day of. But
well, it always happens here. It always happens like the day that they pick up the trash, because it's like I go to get the can and I try to get it, within an hour or two if I'm here, and I go out there and there's little bags of dog shit in there.
All my neighbors did that.
Just right into that hot ass can.
Well, and then if it rains, because I don't know about y'all's neighborhoods, but if it rains, the folks don't close the lid when they pick up the trash, and so it stays open. And the shit's in there, and then it rains on top of it.
And here's another thing too, right? Like, I don't care what you did in your country before you might have come here, but if you do come here, new rules apply. You got to walk your dog. You can't just let your dog roam out there and let it shit all over the place and then let it come back and have a nice little snack and treat for not shitting in your yard.
Okay. Well, Rodney, wouldn't you say, Rodney, the life as a kid is how you dodge that dog shit on the sidewalk? I mean, isn't that a part of growing up?
Yeah, as a kid. As a kid, you don't want to do that. Okay, here's the question.
Fun fact: we are from Prussia. My family hails from Prussia.
There you go. Here's the question, Buck. Like I get what you're saying. All right, first time, I'm just gonna go talk to them. Hey, quit having your dog shit in my yard, please. Okay.
Yes. For sure.
What if that doesn't work? What if a few days later? Oh, you mean it's got to work? People listen to other people? What are we talking about? What if that happens again? A week later, you see the same exact thing happen. The person basically gives you a giant Tom Herman double bird. Your dog drops a deuce and doesn't clean it up. What are you doing the second time around?
I'll go shit in their yard myself.
Cool.
At night.
That's the right answer right there, Buck.
Damn shame what they did to that dog.
I'd probably shovel it and take it over. I'm not putting it in a bag. I just put it on their property. Just lay that deuce on there. No, I don't fling dog crap anymore. I learned a lesson.
How about you knock on the door? You've got the shovel. You knock on the door, and then when they open it, you just fling the shit in there. Before you hand them the shovel.
See, my neighborhood is far too nice for me. We've lived here a long time, and property values are out of control, and we're just lucky that we've been here a long time. I am like the most whatever person that you're going to find in this neighborhood. And a lot of these people, they have like signs in their yard where it's like, please do not let your dog poop here or whatever. Yeah, like different spots, like the cart at the golf course where it says carts. They've got little signs like that says, do not let your dog poop here or pee. It's like, shit.
Who do you think you are?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I can't. You mean unless you got your dog trained well to go at the right time, or you can only go pee right now. I mean, I can't control a dog's ass. I mean, really.
When you got to go, you got to go.
Yeah.
Wait, I just saw something did somebody happen at the Timmy Horton? Did somebody throw shit at the Timmy Hortons here?
What?
Shit like the lady.
Throw shit at the lady at the Tim Horton. Did somebody throw shit at the Tim Hortons here?
Maybe in Canada. I don't know if it's happened here. If it has, that's our
Tim Hortons. I don't know where you live, but we have a Tim Hortons in our neighborhood.
I might be moving to your neighborhood now after hearing that. All right.
Just went up. You talk about McCall. You talk about McCall making your house, more valuable. Timmy Hortons just made it 10 times more valuable.
Last thing here, guys, because I know the Buck wants to know, how are y'all stomachs doing after yesterday?
Oh, great. I mean, guys, I already had some of that shit today. I went and got a taco at the gas station. And I said, I'm gonna put some cheese up in there. So I've already, and I did it like you said, Wags. I got it pinched and squirted it on.
Warm it up?
No, the taco was already warm, so I just laid a little bead of this, like you do silicone. Laid it right across, wrapped it up.
Like
boom.
Hulk?
Rodney's coming through for a second day. He wants a second day of that stuff.
Yeah, all right. The only problem I had last night was every now and then, because I had a couple beers during the game. So like when I would belch or had a little bit of backfire, it was what I would taste was that damn cobbler. Was the one. That was the one. The cobbler's the one that kind of made me laugh.
Have you gone to the bathroom yet?
Oh, I've taken like 3 shits since then, dude.
Are you serious?
Yeah, one today.
How I'm curious. I'm just curious. How solid?
I didn't even have to squeeze. Rock solid.
Yeah, it's rock solid. Did it hurt?
No, shit, no. It came right out.
Like a diamond mine.
Yeah, exactly, Buck. Like so damn. You're gonna get coal or a diamond coming out of there,
dude. It looked like the soft serve machine at McDonald's.
That is just
coming right out. Supposed to be, except it was chocolate flavor.
Yeah, this is the tip for kids at the end here. This is what the kids need before they go holidaying or whatever.
Tips for kids, Buck.
Oh my God. Not only that, the way we roll around here, and again, where I talk about we don't fit in our neighborhood. You remember Jay gave us the Taco Bell packs last night, Wags?
Oh yeah, I remember.
My wife gets home last night and she saw it sitting on the counter. She said, "Oh, we're gonna have that tonight."
That's what same shit Katie said. She goes, "Oh, we doing tacos? We doing tacos?" And I'm like, "Sure, yeah, we'll do tacos if my stomach can handle it."
You know what I put on those tacos last night?
Jalapeno cheese.
Oh my!
You kept it. You really did. I thought you were full of shit. You really did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
He brought home 40 packets of government
20.
cheese.
You took Corbin's stash of cheese. You know how long Corbin was working on that cheese?
Well, he better,
man.
He better stock up because I'll be asking for more.
Oh my God.
Rodney, how long can I leave mac and cheese in the refrigerator, just in the refrigerator, and still eat it? 1 week, is that about it? Not frozen.
Are you still feasting on that?
Don't freeze it. I'd say about a week. Week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, BK. See?
Just put some government cheese on it. It's good as new.
Well, Rodney would a month later, but
of course.
But look at the way it's packaged. It's packaged the right way. That's what saves it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's totally fine. It's like chewing tobacco. I mean, it's going to be fine for a while.
Toothpaste tin.
The toothpaste, exactly.
Oh.
Squeeze from the bottom. The bottom.
Goodness gracious.
All right, boys. Listen, have a great day, y'all.
Hey, thanks for doing our show for us, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. See y'all tomorrow.
Later, brother. There they go, man. Here we are. Hey, welcome into another edition of Chaos Theory. It is always great to chop it up with the boys. Had a great show and a fun time yesterday out at St. Patrick with Jay, Corbin, and the crew hosting us there. Bucky, BK was ready to get it kicked off for us, and then we were able to sit in with BK there and eat a little bit of MREs. And apparently your guts are fine. My guts, I didn't consume too much of it, though. I took a couple of bites and watched you guys kind of do it. I led and you guys followed. You guys were great troops. Great troops.
Well, you've done it. I mean, you've done your time.
I have consumed quite a bit of it. Yeah. But you know what, though? I kind of wish I would have ate a little bit more because it kind of would have settled a little bit. Had a very busy day yesterday. The kiddo graduated from the HEB Center. Festivities started at 6:50, so you can roll back time from like we're starting to get ready. I got back from St. Patrick's at 10 of 11, just in time to almost shut everything down for the morning app. Finished the course, finished my afternoon course real quick, and then had to jump right into shuffling everything around to from getting cap and gown and pictures with all my kids' homies and everything. But yeah, it's over.
It's a real moment, right?
It's over. It's done. It is. And look, real quick. And one, I'm very grateful for the community that Rodney and myself live in. It is a fantastic community up here in Round Rock. The turnout at the HEB Center was tremendous. The house was full, essentially. But I'm done. Like I'm kind of done.
What are you doing?
Hold on 1 second, guys.
Is that Reed?
No.
And I'll tell you what's even harder for Wags, because I've sat through a couple of those high school graduations, and with our oldest, of course, Rodriguez. My youngest is not a Rodriguez. Luckily, her last name starts with a K, so it's a lot quicker. But
I apologize about that, guys. My dad has no idea what goes on around here, so he just
I hadn't even thought about this for you. In a graduating class of Round Rock High School, the biggest high school in this area, by the way, with a last name Wagner.
So that's coach's. That's the guy that looks like Coach Freed. That was not Coach Freed, that was my dad.
Yeah, so. There you go. There you go. He just storming in like Lou Pinella.
Yeah, so I guess he wanted to watch it live, but he didn't realize that he could actually watch it live downstairs. I set it up for him live downstairs. So
yeah, it's cooler in person. But with the last name Wagner, boy, you were there for freaking ever.
Yeah, we got there at 6:50, and it was we didn't get out till 10:50. I wish I would have eaten something.
10:50?
And then 10:50, dude. 10:50. That's not an exaggeration of time. 10:50.
Man.
Yeah.
Did they at least have those dollar Texas Star beers?
They didn't serve beer, but they served they served that pretzel. Remember the pretzel that gave me the shits at the game?
Oh God, did you do it again?
Katie wanted to get one, and I was trying to tell her, I was just like, no, you definitely don't want to do it. She goes, well, you got a weaker stomach. I think I can handle it. And so she kind of had a little bit of friction towards me because I wouldn't let her get a fucking pretzel last night. She goes, are you serious? You're really not going to let me get a pretzel? I swear to God, you will thank me later. All right. So we ended up having again, and my wife does not do well when she has to wait for food. She's a skinny old thing. Everybody's seen her, right? But when she has to wait for food, she gets a little bit of a temper, right? You start to see that Czech, the Czech Italian come out in her, right? It gets a little feisty. She, the elbow got a little sharper into my ribs as we were sitting there watching, waiting for, and that's just it too. Like over 1,000 kids graduated or walked yesterday, so
massive.
And you're going through a mix of emotions, but you said it, you hit the nail on the head. He's a W, right? So we had to endure the entire ceremony. So you're just like, by the time he's called, you're just like, all right, you're ready for it to be done.
Yeah.
But this, like, we get there, we endured everything. We didn't even take that many pictures because it was so late, right? Then we get to McDonald's. Right. And this is the crux of the story.
All that hard work, son, and just like when you were a kid, I'm taking you to McDonald's. It's open.
No, we get to McDonald's. He didn't want to, he wanted to go back to his car. He was going out to a grad party, right? I take my wife to McDonald's. She gets her classic filet of fish. I ordered the double cheeseburger. And I get a Diet Coke. Like I got a Dr. Pepper. My wife got a Diet Coke. I ordered the Dr. Pepper, and she goes, everything's good except for my drink. The lady says, "Hey, I'm sorry, I messed up your drink. I gotta remake it." So I guess she put ice in it at first or whatever.
Yeah, so Dr. Pepper,
instead of giving me a new drink, she takes a drink that's been sitting there, and my wife saw her too. And she pours it into the fucking cup and tries to serve it to me. I'm like, no, I'm good. She goes, that there's nothing wrong with this. It was just sitting there. I was like, well, one, it's not even filled up, and two, I don't know whose cup that is. It had a fucking straw in it.
Yeah,
all right,
lipstick on it.
Don't tell me it's just been sitting there, man. Tried to serve it to me. She gave it to me. She insisted that I would have it, and I said, why can't I just get a new Coke?
You better watch out.
And finally, like, my wife just grabs my arm. It was too late. She's just like, it's not even worth it. Let's just go. $18 though. I will say that $18.
You better watch out, dude. When people hand you drinks like that, it might have some like Spanish Fly or something in there.
I don't know, but I didn't take it. I declined it. I did not take the Coke.
Yeah. Well, and that's where, I've always been on the fence, because I always said that the demise of convenience stores were self-serve drink stations and lotto tickets. Because
Rodney, I thought I had taken some acid or something. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like this is not an embellishment. This is not made for raid. This is not a story. Like, my wife grabs my arm. She's just like, it's not worth it. Let's just drive. Just go.
And I think McDonald's has done away with the self-serve drink stations, which it's good because they seem to confuse people. Oh, you did the drive-through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
those self-serve drink stations, man, they confuse people. I mean, even at the convenience store, it's like you walk up and they just stand there in amazement looking at it. Like, it's pretty simple.
But yeah, it was
get some ice.
But yeah, that was the cap. That was the cap of the night.
Hey man, well, the deal is the journey there for Reed. Done deal, man. Congratulations. Congratulations.
And I want to give my wife an absolute shout out here, because we've had to fight tooth and nail, or my wife's had to fight the school board tooth and nail for amenities and stuff that my son should have because of disabilities and stuff.
Accommodations,
right. It shouldn't be that hard. Right. And if it was this hard for my student, or for my son, I can't imagine what it is like for other students that don't have the necessary resources or necessary people advocating for them. We had to pay for advocates. Right. Mm-hmm. And thankfully we had the funds to do so. But I can't imagine other children in rougher situations than we were having to do this and advocate so that their children get the right, accommodations. I'm very thankful for every teacher that teaches our children and wants to be an educator, but at the same time, man, we got to hit all the checks in the boxes for every student, not just for the talented and gifted. And
yeah,
it's done, Rodney. We're on to better and greater things.
Well, we were fortunate because we had one, the one that was in Leander ISD that needed a couple of accommodations, and they were very, very forthright and very, clear with that whole process. And it's like, then it's like meetings that we'd have to attend to let us know, how that was working. So they were really good with that. But yeah, it's tough. I mean, that's a really tough deal there, but I'm so excited that you guys have that done. I see a lot of chatter right there. I see that whole 7A thing coming up. I think Longhorn Bear mentioned, about that.
Is there talk? We need a 7A?
We need a 7A in Texas. There are schools.
I know this. There's almost 5,000 kids in Round Rock, correct?
Yeah, it's the biggest.
Right. I think did it eclipse 5,000 or surpass 5,000?
I think it's up around 6 or 7.
I know when the realignment was around, like the last time you and I were doing play-by-play and we were getting like all the realignments and everything, I'm pretty sure I saw that Round Rock was up around 47, and that was
5 years
Reed,
ago, yeah.
Almost 4 years ago, right? That was when Reed was entering at his freshman year. So yeah, it's ridiculous. Like you could literally take two Cedar Ridges and put them inside of Round Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how big Round Rock is. Break it up. Put it in the other. I mean, hell, McNeil's right here, right? Put some of these students in McNeil or shuffle them out. And I don't like one side of my street goes to McNeil, the other side of the street goes to Round Rock. So you tell me, amigo.
Well, and then you trickle in. You've got bits and pieces that Westwood is in Round Rock ISD.
Like you got Westwood in this corner. And Westwood's on the other side of 183.
Dude, Stony Point and Cedar Ridge aren't that far apart. And trust me, being entrenched in both of those campuses when Cedar Ridge came along, because if you remember, Stony Point was this outrageous football program.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, I mean, I broadcasted state semifinal games and all these different things for Stony Point, and then boom, we're going to build a new high school. And Cedar Ridge gets really, really good, really, really fast. Where a lot of people say, "Well, Cedar Ridge has always been good." Well, shit, they should have been.
Right.
I mean, you took the core of what,
and they took the best of the litter, by the way.
Absolutely,
man. They got a really good draw out there.
They did.
But anyways, I was able to catch a little bit of the scores last night. I tried to sit back here and watch the replay of the Knicks Pacers game, but I full transparency, guys, I passed out on the couch with the dog. I didn't see much sports. I saw that. Basically Dallas missed only the extra point last night in terms of playing. Edmonton. Skinner was in the net, so it should have been Edmonton's favor, but to no avail. How about Sagan, huh? Sagan and company doing the deed. Granlund getting back on the score sheet again. Duchesne looking good, boys. We're looking good. Dallas is skating well.
Where Dallas has struggled with the power play, they did not struggle last night. 3 of 4 on the power play, and you come out and you erase a deficit emphatically. I mean, 5 goals, man. I looked up because I had kind of the side-by-side going because the basketball was really hot and heavy as all of that was.
Hold on. I thought they put up 6. Did they not put up 6?
Yeah. They put
6 at the end of the night. They got
6. At the end of the night. Yeah, but it was 5 in one period, and they come storming back to beat Edmonton, to where it's like they kind of did to Edmonton what Edmonton's been doing to everybody else. So that's. And what's going on here with game ones? That's kind of always been my thing with Dallas, where it's like, oh man, game one, okay, you might drop that one. Not anymore. And certainly at home, holy shit. Did you see the end of that game last night?
No, I didn't. So I only saw the scores.
These guys, it looked like the Royal Rumble at the end of that game. It's like in the final seconds, you had about 4 fracases that are going on out on the ice, dude. These guys are like sitting there punching. I don't even know what caused it. Probably a little chatter.
I'll go back and watch the replays, man. But yeah, thanks for the recap on that, Double R. Also in sports, man, Jim Irsay, I heard the boys talking about Jim Irsay a little bit this morning too. Died at 65, and I thought he had like a stint with his health or his illness. Wasn't he found unconscious or not breathing a couple of years ago?
Jim Irsay has had issues that have been a lot of it self-inflicted, and
I mean, I don't want to alcohol
struggling. Yeah, right. He had demons. But I think a lot of the thing for me with Jim Irsay is, and Jim Irsay kind of comes right into fold right when they moved from. So were you a 84? That was an 84. Were you a Baltimore?
My dad was a huge Colts fan.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think I've told this story before. That's kind of how I became a Giants fan. I thought the Giants were the Colts. because I was so young. They left in '83, and regional coverage, and which was weird. It didn't. We had Steelers, we had Washington, and we had
Philadelphia
and the Giants. Right?
Oh.
Weird because we didn't pick up Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Like, and Philadelphia was closer than Pittsburgh in terms of broadcast and where we were at geographically. But yeah, so, and I guess, different networks are always going to have like, their teams on, right? So I think I can't remember the network at the time. I was way too young, but WBAL, like the radio station, always played the Giants. And I remember listening to Giants, and then going back and seeing the tuna. That's who I was. Like, I would watch Lawrence Taylor and I would watch Bill Parcells, and my dad would always be like, watch this guy, because that's the position I played. And it ended up being Lawrence Taylor. Ended up, falling in love with that dude. And of course, they raised the tuna up on the sweater, they raised the tuna with the sweater up on the shoulders there as they carry him off after the '86 World Series, Super Bowl, and that was it, man. I was sold. I thought the Giants were the Colts, and I was a huge Giants fan. So
well, and the Colts, if you go back, and I remember, being a younger dude and really, fixated on sports as I've been most of my life. But I remember those images of those Mayflower trucks where the Colts are like moving from Baltimore to Indianapolis with snow falling overnight.
Shitty. It's a bad. It's still a bad taste in the mouths of sports goers from Baltimore.
Absolutely. And that's where a lot of times, if you think about this, I mean, let's go back to that. That was really the first, I mean, as long as I've been around.
Yeah, but that's not on Irsay. Didn't Irsay was like 90? When did he take over? 97. 97 was.
Yeah. But he became an executive as soon as they went to Indianapolis. He being Jim Irsay, RIP. And I think he was like 25, Wags. So was
that Art Modell? That wasn't
no. That's Cleveland.
Modell was Cleveland, right?
Cleveland. It was Robert Irsay that orchestrated the move. Yeah, but Jim Irsay's been a part of this. And then once his dad got sick and eventually passed, and it's been Jim Irsay since then. And think about it. We're talking about Jim Irsay being a part of the Colts in '84. It's 2025 now, and he was only 65? Is that what you said?
65,
dude. You want to talk about a lifetime
boy wonder. Yeah.
I mean, that dude, and that was really the first time that I can vividly remember when you had a major league sports franchise that like relocated. It's like, we are no longer the Baltimore Colts. We are the Indianapolis Colts. It's like, what? Anyway, but you mentioned Art Modell, then Cleveland moves and they go to Baltimore. So, yeah.
And also, like, the one thing I remember from that Baltimore Mayflower fallout too, or it's what I remember. It's what people tell the story, right? It's the story of Elway. How Elway was scheduled to be selected by the Colts, and he straight up told him, "No, I'm not playing. I'll go be a Yankee." And those of you guys that don't know, Elway was a hell of a pitcher. He was going to use that rocket arm, that rifle arm to throw off the bump, but instead, the Colts acquiesced, and he ended up in Denver. So there you go.
Jim Irsay at the helm there for to this point, what's been the heyday of the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, really good times right there for them, obviously with Peyton Manning. And
some good winning times, right? Good winning times.
Really good winning times
under Irsay.
Just couldn't break the door down. Just couldn't win a Super Bowl. Or did they? Yeah, they did with Peyton Manning.
Yeah, Manning's got a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they beat the Bears. Remember in that? Woo, that was a Super Bowl.
Manning's got one with the Colts, and he's got one with the Broncos.
Yeah. That was Rex Grossman for the Bears and Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl on a rainy night.
Yeah, more like Brian Urlacher, but
yeah, there you go. Well, and that goes back to our point about Chicago Bears.
Joseph Adai was the running back that was trudging through the mutter there. I think it opened up with a Devin Hester.
Yeah, ran it all the way back.
Right? Opened up with a Devin Hester kickoff return.
And you remember Marshall Faulk? I mean, people think of Marshall Faulk with the Rams. It's like,
I remember with the Colts.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, absolutely. Jesus, what a backfield that was, right?
Right.
To think if Manning would have been a little bit more seasoned and able to, well, I think that kind of calmed Peyton down, able to do checkdowns and hit Marshall Faulk. That was a big part of Marshall Faulk's season that year, was in Peyton's rookie year with the checkdowns. But still, Marvin Harrison,
yeah,
coming
Wayne,
just
right?
coming out of Syracuse, right?
Yeah.
Like that Colt squad, if they were able to maybe keep, well, also maybe the move, I'd have to go back and see the acquisition, but maybe the move with Marshall Faulk, was it a trade or was it a release? I would like to think that it was a trade to get value back, and maybe that's how they built that. Again, a lot back early 90s, I want to say, right?
Yeah. And the ironic thing, if you really think about that, now that I think about it, when Marshall Faulk goes to the Rams, and right away the Rams win a championship with Vermeil and Kurt Warner and everything that happened there, when the quarterback goes down, think about that Greatest Show on Turf, kind of like that Colts era, to where you would have thought that the Greatest Show on Turf would have won 2 or 3 Super Bowls with what they had at that point.
What was missing from they had a pretty decent defense though, right?
They had a good defense. You had a bona fide, what became a superstar at quarterback. You had guys on the outside. They should have won the second Super Bowl. Who beat, I can't remember who beat the Rams when they went right back to the Super Bowl, but they should have won that one as well, but didn't. And that's where we start to see that balance of power, where you didn't have teams winning Super Bowls continually like the Chiefs do now.
Was London Fletcher a linebacker for them?
Oh man.
I can't remember who was the mind and the madness in the middle there for.
I'd have to
I
go
want to
back
say it
and
was
look at
London
that.
Fletcher, but I could be absolutely wrong.
Yeah, but I mean the Colts, where you think of that era, it's like, man, those guys should have had more than one Super Bowl.
Man, I remember Bob Sanders at the top of his game too for the Colts.
Man.
Bob Sanders was one hell of a defensive back. Come
Absolutely.
up and lay the lumber on you and also take it out of the air.
Yeah,
Colts had a decent defense to go along with Manning there, but also the Greatest Show on Turf too. Like you were just, I thought that they had a pretty decent defense as well. Under Vermeil, a lot of guys would have missed that kick.
Yeah.
Bring those commercials back. I miss those commercials.
Well,
Give me the quotes of all the coaches. With what was that, Bud Light? Was that Bud Light? Or no, it's Coors Light. It's Coors Light. Bring me that back.
And a lot of that's really when we started seeing where those teams couldn't keep themselves together, because that was kind of the beginning of the free agent era and
but one team did.
One team did. One team did. You didn't have those Steeler, 49er, Dallas Cowboy dynasties of the past, because it just was impossible to do it. Dynasties, the Covert family, over 100 years serving folks all around the world. I always say Central Texans, but it's all around the world. Folks, it is covertbcave.com. That is the newest and greatest dealership, and of course, a very proud supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered, and we are very proud that they are a supporter of us as well. How about a look at some of the greatness that is Covert BK?
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats the Cover deal. Not now, not ever. Do want to, as Wags mentioned a while ago. We can kind of do this together, Wags. We got to give a big shout out to our man, Jay Willems, and the great staff at Sue Patrick for having us out as a part of the morning show yesterday, right there on Burnett Road.
You better be thinking Corbin, too, because you got a stash of cheese.
I've got a plethora of buffet over here. I've got the Golden Corral of Round Rock happening over here. Go to Sue Patrick. I've got one of the championship caps on. Jay hooked us up with those SEC championship caps. Texas taking on Tennessee a little bit later on today. Go get your Texas gear right there. It is the coolest place to do it. SuePatrick.com. You can order online. Really great stuff. Go see our friends there at Sue Patrick, along with McCall Custom Homes. That summertime's coming around. We're going to get a little bit of rain next week, but once we get that out of the way, it's probably going to be the only rain that we're going to see for a while. If you're looking to do something with your outdoor patio space, if you're looking to renovate inside with a living space, a bedroom space, a bathroom space, whatever you're looking to do, adding a second story, or you need a new build, start with McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out. Of course, right now, free estimates for TSU listeners, 512-633-9580. Don't call him late. He's got a baby. Don't be disturbing him then. Do it during the day. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
I think I'm going to look into putting in a pool here at the Wagner Estate.
My neighbors are doing that across the street. And we've got one down the road. We've got the community pool. But I'm kind of like, I don't like going there if I'm home on the weekend. It's too crowded. It's too crowded. And the kids are out of control. Kids have no respect.
I used to like the municipal pools back in my younger days because I didn't have a bath or a shower, and that's where I would use the chlorine to kind of just take the smell off of me for the remainder of the week. I kid. No, municipal pool is where I used to go and stare at all the girls, man.
When I was an avid runner, when I was in my running phase, what I would do is I'd go out and run around on our neighborhoods because they're all conjoined together. You can just
can I guess what you did? Did you run around, get all that sweat up, and then jump in the pool and wash off?
I wouldn't wash off. I mean, I would just jump in. I didn't like take soap or nothing. I mean,
but you gotta wash the sweat off, man.
Well, the chlorine does that. I mean, and then it filters out of that side flapper thing.
I don't know what happened to me. I really don't. Like, I used to be cool with swimming in all kinds of toxins, but now, man, just the littlest shit gets to me. Like, I'm so like I just get grossed out. Like, I don't have to do it anymore. Is the thing, right? I don't have to put up with it anymore. If I don't want people sweat in the damn pool, I'm not gonna jump into it. Right.
Well, and now they have some really cool larger inflatable pools that they send you the pump and you can blow that thing up and you fill it up with your own garden hose. But I mean, with that, it's like that water gets you know what's in the air around here. It's like
I know. It's like, dude, why bother?
I'm getting in there. So what I've started doing, what I've started doing around here with my neighbor across the street that's building his pool, the last couple of mornings that I've gone out, I'm like, hey, buddy. You know, I'm already like making nice. Hey, morning.
Top of the morning was cool.
Yeah. Top of the morning, buddy. You know, now
Cousin Eddie living in our neighborhood.
I'm Mr. Friendly. I'm Mr. Friendly now.
Cousin Ronnie. No, I mean, we've been thinking about it, but also like, I need to get a pool there so I can put a nice TV outside. And if you're going to do that, you got to do it with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Go to the website right now and see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years, man. Let me tell you something. Since 1988, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. We say it every day, but I think the way to go is to put a pool in your backyard and then have AV Consultations come out there and put the deck up. I remember Tom's old house, right? And when Tom lived right down the road from me, gave me my dream vision of what I wanted. A nice little sloped pool going in the back under some canopies with 3 or 4 televisions right there. My wife probably wouldn't do that at the moment, but she would have to learn to endure to have everything that we need right outside. And you can do that. I mean, if it was done for Tom, I'm sure it can be done for you. It's 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. The weather is turning. It's getting right for it now. If you got a pool or a deck or a patio out there, give Tom a call. Come out there and set you up nice so that you don't have to spend all that wonderful outside, beautiful sunshine, right? While you're indoors, you can take it in and absorb it while you're outside and watching television, watching Texas during these dog days of summer struggle and, go through all these SEC squads in their fight for Omaha, man. It's one and done here in the SEC tournament. And I kind of learned that a little bit yesterday. I thought it was 2 and barbecued like it was in the Big 12, but we're going to be looking at some Texas baseball today, and make sure you give Tom McKay a call for some consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Yeah, the guy that's doing the pool, here's kind of what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over there as it gets a little deeper into the whole process, and I'll be like, hey, you need to call this guy. Call him up and get you a TV out here so when we're swimming. Can you imagine Saquon Barkley running? And I was like, okay, LB, what are we talking about here? That's the Olympic thing, the Olympics in 2028, where you're going to have flag football in the Olympics, and this starts in LA of all places. Talk about a media market that will
we were looking to get into this a little bit yesterday when we were at St. Patrick, but we had a lot of consumption going on.
That's right, we were eating this.
You are a champ, bud. You are an absolute champ.
I really like that stuff, Wags, but I kind of like the flag football thing. And again, this is where
I'm cool with it, but we have to be the heavy favorites.
God, you would think, right?
Yeah, like
I saw some chatter back and forth on the news mogul that is X/Twitter, where some of the current United States flag football teams, which truth be known, I didn't know we actually had one already, that some of those guys are saying, well, we're not just going to lay over and let those guys come in. They're going to have to win these spots.
okay.
So, right.
Dream always rises to the top.
Yeah, right. You think the NFC's or the Olympic Committee or whoever's going to look and they say, okay, we got Ronnie that's already on the flag football team, and then we have I don't know, Patrick Mahomes. Who do you think they're going to send to LA? It ain't Ronnie. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. But I think it's a good thing. I think it'll be great exposure. Hell, you got NBA players from time to time. You got Major League Baseball players that have been in that. So yeah, great. I think it'll be really cool. A little flag football.
A little flag football. You want to talk a little basketball?
Talk a little basketball.
You walk me through what happened last night here as I passed out and fell asleep.
Indiana Pacers, man, a team of destiny, trailing once again. Look what happened when they did this to the Bucks. It was a knockout punch, trailing again by I think 17 at one point. And here come the Pacers back. Honestly, I think New York took their foot off the gas a little bit, but I think we see that a lot. Here comes Indiana back and Tyrese Halliburton, man. When you want to talk about stone cold killers.
I saw the shot. I saw the reaction. I saw like it hit the back iron pretty hard, bounced up, and then went in. Like just the stars aligned. It was supposed to happen for the Pacers, and if Hallie if this doesn't put him up on the next level marquee, I don't know what does. I mean, it's like we keep making checks or we keep making boxes for him to check.
Yeah.
Right. To get to the next level. Right. All right. In order for you to get promoted and achieve, supremacy, NBA supremacy, you must check this box. We keep making, more excuses. We keep driving the line a little bit further, for Halliburton to get to it, or more boxes. Like I was saying, he checks them every time, man. Absolute clutch city, city, dude. And just to think, man, like if I don't even know what he could do if he was at like a squad like Dallas or a squad where he's got a lot of super. And I'm not trying to take the rest of the stars away from Indiana. Carlisle seems to have everything flowing right for Indiana, right? It could be, it could be ultimate team basketball. Well, hell, it is. You see so much. You see double-digit contributions all throughout the night, spread out throughout this lineup, right? But Halliburton is the ice. He is the ice, and he is putting everybody on ice at the moment, man. This dude is clutch city.
And what I can't understand, if you're New York, I mean, with Neesmith, okay, a couple of threes, you need to figure out how to cover this dude on the outside because he's gotten you with a couple of threes. But 5 threes in the fourth quarter?
And the thing for me with Halliburton too is I talk about this all the time with a point guard, right? It's pace, right? It's your ability to change the pace. It's your ability to change the flow of the game. He can drive to the cup, he can pull back, and he can hit the step back. That's nasty, right? And then also when people flock to that and rotate over to that, you have a natural hole that's wide open, Ronnie. I just called you Ronnie out of craziness. Rodney, you have a natural hole that's open, Rodney. It's beautiful basketball. It's efficient basketball being played very simple by Indiana. And I didn't see much of the game last night. I passed out, but over the past few games that I've seen Indiana play, and maybe that. I can't really say that. I should probably go back and watch more of the regular season basketball. But just from this postseason and out of the series with the Bucks, they're just very efficient. That's the best way to describe them. They're very efficient. They don't waste sequences, and they're a really solid, complete team, man.
Yeah, and they
don't foul, they don't turn the ball over.
And then Neesmith was just amazing last night.
Oh yeah, like he's been good for a while.
Yeah,
LB just hit it. Yeah, he's kind of been
guy's
hot.
Doing
he's on
amazing things, and I mean to Rick Carlisle's point, to when it comes to drawing up game plans and doing different things here, how do you control Brunson? Get him in foul trouble. Get him off the court.
That's the thing too. And
that's 101 basketball, dude. That is basketball 101. Get him off.
That's what I was talking about with Anthony Edwards. Take SGA out of the game, or
now him out of the game.
SGA's not. I don't even think SGA is guarding Anthony Edwards in this matchup. Maybe they'll see some of each other, from time down the court. But Chet Holmgren, Hartenstein, get these guys in foul trouble. Bang them up a little bit, man. Use your size if you're Minnesota. And again, I hate to take everything away from the Pacers and go over to Minnesota. That's just what I was trying to talk about. Yes, we didn't get to talk much basketball yesterday, right? We ate a lot of food. I wanted to talk a little bit more about Minnesota and Oklahoma City yesterday, but it's all good. On to this game, but yeah, the same stuff that you were seeing that I wanted Minnesota, or I thought Minnesota should do, or what Minnesota was doing effectively in the first quarter. That's what Indiana is doing, right? They're aggressive. They're taking their stars. They're taking New York stars out of the game by how aggressive they are.
Absolutely. And what they're doing, I mean, what they are just doing a really great job of doing is they're just creating Indiana. They're creating opportunities for multiple people to become factors in these games. And that's how they're able to come back from the whole thing where I'm talking about 17 points down and so forth and so on. Go back. You'll see this when you go back and you watch it. Look in the fourth quarter, the majority of the time that Brunson was not on the floor because they locked him down and got him in foul trouble. He wasn't in the game a lot of that time when Indiana goes on this run and they do it again. And it's multiple people that are being a part of this. And I mean, that's the whole thing where they're able to come back from these runs.
Halliburton lead it though, or what?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, Halliburton is the catalyst in all of this. But this is, again, where the Pacers, and again, this is, I think, probably because of more an experienced team and with Rick Carlisle, is that they are sure as hell of a lot more apt to share the basketball than other teams that I watch in this league, to where it's like you're running down, you're hacking up stuff, you're throwing stuff up early. These guys will share the basketball.
Tibbs has experience too, though. Yeah.
And that's where I go back to, it's like, man, how do you let this happen? But again, basketball is such a game of runs to where it's like, I don't know, we could probably go back and find bits and pieces in there where Tom Thibodeau maybe, I'd have done this different.
Just looking at this box score, this looks pretty even. It looks like New York's, I mean, they both settled for the same amount of threes there. 8 more turnovers New York has than the Pacers, but ultimately this felt like this looked like a pretty clean game going off of the box score here. Only 15 turnovers for New York and only 7 for the Pacers. So it just comes down to clutch basketball and team defense. Well, basketball 101 too. Getting your guys in foul trouble is what I'm seeing is also. So.
And it really is just so much to me with the more that I watch the Pacers. It is constant full court press defense constantly. You don't see them get out of that very often. And that essentially does what we're talking about, getting those guys in foul trouble and getting them off the court. And they just, and they come back and win. And there's, those games last night, I mean, they kind of correlated to where Dallas comes back and just has an amazing third period to start off with. And kind of the same thing that you saw there with the Pacers, where the games the night before were more of, kind of stompings or whatever you want to say. But we get to see that first set go at it again. And we can, with Minnesota. Yeah, you better, Minnesota, you got to come out with a little more punch, man, because Oklahoma City got a lot.
That's tonight, isn't it?
A lot. Yeah, that is tonight.
What we looking at here? Let me pull that up real quick. What we looking at?
Yeah. Tonight you got Minnesota and Oklahoma City, and then you've
7.5. 7.5 line. Wasn't that the line? That was the line last game, right? 7.5.
Think so. Yeah.
Around 2. I might have been 214 for the over, but I feel like 216, 214 was around the same type of. Same time. I actually didn't hit on that last over. I'm gonna stay away from the over and just take the money line.
Well, and obviously the emotions were high after that. I saw Anthony Edwards got fined for dropping an F-bomb in the post-game press conference, so he got fined $50K, I believe it was.
Good thing I don't get fined.
Right? Oh, dude. Yeah, way to get us a swear jar for this.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Get us a swear jar.
You got some good ideas, but sometimes you got some bad ideas.
I know I got some bad ideas, but Minnesota.
That's an idea detrimental to our show. Okay?
That's true. That's true, and that could be a good way for us to both go broke.
Or now hold on. There's always ways and caveats here. If those funds that are saved up, or we should say set aside, okay, those penalties that we're paying, if those are going towards a party for us and our friends, for us and the people of this wonderful channel at Texas Sports Unfiltered, then I can be down with that.
I was thinking like Texas Humane Heroes or something like that. But the party's not a bad idea. We could split it.
Got to eat the whole bag of MRE, Patrick says. Rodney doesn't just get to pick the ins and the outs here. He's got to take down the whole.
Man, I'll just sit here.
The whole cobbler.
You got to take
down that whole cobbler, buddy.
I don't know about that one. I might pass on the cobbler. But yeah.
I'm telling you guys, if you didn't get to see it up close, go to Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, where they land out of the inflatable raft and they land into this river, and they're hosted and housed by the natives, right? And they're offered food, and it looks like berries on top of something. I don't know what it is. I don't even know, but that's kind of what it felt like we were eating out of that blueberry cobbler. Was it even blueberry cobbler? It just said cobbler, didn't it?
It said cobbler. I don't know what it was.
Cobbler. It didn't even have a fruit.
It didn't say anything. It just said cobbler, and you opened the thing up, and it looked. I mean, it looked like puke. I'll be real honest with you. You know when you throw up and there's little chunks of stuff, because there were little chunks that looked like ground beef, and then there were like little black.
Yeah, it was different. It was different.
Yeah, I don't know what was in there, but that was absolutely not my favorite. Was a cobbler. So
you were. I got to tell you, amigo, you were a champ. I did not think that you guys. BK was a champ too. He took a huge bite of that shredded beef taco. Holy shit! I thought he was gonna gag.
I asked my wife last night because I had the cheese and the other MRE sitting on our counter, and I said, "Aren't you going to even ask me how that deal went today? How our show went?" She's like, "No, I'm pretty sure you probably liked it." I'm like, "Well, yeah, I did." She said, yeah.
Panthers and Hurricanes tonight as well on the ice. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to treat myself to a nice little night of doing nothing.
There
you know what I mean? Like it's. I mean, of course, see what the wife needs. But gonna sit down on the couch. You know, probably. I was gonna say order some fast food, but I'm not. You know what I might do? I might call Ike up.
You need an MRE? I got an MRE.
No, I'm good, Rodney. I'm good. I'm gonna call my guy Ike up. See what my guy Ike's doing.
Would be a good day for that. It'd be a good day.
Parmesan stuffed crust, huh?
Hey, so how's Katie now that the graduation is done? Was she real emotional last night? Was she?
You know what, man? I got a little bit of emotion. I got a little water in my eyes.
Oh yeah.
You know, from time to time last night, man. It's just wild. Probably like it's so weird. And parents, you guys know this, right? It's just no matter where you're at in the crowd, right? The kiddo finds you.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And that was probably the most special moment last night of all. It wasn't just seeing him, you know, getting to walk again across the aisle. It was to know that mom and dad were in the stands, and he's looking around, right? And we're in a sea of faces, and he just sees me holding the phone in the little hand, and you see me zoom in as I see where he's at, and then you just this.
It's like that eye contact, man.
The smile, man. When he smiled, that was enough. That was it. It was great. Wow. Great moment.
And that's the whole thing. When you have moments like that, that's where it doesn't have to be a thank you or anything like that. It's you know with that's what they're meaning. So see, like when my kids graduate, I make it very hard for them to not be able to find me. So I'm gonna play you a little audio here from my phone. So a little radio on the go here. Here's me when one of my oldest graduated college.
Kendall Hayes Rodriguez.
So awesome, when my kids walk the stage, they're like this. Like that loudmouth up there.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just the smile, right? The smile on the face was just enough. Just melt you down, and it's why it's the best job in the world, bro.
It is.
It's the best job in the world.
It is. Congratulations, man. Super proud
Thanks,
of you guys.
man. Hey,
love you guys.
It's fun. But again, like he did it all in Mama, man. Mama was not all heroes wear cape, man. Wear capes, and she is the ultimate heroine. She is the ultimate heroine.
Yeah, and for you folks, I mean, if you've got these kiddos, I mean, I know a lot of times where it is where you may have split families, where you have blended families and all that. You parents, you figure out a way to freaking work together. I mean, it's like I consider, and I only say this to explain the situation. I consider Tracy's daughter's dad. I consider that guy a really great friend.
Yeah, it should be your partner in crime, right?
Dude comes over for football parties. I mean, he's a good dude. My ex-wife and Tracy, amazing relationship that have kept our daughter grounded. So people find a way to work that shit out.
It's for the kids.
It's for the kids.
It is. It's ultimately like put your shit aside and raise a wonderful dynamic split family.
Yeah, one goal in mind. One goal in mind. Absolutely.
That's how it goes. What else? What else we got on the slate, amigo?
Hey, I wanted to mention to you, and I think I saw this earlier. This may have broken last night, but of course you've got Texas and Ohio State. That will be a big noon kickoff. I think that
we got Texas Tennessee too. Baseball.
Yeah. But I think I saw this morning that for that game there had been some chatter about trying to move that a little bit later. Texas says no, leave it. We don't want a later start. So that will be your big
I also saw that the tush push, right? Did we talk and didn't Detroit
getting closer.
Didn't Detroit pull back from the reseedings as well?
They did.
Their vote on what in the reseedings for the playoffs? No shit, huh?
Yeah. Maybe they're a little worried.
After last year, no shit, right?
Detroit's like, oh, shit. We might be a wild card team this year.
Yeah, no kidding.
Chicago's going to be that good. We might be a wild card team. Green Bay is going to be that good. Minnesota is going to be that good. Ooh, yeah, they did pull back on that. Yeah, Texas, Tennessee. And by the way, Wags, you probably don't even know this because you were busy last night and then you probably didn't hear it this morning. At 11, I'm jumping on at 11 right after Jordan's show. And I'm going to do a one-on-one for probably about 15, maybe 20 minutes with lifetime Longhorn and college football Hall of Famer Kirk Dresendorfer. We'll do a little
what the hell you got cooking?
Texas chatter. Dude lives in my neighborhood. I'd forgotten that he lived in my neighborhood. And I met him a couple of times at some of those parties that those neighborhood parties.
You sandbagging son of a bitch. I don't know your mama. I shouldn't say that.
I asked him to join us during this hour. He said, I've got meetings until about 10.
Cool. I didn't even know that you had this going on.
It's very hastily.
Get his ass out here. Let's go play some golf. What are you doing?
Let's go play some golf. I can go. Well, actually, I've got 15 cases of stuff in my yard. That's why I was like,
you ain't giving him the new queso that you just found from Jay and Corbin there. You just found a new friend. Don't do that to him.
I'll ask him, has a lifetime Longhorn ever had jalapeno spread or cheese with jalapeno spread from an MRE? What do you think? Think he's had that before?
I don't know, but let's go get his ass and let's go out on the golf course. Let's go do a live show on the golf course.
We'll hook it up.
Hole to hole. That would be fun. I can, I'll do the selfie camera guy.
There you go. So yeah, you guys.
You know what? We'll get Brock's ass out there. Brock will have a good time.
Brock needs to go get a job, but now that he's in the real world, he's graduated now. So do we still call him intern?
No.
Yeah.
He's Brock.
Well, with us, he works for free. So we'll still call him intern Brock. He's looking good. I saw him last Friday.
We'll call him Bronze Brock. Brock the Bronze. I don't know.
Yeah. Brawny. We'll just call him Brawny.
Brawny. We'll call him something. I don't know. Well, yeah. Brock's fine. Brock's fine. What else we got on the slate, amigo? We've already mentioned the games tonight.
Yeah. Well, so what do you think tonight? More with hockey. Your thoughts on hockey tonight?
Florida seems to be the hottest team right now. I'd love this. Usually we kind of talked a little bit about this yesterday, right? Usually there's a natural bounce back in terms of a series. Like there's haymakers thrown in a series, right? I don't see too many haymakers coming from Carolina tonight. And I don't know if Anderson's peripherals are on point, but he's absolutely getting shelled. Six goals last night from Florida, and then 2 games before to finish out the Leafs, they put up another 6. Florida's hot. Florida's absolutely hot right now. They're cooking. Bennett's on. I think Bennett's on a 3-point tear. Maybe that could be wrong. I could have my stats wrong on that too. I'll have to check on that. But I know who's not off, and that's Sergei Bobrovsky, probably the best goaltender in the playoffs still. And when you have that, and you got defensive pairs like Florida has, it's really tough to score on them or even get pucks to the net, right? So that's all. And honestly, like Carolina's not doing enough on offense and doing anything in the offensive zone. Like it's all domination of Florida in their offensive zone. So I'd love to think that the bunch of jerks from Carolina are able to make this a series, but ultimately I think they're going to be down 2-0, looking to host and come back into this thing. Rodney,
agreed.
What's up, boys? How we doing, man?
LSP.
Doing fantastic. Can't complain. Watching some conference tournament baseball. I have 3 TVs on.
There you go. You got audio-visual consultations in there?
Say that again.
You got audio-visual consultations in there?
I do not.
Got to work on that. We got to get him up there.
I do.
He'll go up north. He will go up north.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
Man, how about the game last night?
Baseball?
Pacers, Knicks.
Oh, Pacers, Knicks.
Oh, that game? What happened? I'm serious. I was at a graduation for 4 hours, Jordan.
Man,
I saw the highlight. I absolutely saw the highlight, but I passed out on the couch, trying to watch the replay after. I didn't get out of the HEB Center until about 11:30.
Oh,
yeah.
Over 1,000 kids walked in my son's graduation class.
He's a dragon. Right.
When my kid graduates one day, I'm going to be very happy for him. And, my last name is H, so it's going to be kind of in the middle of the pack, I would assume so. If he's going to a big high school, I'm going to be like, son, have a great time. We're going to have a party when you get home. Because I'm not waiting 4 hours. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it.
It sounds good.
Let's do it virtual. Let's just
so Wagner comes last, usually, right?
Yeah.
Clearly. And by the time, and I wasn't trying to be like unenthusiastic, but by the fucking third hour,
he's hammered.
He's like, Jesus Christ! Like
they should sell beer at those graduations.
I asked. I did ask. It's at the HEB Center. They had the soft pretzel, and my wife. And that's the other thing too. I was fighting a little bit with my wife. Not fighting, but she wanted a soft pretzel. And about a month ago, I went to the hockey game with Rodney, BK, and Tom, and I had a soft pretzel, and I had to leave like 7 minutes before the game ended because my legs were about to go horizontal. You know what I mean? On the shitter, like Jeff Daniels in what is it, in Dumb and Dumber? You know what I mean? Where he's taking the colon blow and he's the shitter won't flush. That's how
they have bathrooms here.
I didn't want to do that here. I was a good husband.
He's a good man.
Yeah, I've actually been to a Round Rock ISD graduation at HEB Center. It's not fun. That was McNeil years ago with my cousin, but
it's horrible.
I'm the youngest of 7 kids in my family and the only one that didn't go to college. So I've been at everyone else's graduations, and those have sucked. But I don't know. Luckily, the one this past weekend at Tulsa for my twin brother, University of Tulsa has less kids than Lake Travis does. So it was relatively quick.
Like
started at 10,
or just like just that graduation.
What do you say?
Like on campus or just that graduation class?
On campus, like the number of kids enrolled at Tulsa is less than at Lake Travis.
That's wild.
Like there's only about 3,000 people at Tulsa. So
my
brother's graduation ceremony, it started at 10 and ended at 12:30. And I mean, we were out of there quick. It was indoors in their basketball arena. Very easy.
Dude, it's a state school, right?
It started at 8.
No, it's private.
We had to be there at 8 at night. We had to be there by 7. So I got there at 6:50. The ceremony didn't end until 10:50. So we were there for 4 hours. We didn't get out of the HEB Center until 11:30.
No, thank you.
It was ridiculous. It was a shit show.
As the youngest, I've had to go to everyone's high school and college graduations. I was class of 2021. I could only have my mom, dad, and brother. Only 3 guests at my high school graduation because of COVID. So,
that's right.
I've really lucked out lately.
Oh, you lucked. I was going to say that sucks, but yeah, you know, people have different opinions. But anyways, boys, I don't want to take up too much of your all show.
See y'all at 11. Yep. All right, guys.
All good. We'll see ya.
Yeah, I'm hoping COVID hits when my kid graduates. It'll be like, oh, we have to sacrifice some seats. Babe, I'll take one. I'll take one on the chin. No worries. You can go, wife.
Yeah. I'm not looking forward to it. Hopefully they have a sped up graduation process by the time we have kids graduating. Man, how about last night? As someone who is a casual observer of the NBA in the regular season, tunes in the playoffs, some great basketball. How about the Stones on Halliburton?
Yeah.
To drive in, take it back out, try to shoot a 3, foot's on the line. Thank God they won that game, because if not, this would have been
Yeah, that would have been bad.
But I'm happy he hit the Reggie choking, the choke sign. Knew it was coming. Talked about it leading up to the series. Happy we saw it in game 1. Kind of hope the Knicks are just stunned and they roll over. I think that'd be awesome. I doubt that happens, but man, it like Twitter has been awesome the last 12 hours.
I think we're in for a fun series regardless. It's going to be a blast. And the thing about the Pacers is no lead is too big to feel safe against the Pacers. What was the stat where it was I'm gonna pull this up, but whenever Halliburton hit that shot, I had the Pacers game on one TV. Yes, here's the stat. I had the Stars game on the other TV, and the Stars had scored yet another goal. It was just pandemonium in this household when those two things happened basically simultaneously.
Yeah. For those on audio only, since 1997-98, teams are 4 and 1,640 when trailing by 7+ in the final minute of the fourth quarter overtime in the playoffs. The Pacers account for 3 of those 4 wins, and all 3 have been in this year's playoffs.
That's crazy.
Also, what's nuts, okay, wait, that's the same stat except 50 seconds. But this is all in one playoff run. They were down 7 to Milwaukee with 34 seconds left in overtime, down 7 to Cleveland with 46 seconds left in regulation, and down 6 to New York with 52.5 seconds in regulation.
That's 9, big dog. That's 9, big dog.
Or 9, my bad. Was doing quick math over there and messed it up. But what's even crazier is this. Like, obviously, we're talking about Halliburton. He's who hit the shot. Man, Aaron Naismith, you are never paying for a meal in – well, for the next few months, you aren't paying for a meal in Indianapolis. This is absolutely ridiculous. So it's those on audio only. The most points in a 5-minute span in the second half of a playoff game since 96-97. The record goes to Aaron Naismith, who had 20 in a 5-minute span. He couldn't miss. He could not miss. In some of the shots he was taking, it was like, yo, why in the hell did he take that? He should have went, oh, my God, it went in.
Yeah.
You know?
He was cooking.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of just hoopers on their depth chart, like whether it's Aaron Naismith, Ryan Nembhard, they just have guys that can make shots. And then Halliburton's one of the most clutch players in the NBA. So, like, in those final situations where they need to overcome a big deficit in the final minutes, they just have the roster to put it together. It's very fascinating. It's also good coaching, like Rick Carlisle putting them in positions to be able to overcome those type of deficits. Yet another person that the Dallas Mavericks let walk a few years back. But
yeah, and it's not like Josh Hart. You were wearing those shoes the entire night and didn't switch. I know you got like 3 other pairs in the locker room. You know, that was kind of wild to me, and they kept him in. And what was wild to me was that they didn't foul at the end. Indiana didn't. Jalen Brunson airballed a 3.
Yeah,
I audibly laughed when he airballed it. And then they got the rebound, and Cat nearly airballed it too. I was like, poof,
yeah,
poof, within 5 seconds of each other. But man, just an awesome game. Did you see the video of Halliburton's dad?
Yes.
So for those who don't know, Tyrese Halliburton's dad has been banned from attending games in person by the NBA, I believe, for the rest of the season. Because what did he do? He walked up to Giannis after they beat the Bucks and was talking shit or something, right?
Basically, yeah.
Here's a video of his dad. Oh, well, if it loads, in a restaurant going nuts.
Hey, zoom in a little bit. There we go.
The tongue out with the Reggie choke. Love to see it. But I don't know. I had a great time. I'm rooting for the Pacers. I feel for Knicks fans. They haven't played in a meaningful series or game since my entire lifetime. But I mean, hey, you got to go for the Pacers. Small market team, still kind of, I think, the underdog to some degree.
I just want to see a good series. I'd be cool with either team winning, I think. I think the Knicks winning the finals, I just want to see what would happen to New York if that happened. And on the flip side, yeah, the Pacers, small market team, a lot of fun. They have a hook 'em guy in Miles Turner. I think regardless, I think the Thunder are taking this entire thing. They are just rolling right now.
Yeah, the Pacers also are kind of just put together almost like a really good college team.
Yeah.
Everyone on their roster can hit pretty much any shot, and it's interchangeable lineups. And they have a defender for almost every single situation and just play so well together. They're coached well. Very fun to watch. And I mean, for the Knicks, SGA gets all the hate for foul baiting. Brunson's kind of the same.
Exactly.
Did you see the video yesterday where Aaron Naismith's guarding him and Brunson grabs his arm, pushes it into his body, and then shoots it and draws a foul?
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Elite foul baiting.
Yeah, when is the NBA ever actually going to start calling technicals for flops? Y'all created that rule for absolutely zero reason, but I don't know. Any other stuff you want to talk about from the series or series tonight before we move on?
No, I think the Thunder win in 4 or 5. I think that's going to be a quickly wrapped up series. But this Pacers-Knicks series looks like it's going to go 7.
Yeah, I mean, hey, would love to see it go 7. Pretty cool too that Reggie was on the call.
Yeah.
During the game, some pointing to him. But hey, let's talk Dallas Cowboys. Was it OTAs?
Yep.
So first one under Schottenheimer. Obviously, he's been there in the past, but first one under him as the head coach. Just, I guess, talk about the experience. I have a lot of questions. Obviously, Joe Milton, Overshown's back hanging out. You reported, it's not, I guess, a night and day difference, but that there is a lot more energy and kind of vibes to the practice. Just how was it there being back?
Yeah, it was good. I was on vacation this past weekend, and I landed super early on Tuesday morning and literally drove from the airport to the Star for the first OTA availability. So I was kind of cooked while everyone else was feeling the energy. But it was interesting. It's our first time to really see 11 on 11. They can't really hit or anything. They're not in pads, and the NFL is super strict, or the NFLPA rather, is super strict about contact at this period of the offseason. And so, there wasn't a whole lot of things you could take away from the trenches, but there were some things you could take away from the skill positions. The biggest thing easily to take away from OTAs was that Dak Prescott was a full participant. And after he tore his hamstring, ended his season prematurely midway through the year last season, it was expected that he would be on the field during OTAs, but maybe in a limited capacity. But he took just about every rep that the first team took with him. And so it was pretty cool to see. Pretty cool to see that, and he was even flashing his legs, getting outside of the pocket on a couple of plays, and it almost felt like an intentional effort to be like, "Hey, yeah, I can still do this shit, guys." So, we'll see as time goes on, but he says he's feeling good. He certainly looks good. Looks like he's added some weight to his lower half to maybe account for some lower leg extremities. But that was easily the biggest thing to take away. Looking at the receiver spot, George Pickens, it was our first chance to get eyes on him on the field. He was on the field mostly with the first team, but didn't land any targets or receptions until probably the last 20 minutes of practice. And then he got a couple of receptions back to back, one on a quick slant and then another one on a comeback route down the left sideline. But it looks like he's assimilating well with the other receivers. He was cracking jokes with Cavante Turpin, which that's a match made in hell. And then CeeDee Lamb looked pretty good as well. Brevin Spanford, who's kind of a depth tight end, had 4 or 5 receptions. He was probably the standout of the day, in my opinion. And then Kyer Elam, the corner that they traded for from Buffalo during the offseason, they're going to need him to start the year with the health of Trayvon Diggs and Savone Revel kind of up in the air right now. They're going to need Kyer Elam to step in and be ready in week 1 when they travel to Philadelphia to take on the Eagles in that Thursday night road opener. And he looked really good. He was physical. He had a couple of pass breakups, was matched up against CD a couple times and played really well. So excited to see what Kyer Elam can continue to do. From a running back perspective, if you're looking at it from a Jaden Blue perspective for Texas fans, they just kind of threw every single running back into the mix at random times. And I don't really think there's anything you could take away from the running back rotation as of right now. Brian Schottenheimer has been very keen on competition and that every single position group is going to have competition and no one has an easy job to walk into. And the running back position is certainly one of those. I think that's going to be something that doesn't really pan out and get settled until probably midway or towards the end of training camp. So nothing to really take away from the running back spot as of right now. And then, you mentioned Overshone. Still going through his rehab, but came onto the practice field about midway through practice and just kind of walked around and was chopping it up with teammates and then finished practice with the rehab group and caught some work on the cords. But he's walking around fine. I caught him jogging once and he looked good. He's still got some time and he's not expected to start the season by any means, but he's doing everything in his power to make sure that he can start the season. So, we'll have a better clarity once training camp comes around, but it was good to at least see him out on the field.
Yeah, so I know George Pickens came in, pretty coached up when it came to speaking to the media, but any scuffles or dust-ups yet with the NFL young boy, as they call him?
Not a damn thing, man. He has been on his best behavior. And it's not only been a show to us in the media because we had another availability with him on Tuesday. And I have a stat for you, actually, that I'm going to throw out to you. So he was asked a total of 24 questions in his availability on Tuesday. Do you want to guess what the cumulative runtime was of all of his answers?
Less than 10 seconds.
No.
For each one? Oh, sorry, I'm stupid. Let me go. I'll go 4 minutes.
2 minutes and 52 seconds. He had an average of 7 seconds per answer. So, it's almost like he came in the building and they told him, hey, shut the hell up and don't say anything. It's working out for him. But even behind the scenes, he's shown up to meetings on time. And Brian Schottenheimer is actually complimenting how he's approached meetings and catching up to the playbook because he's obviously behind. And he's drawn rave reviews from basically anyone I've talked about. But I'm just continuing to look at my watch to see when that time will come.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it yet. Something will happen eventually. It might not happen until midway through the season. It might not happen until next season, and he's maybe back. But we'll see. We'll see. So far, so good though. I'll give him credit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what'll set him off. It kind of gives you vibes of the recruiting world again, where kids just being short, they don't want to talk.
Yeah.
Hey, at least all you had to do was walk over to the Star instead of driving down to Houston or something.
Yeah, it was getting this crucial interview that I need to somehow make 400 words out of. Whereas George Pickens, I could just combine what everyone else said about George Pickens and make it work.
Yeah. No, that's – man, covering recruiting, it doesn't happen as often as you probably think. But, there's been times where a kid is purposely being short. And I'm like, look, man, I'm not trying to get you to reveal where you're going or leaning. But, I spent 4 hours driving here and I'm about to drive 4 hours back and I'll be home at 2 a.m. Can you please just open up a little bit more? And they'll usually be like, yeah, you're right. My bad. Yeah. But the whole thing just, I don't know, kind of stinks. Talk to me about Joe Milton. How was that experience seeing him throw, especially, I guess in relevance to Dak?
Yeah, so he didn't have the greatest day from a throwing perspective on Tuesday. Accuracy was all over the place, certainly, but you see the big frame, and I think he could still add weight to his frame too, which is fascinating. But there was one play where it was an errant snap, and it kind of just rolled to him, and it kicked to his left, and he picked it up, evaded pressure, and then took off for like a 20-yard gain, and that was really cool to see. Just because that kind of athleticism, like Trey Lance specialized in that on the roster last year, and you wonder what kind of element Milton would have brought from that perspective, and he certainly showed that. But accuracy was certainly all over the place. He actually had a couple of interceptions, one to Buddy Johnson, Texas A&M grad, Dallas Kimball grad, and then on the very next play, he threw a pick six to Shamar James, the 5th-round pick out of Florida linebacker. So that was those were definitely some lowlights, and he had more lowlights than highlights. But that takeoff, that scamper that he had off the errant snap, that was fun to see.
And then what's the outlook on Deuce Vaughn? Still unlikely he'll make the 53-man, you think? Or
it was funny because when they trotted out the second team for the first time, he was the one taking snaps, and I was like, all right. But we'll see. I mean, he's got an uphill battle. He really does. He has 2 veterans in front of him that they think highly of, and they drafted 2 rookies to be a part of that mix too. And you wonder if Hunter Lipke, the fullback, factors into the running back numbers. And if he does, that's, again, just one less spot that Deuce has available to him.
Yeah. Any thoughts on Jaden Blue predicting himself being Offensive Player of the Year and Jade being Defensive Player of the Year?
Yeah, we'll see. You know, he's going to have to start, I think, for that to happen. I'm not sure he's going to start. I think he'll get a lot of carries. I think he'll get a lot of burn, but I don't think he's going to be a starter year one, and I feel like he'd probably need that to get that type of award.
Yeah, and I know they haven't, given y'all a ton of access since or in terms of, actual practice access since the rookie class got there, but, with what his fumbling problem was in college, have you noticed them doing, any specific, work with punching the ball out or anything in practice with Jaden Blue?
Well, they do that individual drill already with ball carriers. They kind of go through the bags, and they have people literally with boxing gloves trying to punch it out, even broomsticks as well. There was a moment last year where a coach accidentally poked Dalvin Cook in the side of the head with a broomstick. That didn't pan out well. But the conversations we had whenever they drafted Jaden Blue about, hey, this guy has a fumbling problem. What's your plan there? Pretty much everybody was like, yeah, we're not worried. We have a plan there. So, I think we'll find out more in the preseason / training camp, because I'm sure a fumble will come at some point in time, and then it'll be, okay, what's going to be their response to that? And, we'll see from there.
Yeah, my main worry for Blue and the fumbling problem was, if Tashard Choice can't coach this out of him in 3 years, who's going to,
Yeah.
So very curious to see, how that fumbling problem is going to translate to the NFL. Yesterday, or last few days, I guess, there's been some big NFL news allowing players to play in the Olympics for flag football.
Yeah.
And then also the tush push stuff. Longhorn Bear has a question here. Did Jerry, get to talk about his tush push vote? Because the Cowboys were with it, right? They didn't vote against it.
They voted against it.
Oh,
they were one of the 22 teams that did. The vote fell 2 votes short. They need 24 to actually ban something. Jerry was pretty active in that discussion, in that general session up in Minneapolis. I believe that was yesterday, asking questions about, okay, hey, what does this ban look like? What are they exactly trying to ban? Is there a way around this? Are there loopholes? Things like that. But other than that, Jerry wasn't a huge part of the vote itself, and he hasn't said anything about the vote just yet. So, we'll see as time goes on.
What are your thoughts on that? Because, me personally, it's man, if you can't stop it, buckle your chin strap and figure that shit out.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's been kind of compared to the QB spike, and there was a point in time about 20, 25 years ago where they allowed the QB spike to come into the NFL, and that was a big discussion at one of these league meetings. Is hey, it's not a football play. Jerry Jones was actually one of the biggest proponents of not allowing it into the NFL, was because 100% of the time, this is going to happen. It is going to be an incomplete pass right in front of you. That is going to happen 100% of the time. There's no room for error. The only way it could really mess up is if there's a fumbled snap or if the quarterback, somehow loses the ball, like trying to spike it down. And that's very rare. So it's not a football play. And the tush push was kind of put into the same category of like, is this a football play? Is it not a football play? And I disagree with that because there's a lot more parity to the tush push than the QB spike. There are multiple instances last year, over 15 instances last year, where Philadelphia actually did not get the first down or touchdown on a tush push. Granted, they kept going and they probably got it on the back end. And then you see teams like Washington that are throwing like a reverse sweep out of the tush push formation and, creating some creativity out of it. I think it's fine. And I think it's actually good for the game. I think it's, something that, teams are going to have to figure out how to stop. Yes, the Eagles are better at it than anybody else, but if it was truly like this hack play, then every team in the NFL would be doing it, and it would be, having like a 95% success rate. And that's not the case. Other teams have tried to replicate it. They can't quite do it. The Eagles just have the personnel to really match and make it work. I like the rugby roots that it takes from the play. I think that's fun for the game. I personally, if I was voting for or against it, I'd be voting for it.
You can't spike the ball in the NFL.
You can, but that was not allowed up until about 20 years ago. It was introduced to the competition committees like, hey, can we do this? And that was the conversation around it.
I thought you were saying 25 years ago they banned it. And I was like, so they just don't throw a flag for it? But I don't know. And like one thing that I think is interesting is I guess it is a little bit to some degree, kind of like, I forgot what player it was. Was it Kareem Abdul-Jabbar that the NBA banned dunking on free throws because he literally would back up and would run and dunk a free throw?
I don't know about that, but it wouldn't.
I know that NBA did ban that at one point because someone started doing that and it made free throws 100% success rate. But with the tush push, it's obviously not 100%. My question that I asked Will yesterday is like, how much more value does is it Desmond Jackson, the big Florida D lineman that went to the Buccaneers?
Yeah.
Like he has to brand himself as a tush push stopper, right?
You would hope so. You would think that it'd be tougher to get through that guy, but there's a lot of weight in the middle of that offensive line for the Eagles that makes that work.
Yeah, I also think it's funny, like they really brought Jason Kelce in there and he talked for like over an hour being like, hey, the tush push is good. We don't get hurt. It is a football play. And all the owners are like, yeah, I'm so convinced now. We'll vote for it. It really took Jason Kelce convincing them that they just should figure out a way to stop it. I don't know. I thought that part was interesting. And I guess it was Wilt Chamberlain that was dunking the free throws, not Kareem. And then anything on Cowboys playing the Olympics. I think CeeDee Lamb, that is 3 years down the road, but he should probably still be about the upper echelon in the NFL like he is right now. And then Micah Parsons, Turbo and I were talking yesterday. He just seems like someone that'll be able to weasel his way onto the team, even though he's, more of an edge rusher than a true linebacker.
We asked him last year whenever the Olympics were going on. It's like, hey, would you want to play in the Olympics one day? He's like, yeah, for sure, but not football. And we were like, what? And we were like, he's like, I want to play ping pong. I was like, all right, dude, get the hell out of here. But realistically speaking, I think there are multiple players that could make sense for the Olympics on the Cowboys because there's a lot of players that would be eligible to play for other national teams as well. For example, Jake Ferguson would be able to play for Team Spain, which is fascinating. You also have Phil Maffa, who would be able to play for Ivory Coast. Osa Digizua would be able to play for Team Nigeria. There's a lot of different guys who have different nationality ties that would be able to make it work. Now, every country can only pick one player from each team, which I think is kind of BS, but it's whatever.
Wait, what?
So every country can only pick one player from each team. So, like, if it's not a 32-man roster, I think it's more like a 20-man roster, but you can't have like two Chiefs on your team or two Cowboys or whatever, which I think is just dumb. I think that's stupid. But I think that's for training camp purposes, because training camp will be about to start whenever the Olympics happen in 2028. But regardless, it's going to be fun to track. And, I think CD makes a lot of sense for the Olympics. We'll see if he's still at that upper echelon by the time that time comes around. He'll be in like year 8 by then, which is crazy to think about. Year 9, I think, actually. But there'll be some other contenders for sure.
Do you think the NFL is actually going to like use traditional like positions like running backs or linebackers instead of just having like safeties or corners playing linebacker or receivers playing running back? Because like, you covered a lot of 7-on-7 before getting out of the recruiting world. Like all the best programs don't use the traditional positions.
Yeah.
If safeties or corners playing linebacker and receivers lining up in the backfield as running backs.
Yeah, and I actually talked to somebody yesterday that is really tied in with the U.S. flag operation and knows the game really well. It's a different game, and there's a lot of different intricacies that will play into it. And there are some professional flag players that will be on this Team USA. It's just from a strategy perspective, from an IQ perspective, those guys are going to have the advantage. But in 80% of the position groups, the athleticism of these NFL guys will really take precedence. So, you might see like a linebacker be like a flag guy, like a traditional flag guy, but or a corner maybe. But there's going to be some fun instances of Jamar Chase just baptizing some farmer from Ireland.
Yeah, this is stupid. I like flag players. Like, sure, give them a shot, but you're in the NFL for a reason. If the NFL players can't beat out these like flag players who work 9 to 5s, then I don't know. Give those dudes an NFL tryout. I mean, damn. And like, I don't know if T-Mac, who he'd play for, I assume America, but like, who in the hell is going to stop a jump ball to T-Mac?
Yeah.
It isn't playing in the NFL.
It's a great point.
And you got me thinking, those other countries, right? Are we going to see some like random past college players that might not even be in the NFL anymore? But like, that's like, I was thinking David Benda, he's from Sierra Leone. He can play for them, Yeah. Is David Benda going to be in the Olympics? It's crazy to think, right?
Kyle Hamilton said he would be playing for South Korea. So, I mean, there's going to be – and Kyler would be eligible for South Korea too.
I doubt he does
those two guys alone, that's a fun team.
Shit, they might need Kyle Hamilton to play offense too.
For real.
But, man, it's based off the things I've heard about Kyler and the shithead that he is and has been going back to high school, I have extreme doubt that he would actually suit up for South Korea. I don't know. We'll see. All right, we got some questions. Yes, I agree with you, Longhorn Bear. On that, it was a Commanders player, right? That was trying.
It was Frankie Louvu, linebacker for the Commanders. Frankie Louvu, one of the most underrated players in the NFL, by the way. That dude's a freaking baller.
Yeah, he's a
monster. He's a dude.
And I'm curious about, I mean, you said it lines up with OTAs or like whatever activities are in the offseason. Like 3 years from now, it's very likely Mahomes is still the best player in the world, the best quarterback in the world. And he's the first, pick for Team USA's quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, are the Chiefs potentially going to be like, hey, no, buddy, we need you for OTAs or this offseason stuff?
No, and that's kind of what the discussion was at the owners meeting yesterday, which the Olympics are happening like July 10th through July 28th, which like it will kind of run into training camp, but not really. Just depends on when it happens, and like they could do the tournament to end like right before training camp starts. So I don't think it's really going to get in the way of any NFL activity. I don't.
Got it. And then 2 more on the Cowboys. Schottenheimer. How are the vibes there at practice, OTAs? And then also, there's a ping pong table in the locker room.
Jesus Christ.
How many weeks do we get into the season before the reports come out? Cowboys have removed the ping pong table from the locker room and are focused on the season. How many weeks do you think it takes?
I give it over under 8.5.
There we go.
But the vibes have been good with the Schottenheimer staff so far. I mean, they're doing everything they can off the field, but it only matters what happens on the field.
Yeah, I like it. Who are they going to decide to coach this thing? That's also what I'm curious about, because like if we're really gonna galaxy brain it, like the U.S. is gonna be best prepped if LaFleur or Shanahan or Mike McDaniels is out there.
But it's a completely different game. Like that's different. Like it's probably going to end up being a flag guy. I can almost guarantee you it's going to be a flag guy because those guys just understand the game better.
Man, it like
or Rose Simon.
Shut up. Shut up. I can't believe you just said that. And we're gonna have Bam Blake out there calling defense for Team USA. Come two. Yeah.
Flight skills.
Yeah, that'd be funny. That would be hilarious. But no, I was just thinking like Shanny or McDaniels because they're used to having these bus driving QBs where they got to get the ball out within 4 seconds anyways.
Yeah.
That's what I'm also curious about. Like, what are these flag rules going to be for the Olympics? Is there a timer on the quarterback getting the ball out, or how's that going to work? But we'll. I wonder. Believe this is true. What Jose said, that it's like the men's national soccer team. Doesn't matter where you were born. Players can play with who they want or get nationalized. Like, are we going to see like a? I don't know, just some random NFL player teaming up with some like South American country just so they can say they're in the Olympics?
Probably. I mean, and that's part of it. But whenever you dedicate yourself to a country, you have to stick with that country for the rest of your life. I believe that is the rule. So
yeah. Micah Parsons, welcome to the Venezuelan ping pong team, my brother. You can't rep any other countries the rest of your life.
Yeah.
But all right, so we got some questions, some recruiting stuff, I guess. Jalen McCoy, I have not met him in person, so I'm not sure exactly how it's actually pronounced, but a defensive line kind of edge tweener prospect out of Mississippi, Tupelo, famous for the Tupelo honey. Big on Florida, like you said. Ole Miss is in there, but right now Florida and Texas are kind of looked at as the two front runners. He's been to Texas once. He had like 3 different visits scheduled this spring, but only actually made it to one of those. I do not know why, but just wasn't able to get down there. And then, Florida, he's visited several times. They also were on him earlier than Texas, so they're probably a little bit ahead of Texas currently. But official visits will loom large there, and I do have to say it. He's a state of Mississippi prospect. Those recruitments usually aren't over till signing day, and even after that, they tend to not be over. So, recruit through the whistle guy. I could see him counting as an edge or D lineman for Texas's class. I think, he's a guy who honestly could do either, and those takes are good because then it makes it easier filling out the rest of those positions in the class. So, yeah, like him a lot, think he's higher on the board, not the highest, but, I mean, this is a guy who, if he calls Texas right now, tries to commit, they're going to be screaming and hollering over the phone. So, definitely one of the top targets in the front 7. And then another one from Antoine, are Landon Barnes and KJ Ford similar prospects? These are the 2 Duncanville edge rushers. Both are actually top 247 prospects. They are, I guess, to some degree, they are both edge prospects. I'd say Landon Barnes is more the raw, speedier, I guess, like a speed rush edge than KJ Ford, who, I guess kind of checks every box. Is one of those strong guys all around. I wouldn't say he has a specific strength besides maybe how technical he is. This is a kid who's been training since like elementary school to be a top edge rusher in the country. So every single Under Armour camp or showcase he's ever showed up to, it's kind of unfair just because he has an entire bag of pass rushing moves and knows exactly what to do, where, he's going against a regular 17-year-old that knows how to pass set, and that's kind of it. So KJ Ford, he's pretty advanced. I'd say the floor is higher with him and he's closer to the ceiling. Where with Landon Barnes, I believe the ceiling is higher, but floor is lower. He's going to need more work. So very interesting dynamic with those guys. Originally, KJ Ford he blew up as a sophomore. That was Colin Simmons' senior year, where Colin, who had like 23 sacks as a junior, only had like 5 as a senior. And it's kind of because he committed to Texas and honestly just took his foot off the gas. Like, if it wasn't 3rd and long or an obvious pass rushing down, Like he was jogging coming out of his stance. And I mean, that happens all the time. But Colin Simmons doing that while also getting doubled and triple teamed each play because he's Colin Simmons left KJ Ford on the other side of the line in a one-on-one matchup 90% of the time. And KJ Ford was winning those matchups. So he blew up really quick as a sophomore, has been on, national recruiting radar since. And then Landon Barnes, he had to wait his turn because he was on the other side behind Colin Simmons. Ended up starting as a junior for them. They're the bookend edges for Duncanville. Landon actually wore number 8. Looks very similar to Colin Simmons in that Duncanville uniform. Same exact number and everything, same position. So, honestly, can't remember who had the better year, like production-wise. But I guess the best way to look at it, Landon Barnes, the higher ceiling, lower floor guy, more of a speed rush guy, where KJ Ford, pretty high floor. Not a lower ceiling, but much closer to that ceiling than Barnes is. So that's I guess how I'd kind of break him down. Where do we want to go to next? Some more NFL or college football? What do you think?
Well, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Texas baseball kicking off their SEC tournament run today against Tennessee at 3:00. Regardless, they're going to be a top 8 national seed, most likely. I think at this point it's okay. Are they going to be top 3, top 5? I think with a win today, they pretty much secure that they will be top 5 or even top 3. But if they win this whole SEC tournament, they'll have a great chance of being the number 1 overall seed. It's a fascinating time for Texas baseball. And I think I mentioned it on the Monday show last week. Just like they are overachieving this year. I think if you had told anybody that they would be in this spot at the beginning of the year, you told they'd be in this spot heading into the SEC tournament as the number 3 team in the country, you would have been pleased with that. But obviously the injuries to the pitching staff are starting to mount up, and they haven't quite figured out what exactly is going on there. So hopefully the SEC tournament and a soft regional maybe helps them kind of alleviate those issues. But you hope that there's some possibility there for them to rebound this weekend in Hoover and get back to their winning ways.
Yeah, I think it's just because Texas, they're matching up with Tennessee later today, but a bunch of random Tennessee stuff is popping up in my Twitter feed. Are they moving back to Adidas?
I don't know about that. I
believe they are, which is a downgrade. I hope Texas stays with Nike forever. That's the best brand for all of college sports, in my opinion, and I guess pro sports.
You're not a big baller brand guy?
Jeez, I haven't heard that brand in forever. Man, shout out LeVar Ball. We thought he was crazy. Look at him now.
He's just crazy with one leg.
Yeah. Gave birth to two top, or not, he didn't give birth. Jesus Christ. Raised 2 top 3 NBA draft picks. Raised a one-hit wonder rapper who went undrafted and also was hitting licks in, was it Japan or China? Do you remember
Something like that. He probably had to stay with the Guangdong Dragons.
Shit, if he was lucky.
Shanghai Sharks.
Yeah, no, LeVar Ball is like who we thought LeVar Ball is who Baby Gronk's dad actually is.
Yes.
Which shout out them. They've stayed out of the limelight lately, which has been awesome. But
speaking of some fun athletes, I don't know if you qualify LiAngelo Ball as fun, but fun name athletes playing internationally. I'm about to send you this tweet. I don't know if you could pull it up or not, but Trevone Boykin. So he was released from prison in 2023 after serving 4 years for beating the shit out of his girlfriend, basically. And he had a lot of other cases that he was dealing with too, but he got released from prison in 2023 and has since gone to Mexico to join the Mexico Professional League down there. And he is just balling all over them. He was the touchdown passing leader in 2023. And he is basically like their Patrick Mahomes. And he had a crazy play a couple nights ago in that Mexican league. I sent the tweet to Jordan. I don't know if he'll be able to pull it up, but
I did. I'm trying to figure out who the hell's on this coaching staff.
Yeah, Trevone Boykin balling in the Mexico League because why not? You know, he was so much fun at TCU, and Texas fans probably hate him for good reason because he was a thorn in Texas's side for a couple of years. But growing up, that was one of my favorite college football players ever. And whenever he started to get into trouble, it legitimately broke my heart because that dude is a baller, such a baller. He's a backup for Russell Wilson in Seattle for like 2 seasons too, and he probably would have had a good chance to take over if he hadn't gotten arrested.
Yeah, I do remember that. I don't even think they have like a website for this team. The first thing that pops up is Wikipedia.
Now, what if Jose brings up a good point here? What if Trevone Boykin is the quarterback for Team Mexico?
Hey,
we're rocking and rolling.
They have a defensive lineman from TCU2 named Richard Lee Diabro III. Yeah, bro, I don't know. I'm looking to see if there's anyone I would recognize on this roster. Some random colleges I've never heard of. There's a dude from San Diego State named Mr. Chance Leon Bell.
Type shit.
This is fascinating. Like, you just kind of forget they play American football in other parts of the world. And I honestly didn't think about that until all the Olympics memes have come out. Yeah, here's Trevone Boykin.
Escape pocket. Roll left. Cross his body. Dot. And there's like 10 fans in the stands.
I can't believe this is real.
I just can't believe he's still playing. Like, that blew my mind. It blew my mind.
Do you think he was in prison just like throwing dots all over the yard?
Probably. That'd be a fun story.
You know, not really. Why is he in there in the first place? But kind of nuts that he can still do that.
He's like 31.
Playing a bunch of jabronis. Like, do you think what I want to know too, like, did this team like reach out to him first? How did this even come about? Or was like he calling his agent after he got out, like, hey, I've been in the clink 4 years, still looking to play. Can you reach out to anyone available? And that's all they could get.
He's like, I took you off my client list. I didn't think you were serious about this shit.
I thought you were still in there. What?
You're telling me I can still make money off of you? We're going to go make $200 in Mexico right quick.
Yeah. No, it'll be funny. Yeah. Hey, Art Briles, I'm almost positive was coaching one of these teams in Mexico at some point over the last like 10 years.
Yeah.
He took some random jobs.
I know he coached in Italy for a hot minute.
Yeah. Antoine said, do you think North Shore and Duncanville will make it back to state? North Crowley has a crazy amount of college talent. I think it'll be North Crowley. North Crowley and Duncanville, they'll likely run into each other in the 5th round in the semis again, and would expect it to be North Crowley that wins. Duncanville just, man, not having Keelan Russell and Corey Moore changes a lot of things. They still have some really good wideouts. Asen Theus, who's a 2026 receiver that'll end up somewhere Power 4. Trent Yancey, a 2027 top 247 receiver that'll end up at an elite Power 4 school. And then a 2026 tight end in Zach Turner that will be Power 4 like Miami, Pitt, I think maybe OU. He has a very random group of OVs, SMU too. And I don't know who the QB is, though. So it'll also be interesting. Duncanville is traditionally a really run-heavy team. All they really ever did was run the ball because they didn't have quarterbacks who could hit completions. And then Keelan Russell showed up to school, and they changed the entire thing. So, we'll see. But I think it'll end up being North Crowley regardless of who comes out from the other side. North Shore, last spring or about a year and a half ago, North Shore was exposed on broad daylight on Twitter for recruiting and DMing other players. I will say almost every, contending program in the state does that in some form or fashion, but it was very blatant. And since then, their recruiting operations have kind of slowed down a little bit. So they kind of have a lesser talent pool than they usually have. And I mean, that's a reason why they lost to Westlake in the semis last year. Westlake beat North Shore to then go to the state game and lose to North Crowley. So with North Shore, it is also, a new staff compared to what the staff had been for like a decade and a half under John Kay, who left for Rice ahead of this past year. So, not saying they're a dormant program, but they're not exactly what they used to be, and the talent pool is not exactly what it usually is. So I think it'll be North Crowley. I think it's their year to kind of lose, or their state championship to lose, and I think they'll have a great shot to go back-to-back. I don't know if you have any thoughts.
I want to throw in South Lake Carroll into this mix just because they are returning a lot of talent, and they are contenders just about every year. Once you get into December, just throwing South Lake Carroll in there.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Kind of blows my mind that Brady Boyd is going to go play at Ohio State or Brock.
That is unreal. That's unreal to me. If somebody said whenever he committed, it was like Brian Hartline's next challenge is to make a white receiver a first-round pick.
Yeah. No, that was it. And I mean, like, I totally get it. Like, I hit someone up at Ohio State after they offered him, and I was like, hey, has Hartline lost his fastball? Like, the kid is very good. It's a very high floor, but, like, not really an NFL projectable skill set, just because the athleticism scores, all the other stuff, right? But super productive. I'm pretty sure led the entire state in receiving yards last year. And the feedback I got was like, hey, build your offense for $15. We have Chris Henry Jr. committed. He cost $8 or whatever it was. We got to fill it out some way. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. A kid from South Lake Carroll committed to TCU. You do not have to spend money to flip him, or at least like real money compared to other prospects. So I see it playing the game. What other stuff? Jose Rodriguez said, Jordan, any update on the scholarship limit being raised to 105? I have nothing there. The SEC, they're still going to be at 85 this fall. I think eventually they're going to expand it to 95 or 105. Just because, the other conferences are going to have an advantage. It might not seem like much, like, is there really that big of a difference with having 20 more scholarship players? Because it is mostly depth, but, I certainly do think it does make a difference. And that eventually the SEC will come around on that, just like everyone else has. Seth, he's trying to get one past me. He's not talking about Hunter Renfrow, is he?
No, I don't know. I don't know here.
Okay. I mean, they do got a lot of Hunter Renfrow looking.
They do.
There are receivers running around.
Hunter Renfrows at South Lake Carroll, but Hunter Renfrow's from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yeah. Hey, Antoine, this is an interesting one. Jet Walker. He actually, he's since committed to whoever West Virginia hired to replace Chad Scott. But Chad Scott, who's now the Texas running backs coach, is actually who extended Jet Walker the West Virginia offer. So thought that was interesting. And I saw he also had a Houston OV lined up. If I was him, I would go play for Willie Fritz like now, especially because, hey, Keyshawn Henderson's going over there. I'd love to be in the same class as him if I was in Jet's shoes. But anyways, going to close it out soon. Rodney's going to come on here with don't want to butcher this. Going to come on here with Kirk Dresendorfer, former Texas pitcher, College Baseball Hall of Famer. But before we bring them on at 11, Nick, I want to ask you, outside of the Week 1 matchup at Ohio State in Columbus, what Texas road game do you think will be the biggest challenge for them this season?
Oh, it would have to be Georgia. It would have to be heading to the hedges out there. It's gonna be tough. Easily, that's my answer.
Yeah, let me find this. So we did that for our roundtable on Sunday. Few folks said Florida. I was kind of blown away. I felt like it had to be Georgia, especially because let me find it. Georgia has not lost a home game at Sanford Stadium since October 12th, 2019.
Wow. They haven't lost a home game at all?
A true home game at Sanford Stadium.
Wow. That's crazy.
Since October 12th, 2019, when South Carolina won 2017 in double overtime following a missed 42-yard field goal by Rodrigo Blankenship.
Wow.
Rec Specs. Oh, yeah. And, hey, I mean, Texas, or Georgia's home win streak record is now at 31 games, which ties the all-time SEC record. It's also the longest active home game winning streak in all of the FBS. And Georgia, their first 2 home games of the year versus Marshall and Austin Peay. So unless they get Marcus Freeman, like NIU, they're going to, be holding the new record. So thought that was pretty nuts. Texas, they ended a really impressive streak from Nick Saban and Bama. Prior to Texas beating them in 2023, I think it was like 22 games. Alabama had one in a row at home, but a little bit different this time. Going into Georgia, between the hedges at Sanford, we'll see.
DJ Dog brings up a good point about Florida, and I think it was Josh Pate yesterday that said DJ Lagway is going to be in New York City for the Heisman ceremony, which look, I think Florida's going to be good. I think Florida's getting overhyped a little bit. Like, there's still Sunbelt Billy over there on the sideline. They are still needing some help in various position groups. They lost quite a bit of talent last year, and I still am not confident about the Florida receiver group. So,
yeah, we'll see. The Swamp is a hard place to play, especially when they're actually good. So,
yeah,
we'll see what that environment looks like. But going to bring on the guys, Rodney and Kirk, to close out this morning on Texas Sports Unfiltered. How are y'all doing?
Doing well, man. Kirk, how are you doing, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me. How you guys?
Man, super exciting day here, right? You get baseball down that road, and the guys were talking about that. This is when the fun starts, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. You get the postseason for college baseball. It doesn't get any better than this right now.
Yeah,
the best time of the year. Best time of the year.
Sure. Yeah. Well, Nick, thanks for filling in for Will today. We'll be back on tomorrow. Lone Star Playbook. Gonna kick it over to Rod and Kirk. So y'all rock out. I'll be tuned in.
Take care, boys. Appreciate you both. All right, so it is a Texas baseball game day edition, Longhorn game day edition. Very excited here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And we, when Texas Sports Unfiltered goes and we find the guys that we want to talk to, we find the best of the best right here with game day. And it is, not only, college baseball Hall of Famer. His number is retired, for crying out loud, in Texas baseball. Man, just super excited. Lifetime Longhorn. Kirk Dresendorfer joining me here as we dive in. Kirk, I have to ask you, the first thought that seems to come up with Texas baseball, what were your expectations going into this season? You go out and you get Slosh to come in as the coach. You had a good nucleus that came back, but you had some new folks. Realistically, what were you thinking when this all went down?
I was thinking that, obviously excited to have Schloss come in and his track record, and great for the program. Coach Pierce, friend of mine, did a great job, I think, in his time here. But getting Schloss in here, I think there was some excitement. Obviously, going into the SEC, it's an impressive conference in any sport, and I've watched a lot of the SEC baseball games on the SEC network over the past few years. So, just exciting times all around. Getting ramped up to the week in and week out. Just, you can't be off your game even a minute, in this conference. So I think I looked at the team we had coming back. The offense I felt was going to be a strength. We had a lot of guys that you felt were going to have some success getting, driving in runs and scoring runs. Pitching was a little more of a question mark, I think. And, his guys, exceeded expectations, and hats off to them. Hats off to the coaching staff for doing an amazing job. And, you have to have some guys that you may, either are new to the program, either freshmen, step up and perform on a big stage quickly. And they've had that this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely want to hone in about pitching, because that's where you're, everything that you did. It's just, I'm in awe that like you're in my neighborhood. And that's what I was telling everybody. I'm like, that guy's in my neighborhood. But so with this, Kirk, because even with the start and even as you start winning series, Texas overcoming injuries and all the different things that they've been able to do this year, and yet still go on this amazing run that they did throughout the very competitive SEC. I think this just really enhances everything that the program has gotten to at this point in a very short time.
Absolutely. And I think that, Schloss's time with the Aggies in the SEC and the success they had while he was there, I think that translated to him getting the attention of the players and really setting the expectations of what they're in for and giving them the confidence that they can compete at this level. And, and that goes a long way. I think I can compare it to when you first got to the major leagues, and you look at, there's no easy ones on the schedule. You look at your lineups. I don't, any team you're going to play 1 through 9, you're just kind of shake your head. There's no easy ones at all. So you have to get your mind wrapped around that and get ready to compete all 9 innings or as long as it takes on a pitch by pitch basis.
Yeah. And how much of this was talking about pitching? Because, and again, I'm one of the biggest David Pierce fans that you will ever find. I mean, I think he did, it's undersold what he did with this program and the exit and everything. I totally understand why you do what you have to do. This is a business. But I think that when Max Wiener comes over with Slosh, I think that was something where there was a personified pitching coach. I think that was something, and I'd love your opinion on this as in depth as you want to go. I think that's something that really kind of pushed the cart forward a little bit when that move was made.
Agreed. And I think, I talked to Schloss a little bit before the season started, and, he emphasized that you're going to like watching the pitching staff because, they're going to emphasize strike throwers and they do. They attack the zone and Coach Wiener and Schloss. I mean, I loved it. I think that's what Coach Schloss was talking to me about is like, you're gonna, that's what I tried to do when I played was have the confidence to go on attack and take the game to the other team, let them make adjustments. Don't pitch back, don't pitch scared. Go, sometimes it's going to work out, sometimes it's not, but if you're ahead in counts and you're attacking, the advantage to the pitcher in baseball is worth the risk. So he's absolutely done that. And Coach Wiener's instilled I love watching these guys play and the way they compete and the way they attack the game. I think that's led to a lot of the success.
Absolutely. So how hard is this going to be for the staff right now? Because obviously with everything that's gone on, you lose your ace, but you've kind of worked your way through that. This certainly isn't the time as you get into SEC play and then with the bigger goals moving forward to where you go in and do a lot of moving around with that rotation, is it? You kind of have to go with what you brung you at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to have to, especially this time of year, it'll be interesting to see how they approach the conference tournament. When I played, especially if you're in a position like the Horns are right now, where you've pretty much already secured one of the 8 national seeds. Not that you're not going to try to compete, but it gives you're in the driver's seat, so to speak, that you can rest some guys, or you don't have to extend them beyond what you're comfortable doing because you're already in a position you've worked so hard to get in, which really, you're thinking Omaha right now, and how do I get through a regional and super regional and get to Omaha and have enough, staff left to make that run. So I it'll be interesting to see. I think that they have enough pieces, and I like the way that you need to kind of get Ruger back on track a little bit. That's what these games are really good for. Some guys like Volantis, you don't have to overextend him right now. You can, those weekends are coming when you get to the regional and super regional in Omaha. So you just manage kind of the workloads, and you have some flexibility right now.
Absolutely. Legendary lifetime Longhorn and college baseball Hall of Famer Kirk Dresendorfer joining us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Longhorn Game Day edition is Texas and Tennessee coming up at 3:00 a little bit later on today over in Alabama. So in your opinion, when it comes to just the entire SEC tournament now as we go into it, is this where do you go in? I mean, I don't really know how to ask you this. Your intent is to win every game as much as possible. But at this point, are you going in to just try to work lineup and shift changes or different things? If you're slosh, because like you said, Kirk, you've guaranteed yourself pretty much. What's the mindset going into this for the Longhorns this afternoon?
I would say obviously you want to go compete, you want to win, and at this point in the season, you've just secured your first conference championship. That was kind of goal number one.
Mm-hmm.
I think when we went through it in '88, we were in a similar boat. We went all the way down, beat A&M. We were kind of tied going into the last series of the season, and won. Very emotional. Then we went straight up to Fayetteville for the conference tournament. We were already secured a home, one seeding. So, but you still go up because that's the way you're wired to do it. You go compete, and we end up winning the conference tournament as well. But it was you can relax a little bit. You can play a little more free. It's fun baseball. You're not going to perform you're not going to try any less hard, but you also know that you just went through the intense pressure cooker of must win, and you're about to face those situations again. This was kind of a little bit of fun breather to just go out, take a deep breath, just go play the game and have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So how does the pitching staff respond with this? And I think they've done a great job when you lose Jarrett Spencer. That's one of those things because it's like, we talk about next man up and so forth and so on. But when you lose, like if that staff would have lost you, for example, I think it's very admirable. And because there's been a lot of young guys here, Kirk, that have stepped up and really, really haul the rope here.
Oh, no doubt. When, you look at, not many teams can overcome losing their ace and Spencer and their 4-hole hitter in Ballou for as long as we have, and in the critical parts of the season like we did. And to your point, next man up. You got to tip your cap to not only the players stepping up, but the coaches to have them ready and instill that confidence that they were able to just step in and do their thing. And it's and it hasn't been just one guy. Gasparino got on a really hot run there for a while, and almost single-handedly won a few games himself with his bat. And you've had Luke Harrison, you've had Ruger, you've got guys all over the place that are stepping up, and that's what a winning ball club does.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do want to ask you before we get to Tennessee and kind of break this matchup down a little bit. So for you, that number 10, when it comes to Texas baseball, all of that happens a couple of years back. Nobody's ever going to wear that number again. That number 10 carries a lot of prestige across Texas athletics. How great was that to think about that, to where I'm like, I am number 10. I am number 10 for Texas baseball now.
Yeah, it's a huge honor. It really is, and it's hard to describe. It's I guess what it would probably feel like if you got inducted into a major league or NFL Hall of Fame. It's kind of the pinnacle as an athlete. And a lot of. It wasn't just yourself. Individual awards make you feel a little uncomfortable because it was such a team effort, family effort. A lot of people were responsible for the success I had, but and having Kimball Schuessler finish it out in grand style. He's had a great career and he's having a great year. Like been moved over to first base and has played great defense. His bat's always there. So, I enjoy seeing my number, the number 10 out there. And I know that, after this year it's going to be retired, but it's a huge honor.
Yeah, absolutely. So it does seem like with the new business of college sports, and again, there's legislation and different things that continue to go on. But in your opinion, as somebody that accomplished so much at the University of Texas and with the stature that the university holds when it comes to college athletics, with a season like this that Slosh and the staff have been able to achieve and still work to do, a very bright future that I think we're probably a year or two ahead of schedule. It seems like I would think with NIL and recruiting, I think this is a really good building block at this point.
Oh, 100%, because, take NIL out of it. I mean, just as a player in the, if you have the opportunities to get recruited by University of Texas or an SEC school, and there's a lot of great schools out there, looking at a coaching staff that can get the most out of you. And because really, I mean, that's the experience, right? You want to go to a place where you have a chance to get to Omaha and win, and a chance where you get to play in front of a fan base that really cares about your sport and supports you, and you get a world-class education. That's a lot of good selling points, and I agree with you. I think that there's going to be a lot in whether it's transferring in or elite high school players that are going to want to continue to be a part of this program.
Absolutely. So your thoughts on Tennessee today? These guys, looks like the Volunteers, that was an incredible game yesterday, the game with Alabama. That right there, if you're a baseball fan, it's hard to turn that one off, wasn't it?
Yeah, I saw they won 15-10, and I saw the post game. I was getting home from work. I watched all of the OU game and Georgia, and boy, that was must see TV as well. The pitcher for both pitchers, and pitching staffs did an amazing job. But you're right. I mean, it's Tennessee's. Vitello, and of course we know Frank Anderson very well, and Josh Elander, Round Rock boy. The whole coaching staff there for Tennessee pretty familiar, and they've done a great job there. And this will be a good challenge, and that's really the fun part about watching these games, because realistic. I mean, every game, the margin for error and the competition. I mean, I'm just blown away. I watched even some of the game afterwards with I believe it was Florida and Ole Miss, and I mean, it's just I'm blown away with the skill level, the talent. It's fun baseball to watch.
Unbelievable. It really is great stuff. So you'll have Liam Boyle on the bump for Tennessee. So they are definitely they're playing for one of those top 16 seeds. So they're going to bring the house. They're going to bring everything for this. So I do want to ask you, realistically, looking at everything and discounting injuries and so forth, that everything has happened in SEC championships and to the point where we are right now as the SEC tournament begins for the Longhorns at 3:00 today. Keys for you for a run to Omaha, for one, to get through a regional and a super regional. And then at that point, if you can punch that ticket and win yourself another national championship, pitching and so forth, what do you think, Kirk, it's going to take for Texas to be able to achieve that?
Well, I think they're going to have to get some level of health back. I think getting Ballou back is a huge lift. The one constants that give you a chance every game you play are pitching and defense. I think they're going to have to continue getting solid starts out of our guys, and the bullpen, the Max Scruggs, and they've done such and Duplantier, Andre, and they've come in and really probably been stretched beyond what you normally would if you had had a healthy Jared Spencer, but we're going to have to mix and match. And like I said, those guys, as long as they keep throwing strikes and attacking the zone, and playing a solid elite defense behind, and let the guys swing the bats, we're going to have a good chance.
Lastly, for you, let's talk about you here. And again, thank you for taking some time. I know you're extremely busy now with everything that you're doing, but how often do you get out to the dish? I mean, how obviously you follow the team. It's hard to completely get away from that, but how often do you get to go out there and just be a fan? You just be a fan checking this stuff out, Kirk.
I love going out. I have season tickets, so I've probably been to maybe 8 to 12 games this year, and right now I'm splitting my time. I'm about to get in the car this afternoon and go see my son still playing ball at Angelo State. They're in their Division II Super Regionals tonight. They start against UT Tyler. So, he's got one more year after this one. He's graduated, but he's a redshirt junior, so he's got another year. So I split my time between watching my son play out at Angelo State and when they're out of town, I try to get to the dish and certainly watch whenever I can. Keep track online, and so really, really blessed to be able to be part of two really outstanding, well coached, long tradition programs. So.
Yeah, no doubt. And we got to mention too as well. I mean, Texas softball, Mike White and that bunch with an amazing run right now. They've got Clemson coming into town, so it's just really it's a really good time as always to have a bat and ball in your hand at the University of Texas.
Oh, no doubt about it. And you're right. I end up watching a lot of softball these days as well. And, wish the women's team all the luck making their run. Roads always end up in Oklahoma City. I feel like OU has a home field advantage there a little bit, but it's always great competition and fun to watch.
So I got to ask you: do you still throw the ball? Do you still get out there and kind of whip that thing around a little bit, or do you just kind of let the kiddo do it at this point?
I definitely let it's a young man's game. It's a young man's game, so I let them do a little more of it. I haven't coached my son, since he got into college. So I, occasionally when he's home, and especially when he gets back home for the summer, I'll play a little catch with him. But I'm only good out to about 90 feet to 100 feet. So he's got to get with his buddies who are young and healthy.
There you go. Absolutely. That's a smart way to do it. Well, Kirk, man, I appreciate you doing this. I know we kind of put it together at the last minute there, but open forum here. Anytime you want to talk Texas baseball, we'd love to have you on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And maybe we'll do this again as we get a little further into this journey.
I would love to. Thanks for having me on, Rodney. You take care.
You bet, man. Travel safe. Best wishes to the young one there, and we'll do it again soon.
Perfect. Hook 'em.
All right. Take care, Kirk. There he goes. Right there. College Baseball Hall of Famer. Man, that's one of the best that has ever stepped on to UFCU Dish Falk Field. The great Kirk Dresendorfer, lifetime Longhorn, joining us here as we have Texas Game Day. It is Texas and Tennessee. That is coming up at 3:00 in the SEC baseball tournament, the first SEC baseball tournament for the Texas Longhorn baseball team. And of course, they do go in as your SEC champions. You want one of these caps? Sue Patrick. Make your way out there. They not only have these championship caps, they also have your championship T-shirts. And get ready, like Kirk talked about right there, like we've talked about on TSU, Texas most likely to host a regional and super regional if all of that carries out. Great conversation from Kirk, like he talked about. And you knew he was going to go to pitching because that's one of the things that we have discussed so many times on the network. That was going to be a question. But still, through the speed bumps, the Longhorns have found a way to put themselves in this spot. And the next part of that journey starts at 3:00 today as they take on Tennessee. All right, guys, we invite you to continue with us on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You've got the midday mashup that's coming up, and that will be over on the app. Again, this was a Longhorn Game Day special there with Kirk. You've got SEC baseball tournament conversation. That's going to be going on throughout the day on the mashup up until 2:00. And then you've got Chip and Zay taking over at 2:00. And then at 4:00, of course, you've got Open Gym there with Patrick and Matt. So you will have them at 4:00. Also coming up on the midday mashup, you will have a great conversation with UT Hall of Fame inductee Chris Plonsky. So all of that is coming up over on the app. So jump over there and check that out. Be sure to like every Texas Sports Unfiltered video, every stream, everything that you see. Let's kind of push that way to 10,000. We're getting so awful close. Once again, a big thanks to lifetime Longhorn, college baseball Hall of Famer, Kirk Dresendorfer. Also got to mention there, Texas Hall of Honor. That's a really big thing right there. It is Kirk Dresendorfer joining us here on Texas Longhorn Game Day. All right, friends, enjoy the mashup. We'll see you back on the stream at 2:00. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning on Chaos Theory. It's Double R. We're out. It's Texas Sports Unfiltered.